https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
24/7 Go Globe Evidence Fishing Part 17.
Okay, you don't have to continue. You can sit on the sidelines. That's all right. I just was only seeking an experiment that shows gravity being the cause of air pressure, and this is what happens literally every single time.
Give him some time to Google.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll come up with Cavendish sooner or later.
Okay, Manufact Totem was at least honest enough to post in chat that there's no experiment like that. I appreciate that.
No. Like the kind you're asking. Read the whole damn thing. Like the kind you're asking for.
Yeah, that's what like that means. Thanks.
Jesus.
I at least appreciate the honesty. The other guy just wanted to talk past the question I asked him. I hate that.
I mean, he was right, though.
Yeah, he was right that he was just... What was he right about?
About the inverse square law.
Oh, he was, because he presented a graph which shows, which illustrates the same claim that he made verbally over and over again.
Okay, so you're just not going to accept any evidence then. That's what I was saying.
Evidence. Listen, Mr. Manufact Totem, it's not evidence. It's just a graphic reiterate or repetition of the claim.
What would evidence look like to you?
I've told you about 16 times, I think, in this one exchange alone, and probably another 68 times pretty much every other day combined that we've been talking, a scientific experiment showing gravity is the cause for air pressure.
And how would one do that experiment?
So you're asking me how to do the experiment that you would have to already have in order for gravity to be validated scientifically as a cause for air pressure. It doesn't sound like you have that experiment to show me then.
I already established that. Are you just going to answer every question with a question?
No.
A question is a question. I need to answer.
All right, fine, fair enough. You don't have what I'm asking for, that's fine.
No, I'm saying there's no way to do it the way you're asking. Unless we go into space and get like something really super heavy massive and see if it attracts gas, but you don't believe in space, so you wouldn't accept that either.
So unless you go into the thermodynamics violation that we're asking for verification of with the experiment that you can't provide, then you can't provide the evidence for it.
You see what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, good. So we're clear.
Well, great story. I love the science fiction. Still holding up for an experiment, though.
Bing bong.
Well, it's like, we understand their claims. It's just kind of frustrating because when we ask for some sort of validation of the claim, right, then we get Mr. Blue, whatever, with the monotone voice monologuing on, just repeating the claim over and over again in various ways.
Does the monotony of his voice have anything to do with his actual claims?
No.
Just checking.
No, it doesn't. I wouldn't use that as a point against his claims.
Because it sounded like you were trying to.
Nah, I just threw it in there.
Okay. Well, it's 4 a.m. again. I'm going to go shoot myself in the balls.
Don't do that.
Have fun.
Well, you could try a Cavendish with them.
Just shoot yourself in the globe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's a ball.
No self-harm. Only bring harm to globe. Yeah. I just don't want to hear the claim again, that's all.
What did you mute the Craig for? Because he was whining in my DM.
Which guy?
The Craig, Kraig.
I don't know who that is. Let me just check. I think he whined to me too.
Oh yeah, he's talking about you. He's saying you were cherry picking.
So I got a message from him a while ago. How long everyone's supposed to be muted? I was like, did you manage to get in eventually? And then he stopped knowing what I was talking about. So I don't.
Says all I did was tell him to stop cherry picking people's statements, keeping me muted for so long after interacting peacefully before this guy showed up. And then it's oi, 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 separate messages.
I don't know who he is, to be honest. He messaged me too, but he's not here right now. So I don't even really know who he is.
I'm like, I don't know. Obviously talking about why he was muted. And,
Well,
like,
just tell him.
he's like, he comes in after 2 hours later and then says this, sure. And I'm like, what the fuck you on about? He's like, you responded to me 2 hours after I was trying, and you can see from the timetable I waited minutes before responding. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, man.
Yeah, I don't know who that guy is.
Roll on the fucking winter, man. This summer's fucking killing me, man.
Just tell him to get in here. He can be unmuted, no problem. It was probably just a bit of chaos going on in the moment, and he just, I don't know, maybe he got caught in the crossfire or something. I don't even remember who he is. I gotta go do something. I'm gonna take Brit Nat is sitting here. I'll take him off mute, but I'm not gonna be here. I'm just gonna take him off mute because no one's talking.
Yeah, what's up, Spake? What do you need?
What do I need? For what? What do you mean?
Well, you were asking me questions over there. I'm assuming you wanted them answered.
Who are you? What's your name?
Hey, it's me, the Craig, CEO of NTR.
What questions was I asking you, like?
You asked me, where were you at?
Says, what the fuck was he
You were over here saying that about what, I guess, Heretic was doing, I guess, earlier?
You says he's cherry picking or whatever the fuck. So I says, what the fuck was he cherry picking? Well, I thought you were talking about me to start with, but like, who was cherry picking and what was?
Plus, I wasn't there to fucking report anyone. I just wanted to get it unmuted. But sure, if you wanted to go through that,
if you want it.
Like, no, the whole point was that you would say a full sentence. The guy would like hear a certain word in your sentence, and he would interrupt you and be like, "Yo, what do you mean? Why are you saying this?" And it's just like, no, we're having a conversation that involves it. I'm not talking about it. Like, it would be like, oh, fuck, I gotta remember everything. Fuck, this is like, I don't have it like a single topic. It would have to like show up again.
Who are you talking about, Heretic?
You were the one asking the question about fucking that shit. If you don't want to talk about it, it's fine.
What shit?
What a shit?
What shit? You says that you were the one talking about that shit. What shit was I talking about? Who was fucking who muted you? Who's cherry picking?
Well, I don't know who muted me. I don't get a bot message that says this person muted you.
Well, I'm curious as to why. I've noticed, like, in the couple of hours I've been in this VC, that a lot of the conversations about okay, like have the spherical Earth people defend, and presumably a lot of them aren't very knowledgeable in physics, right? They're asked to defend why they believe in a spherical Earth. One thing I've noticed is that whenever the conversation gets turned around, the spherical Earth believers, right, the round Earth believers, they don't. I mean, a lot of them don't know a lot about physics. They probably don't know the complexities of it, or what goes into why we believe there's a spherical Earth, right?
They don't know our model, bro.
But one thing I've noticed is that the flat earthers have always resisted wherever possible to even give an account of what they believe to be the alternative.
We don't make claims.
So you just you're just like, you're agnostic on a flat Earth? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it depends what you mean by that. I mean,
you don't know. You just don't
the
know.
Earth's not. Oh, the shape of the Earth, you mean? Are
You don't know
asking
what.
me
Yeah,
if-
you're saying you don't know what the shape of the Earth is. Yeah.
I'm not saying that I know. Like, flat's not a shape to start with.
Yeah, but you know. Okay, so what you're saying is that you just don't know what shape the Earth could be, right? You just don't know what form it takes.
Falsification is independent from replacement. So just because we're picking and picking and picking at the globe model and trying to stop holes in all the contradictions, that doesn't mean that we have to replace it just because we're saying,
Yeah.
look, this is
So,
not the
so you
story.
think, just to be clear, you think it could be spherical? You just think like the evidence doesn't really support it. You think it could also be
Well,
a triangular, right?
Well, a triangle's flat anyway. A 2D
Well, okay,
shape.
a hexagonal prism. You think it could be anything, right?
I don't know, man. I mean, when you think about it, the Earth's like completely fucking covered in hills, mountains, and valleys. Like, so it's not going to have a shape that we would normally define as a geometric shape that we recognize.
Okay,
You understand?
so do you posit there's a likely shape that it will be over like a spherical shape?
I don't think it's going to be a shape that we would define as a specific geometric shape that we recognize.
Okay, but what would you posit? I think this is what I'm getting at, right? Like the flat earthers seem to be hesitant to even posit an alternative at all, even remotely suggest there might be one. And this is where the problem arises if you can't offer an alternative with all the phenomena we have in this world.
We don't need to.
I think we try to go with the best information that we have, right?
Right, so the best information we've got is, in reality, we're not experiencing motion. The constellations have been the same for thousands of years. Again, saying that there's no motion, and
That's a
most of our
positive
surface
claim.
is covered in water.
That
What
is
do
a
you mean?
positive claim. Can you prove
That
that?
what specifically?
You said that there's no motion. Sorry, what was the second
Right,
second
I'm
claim you
not
made?
moving.
The stars specifically.
I'm not
Yeah.
moving. The constellations, 8 to 8 of them, have been the same for thousands of years, according to what you believe as well.
Actually, I'm pretty sure there's recorded drift. I'll find that real quick.
Aye, Bob on
the thing-
Netflix. I know we've seen it, heard it.
The thing is,
I've got a recording with Bob in the room when somebody claims just like what you claimed there.
No, we
No,
have
the guy-
historical
The guy doesn't
charge
realize
that you would
the
have to
guy
be
doesn't.
referencing.
Bro, do you have to just talk over me?
Go ahead.
Fucking said it, man. You weren't listening.
I did. You were talking about like. Can we just go? Like,
You were talking. You can't have been listening.
go ahead.
I fucking said it. You weren't listening. You were talking at the time.
Okay, so I'll go through the historical references that we have currently stating about where the positions of the stars were and how we can show that there's been drift.
There's 8 to 8 constellations.
Mm-hmm.
They've been the same since they were named. They rotate in concentric circles like they always have done. As far as we've been fucking told, ain't we?
well, that we do watch things like wobbles and stuff, and we do observe things like
Wobbles?
the Andromeda. Yeah, like celestial objects wobbling, right, in sort of peculiar ways, and we also observe things like the Andromeda
What, you meant
galaxy.
Earth was wobbling?
We also observe things like the Andromeda galaxy getting closer to us and stuff like that. But I think I just want to be clear. Like, you made 3 positive claims after saying that you don't make any positive claims. So you do surely have an alternative hypothesis.
To what?
Oh yeah, you said
The shape of the Earth.
Well, I mean, perhaps not the shape of the Earth, but you have some sort of alternative cosmological hypothesis.
I mean, I don't know what this place is, bro.
So I mean, it's going like not specifically the shape of the Earth, but that might come into it, because assuming that you observe all these different phenomena, you want to try to, unless you think they're all spontaneous and abstract, in which case you're not going to be persuading anyone here today, because it's not it's just like saying, well, any abstract thing I could think of happening, right? They're not related at all. There's no like laws of physics or anything.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you would be surprised that people would disagree with your opinions, because obviously this is not the majority view of society.
Not what I was suggesting. I think it's more the case that right now, you said we say that the Earth is spherical based on like our rudimentary understanding of physics and so on, and the things that have to be true by inference for other things like gravity existing. Like if there's a flat Earth, gravity probably isn't a thing, but we probably know that it is a thing, not just based on what we experience on Earth, but around the cosmos, right? So we have a variety of things that tie together about our understanding of the laws of physics and the cosmos. Whereas you say you don't have any position on the shape of the Earth, but you definitely have affirmative claims about the cosmos, right? You just don't have any sort of coherent model in your mind, right?
Sorry, man, I had to go from data to Wi-Fi there, so I only just heard what you just said there. I was listening to you to start with, and then I had to disconnect and reconnect.
It's okay.
Sorry, man. I was not taking the piss.
I don't know. Is there any spherical Earth enjoyers or enthusiasts that think I'm wrong in my assessment there? Like, have I assessed that correctly? Maybe someone who knows more about physics than I do.
Sorry, I wasn't
What
paying
did he say?
attention. I don't know more about physics than you do, probably, but
I don't know. I definitely don't know anything about it. I'm an international relations guy. Where I come into the argument is when I start to contest the idea that every state on the planet is either very much mistaken or in cahoots with one another. The physics part, I don't know anything about.
I was a physics major in college, but and I do like astronomy and stuff, so I do know what I'm talking about usually with the astronomy stuff. And I do have I'm not allergic to math, so I am able to look at some of their sources and look at claims about equations, or what they mean and stuff like that. But
do you think they have a standard of evidence, which is because I think, with all due respect to Heretic, I'm sure he can hear, right? I think that the standard of evidence he requests, it really sounds to me like he just wants us to perform an experiment in our bedrooms or something. And if we can't present an actual experiment live on cam about why we think the Earth is spherical, then we clearly can't prove it or something.
You're not going to get an experiment to prove a shape in the first place, but when it comes to him asking for an experiment, he's not asking you for an experiment for gravity. We're not expecting you to do that. If you can, that'd be great, but surely someday in history, surely
what do you mean by an experiment for gravity?
And all the money that gets fucking spent in this world, surely somebody by now has fucking established a cause and effect relationship.
What do you mean by an experiment for gravity?
I just said it. Somebody who's established a cause and effect relationship through a natural observation in reality that's happened. Hypothesis. I think you're just going to talk and not listen. So
sorry.
Yo, man, it's the fucking nature of the beast. You are all like that, boys. You just don't want to listen, man. You just want to keep talk. Fucking talk.
I didn't realize that you hadn't finished yet.
Ignore the fucking answers to everything and ask the same question.
So I would say to answer your question is I don't think I don't see what's wrong or what you see wrong with providing observations and not necessarily experiments.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Observations.
There's nothing wrong with providing an observation unless you're going to go ahead and make a cause claim based on only the observation.
Okay. So I would say that so we agree that all things are attracted to the surface of the Earth, right? That's an effect that we see. It is self-evident. You see it in your bedroom, right?
Sounds like more of an interpretation of an effect. I don't know that anything's being.
It's not an interpretation of the effect. It is the effect. Everything. There is not a single thing that we can't that has no other forces acting on it. If something is simply just there, it's either on the ground or falling to the ground, right?
Yeah, I don't know if that happened because the ground attracted it.
Then
But
why?
the
Then what? do you
okay, so
propose?
like, but it appears as if the ground attracts it, right? Like it does appear that is as if it is attracted towards the ground. Like it, you don't. It doesn't like an object doesn't know where it's going.
So
But
when
it
you say
is
appears,
attracted.
you're talking about your interpretation of what you saw.
No, I'm not talking about the interpretation. I guess it's the actual just the appearance of it, the actual just what you can see with your own senses. You can see that the
Observation.
objects appear to go to the ground,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. And when we take and if you take two objects of different weight but the same shape, and drop them from the same height, they fall to the ground pretty much at the same rate, right? All
Okay.
things.
Sure.
I know this is like really slow, like, but so that's an effect. That is what we call gravity. Now, what causes it, is a different thing. Like that's a different claim, but it is an effect. Now, if we postulate that that this what we see is due to things with matter attracting other things with matter, if we postulate that to be the case, that's what's happening, we can make predictions that like are really powerful, because we can say, well, if they are being attracted and they are being attracted due to these mathematical laws are being followed by literally every piece of matter that we can see that is pretty large, especially like astronomically. We can see all of that. We can see that the positions of astronomical bodies in the sky, for example, are following a consistent and mathematically predictable pattern, and that pattern is based off of gravity.
Then you have to
Right?
pad your model with 95% mathematical filler called dark matter to say, hey, everything works just as we predicted.
Nothing in the solar system requires dark matter. Nothing.
Okay, but that's just a tiny bit of the sky.
Yeah, it's the tiny bit of the sky, and obviously, that's dark matter is I would say a hole in physics. That's why it's called dark matter. It's a hole in physics. It produces an effect. Some people have postulated that there's extra matter, but you can absolutely postulate that it's
you really just kind of babble endlessly, and you haven't verified the core claims of your entire ideology in any way whatsoever. Do you know what those are?
What are the core claims of my ideology?
Number one, curvature of the Earth to validate that it's actually a spherical shaped object. Number two, rotation of the Earth. If it doesn't move, none of the stuff you're interpreting about the sky follows, about it being in the heliocentric orbit and the rest of that. Number three, the gas pressure without the physical container.
Like gravity would prove two of those.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes,
So
gravity would ascertain that the Earth would be spherical due to its mass.
No, that would be your explanation of how it got to be spherical in that case, but you haven't shown that it is.
No, but by necessity, it would state that it would have to be.
Yeah, by necessity, if your understanding of how the world might have become spherical were true, then by necessity it must be spherical. But is it spherical?
I mean, we could go through the processes of showing that the math is correct, but we would have to go through a lot.
Why would you go through that process? Why wouldn't you just show that the Earth is spherical?
Sure, let me go fly with a camera real quick, but oh, wait, that would be edited, so...
Okay, I'll accept your capitulation on point one. There's no real point to
How's that a
on to the rest of them
capitulation? If stating that nothing I could do could ever fit your standard of fucking evidence, that's not capitulation.
That's how it's a capitulation.
That's not capitulation by definition. It's not.
Yeah, it is. You just said, well, geez, I'll just get in my plane and go prove it like it's something you can't do. That's capitulating to the
point. I literally can't because I don't have a plane.
Exactly. Okay, fine. Then don't defend it. If you don't have it, don't defend it. It doesn't matter. It's not a problem.
No, because the only bit of proof would be to enter space personally.
Sorry, what was that?
I said I would have to enter into space personally for your
presupposing that such a place even exists. That's point 3. Gravity.
Yes. Again, in order for me to prove to you the Earth is real, I would have to grab you and bring you to space.
Whoa! I never questioned the reality of the Earth. I just questioned your shape claim about it.
Space. I would have to grab you, bring you to space, and be like, "See, circle." And at this point, I feel like you would like even then be like, "Oh, well, I'm clearly just high and going out of my mind."
So now you've jumped to unverified supposition 3 to try to back unverified supposition 1.
Unverified supposition. Can you like state words in a way that's not supposed to be as autistic as possible?
Well, that would be the gravity containing air thing. The reason I brought that up is that you don't have any outer space vacuum up there in the sky unless gravity contains air. So there's no other space to go to, in other words, to observe the presupposed ball Earth if point 3 gravity containing air can't be true.
I have a question. Why
would wait? If gravity's true, then it would have to contain air.
Well, that's the claim of the globe Earth. That gravity contains this air pressure, the so-called atmosphere.
Okay.
So, this is again. I'll explain why gravity contains it, and I was trying to earlier.
All right, story time. I'm just going to go on mute for a bit while we get story time. Go ahead.
Okay, so let's for example, air is just made up of particles. And so they are under the effect of gravity. If you have an air molecule starting out from the surface of the Earth going straight up at a certain velocity, it can't go up forever under gravity. It'll eventually stop and then fall back to the Earth. The velocities of air molecules are such that they can't exceed a certain height without coming back. Now, air does end up escaping sometimes because essentially an air molecule can have the right interactions with other air molecules that send those molecules down, but that molecule up, and it eventually does gain enough velocity to escape. But that doesn't happen a lot. That's the barrier. It's a bunch of balls, essentially, air molecules. You can think of like little tiny balls bouncing around in the atmosphere, and they're bouncing off the ground, they're bouncing off of each other, and none of them have enough energy, and the average energy of the average ball is not enough to escape the gravity well of the Earth. It's not enough to, and so that's what we call a potential barrier. It's essentially like gravity is like a hole that they are not tall enough to get out of. They're not able to climb their way out of it. They don't have enough energy to do so. It's the same thing. And so it's not an actual physical barrier, it's a force barrier. So yeah, that's the barrier. It's not a container in the classical sense of you would think of it as like a glass
Blue
wall
Ultron,
or something.
I think you know where this is going to go, right? This is going to go. Well, can you prove it? Can you demonstrate it right now?
Bro,
you
man,
can't.
we don't need a commentary of your fucking future fucking idea of what's going to happen, man.
Okay, I'll guarantee he'll be
Right,
asked
bro,
if he
we
can
don't need to
demonstrate.
hear it, man.
Okay, let me
Just have a discussion or don't.
May I speak?
Why not just have a discussion or don't? Why not say, well, this is going to happen and those guys are going to say this
Speak,
and this is
it's
what
rude.
He's
they
been
say.
doing that all day. What do you mean? Why are you being
It's
rude?
rude.
When we've
It's
been
rude
doing to us. It's been happening
It's
all the
rude
time.
to interrupt me speak just because you think that it's not worth listening to what I have to say at this particular
Well,
moment.
that's not what it's for to have a discussion about in here, man. It's not about people, eh?
Okay, well, let me just
He won't let you say that, and he's going to say this.
Well, I want to say
Why not just let him
blue
say it
altar and
then
some
argue
breath,
with him?
right? I want to say blue altar and some breath and say, like, look, what's going to happen is he's going to say, oh, you can't demonstrate that this is your interpretation, right? That's just that.
Just
right?
why not just if you know this, why not just argue with people? Like, why not wait till they bring it up and then jump on it and
because
use your
he's
ideas
giving a well thought out explanation. We know it's going to get dismissed within 2 seconds because
we jump on it every time.
You're as well just telling him not to speak. Why not just tell him not to speak then? Then we'll just all sit in silence because you know what everybody's going to say.
Well, I think
man,
if Ultra,
ridiculous.
Well, no, it's not. Look, at this point, you have two people, I suppose, like a CEO and Blue Ultra, doing their best to explain physics, right? But because explaining I'm not doing that. Listen to what I'm saying. You are a very rude old man. It sounds like, right?
Hey, mate, you've just done exactly what I'm doing
You're
just
doing
now.
it again. You're interrupting
You're
me
just
again.
doing exactly what I've
It's
just
rude.
done.
You're meant to be a mature man. Be a mature man, right? These two
Because
gentlemen,
I'm sick
right?
of listening to you fucking saying,
Well, that's
oh,
rude.
you're going to
That's
say
rude.
this. Well, it's
I'm not doing that
eh?
now. I'm not
Oh,
doing
you're not
that
doing
now.
it now. You're all
I'm
right,
trying to.
sorry.
Oh, if you listen,
I'm
you'll
glad
hear
you
what.
clarified that, man.
Okay,
Yeah, so
Blue,
you're kind of annoying.
Blue Alterant and CEO, right? Two gentlemen that are trying to do the best to explain physics. Now, if I don't stop Blue Alterant halfway through and say, look, right, you know, all of this effort you're putting through, you know, is not sufficient
who
for them.
cares, man?
This is like, do you have ADHD or do you have some sort of autism? Which one is it?
But who cares? Why not just get down to fucking proving your
Because
globe
they
or
won't
not?
accept
And
the
if he
evidence.
wants,
There's nothing Blue Alterant
right,
can
so what's the
say.
point of talking
They
then?
will
So
accept.
why not just tell him to shut up?
Well, I mean,
Tell him, what's the point of speaking, bro? Because none of us listen to anything.
I think there's an angle you can attack, but I don't think the angle is just to explain physics to them because they'll just reject it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's bullshit. Stop bullshitting.
Well, I actually have a question that's not
What
having to do
physics
with
are we
proving any
rejecting?
model.
Nobody
I would
here is
actually
trying to like get their opinions changed. Literally, everybody here is just saying, "Nuh-uh, you're wrong." Like, no, there is not a single
where
point
about?
in flat
Right,
Earth
give
in
us a
which a single
specific.
person has ever capitulated or even
give us.
stated that there is a possibility of like truth when we're speaking about the models.
Oh, who wants to speak about models anyway? Fucking
You
hell, we've not
all
got a model
fucking
we're claiming.
day.
None of us have claimed a fucking model.
Then
You said
why do you
talk
call
about.
yourself
You
that
didn't say
word?
claim. You said talk about.
What's the point of talking about reification fallacies? Why not just stick to like some concrete evidence and we'll have a discussion about that instead of talking about people or your imagination of what's going to happen in the conversation, and then
Because
give me an
I've witnessed it
analogy
happen several
about the
times.
conversation. Right, but so
It's annoying.
what you perceive.
It's not
Like,
productive.
just,
Nothing is happening in the conversation. It just sounds
so
like you guys want to
fuck
try
off,
dunk.
bro.
So it sounds like all you want to do is just dunk on fucking round earthers and have no level of conversation.
That's all we hear. Getting dunked on constantly from globe earthers. That's all we get. We're constantly muting people who come in and start saying, "Hey, fly earthers are retarded, man."
Nobody cares if you mute them. It's when you mute people who are like having like arguments against you, and you're like, "Oh, you're being unruly," and then you mute them when they're in the middle of like a long conversation because you interrupt them. You get mad because they keep talking after you interrupt them.
You get muted for talking shit, bro, and you know that.
Spake.
The first time I was not
Can I
talking
interject
shit.
in this conversation real quick? I wanted to kind of steer the conversation a little bit away from talking about models. I do want to hear about other flat earthers on a more like personal level. Like when and how did you come to your current beliefs?
You sound like Eric Dubé.
We don't believe
Just wanted
shit.
to say that. Throw that out there. You sound like Eric Dubé, that guy who's debunked the round Earth, the ball, the theory of the ball,
over and over again,
and flight patterns. Geez, man, circumventing all the great navigators of the past. You know, except for NASA. Did NASA discover anything? Oh yeah, they discovered Mars.
They discovered
what?
Mars?
Are you insane? Are you stupid?
What, the chocolate bars?
I don't think Mars was ever discovered.
Is this guy
to the human eye.
under the impression that NASA discovered Mars, the planet?
Yeah, they discovered it like by going there.
That's not discovering. Discovering means becoming aware of. We were aware of Mars beforehand.
Yeah, but nobody went there.
That's
like
not.
that.
Yeah.
That's not discovered.
Nobody went there, and NASA did, man. Come on.
I mean, it's like saying that somebody discovered the moon. Like, nobody discovered the moon.
The Americans
Been there.
did. Apparently, yeah, they discovered
They
it.
didn't discover it. I think you're just using the wrong nomenclature here. Like, they landed on it. That's not the discovery. That's the first step foot on it.
before.
That's exploration.
Did you know nobody knew about the moon until the Americans landed on it?
Yeah, they're like, what?
We
Wait,
discovered
oh my
the
God, that
moon.
thing's real?
We discovered it.
They didn't know if it was a flash of light, a pie, big piece of pie up in the sky. That's a glory.
Okay. Either way, I just want to be clear. Like, I think the for me, the physics argument, because I guess we can accept it no matter what kind of explanation or model or theory or even prediction, nothing will be able to persuade the people in the room. I think for me, what I find most strange.
Wait, really? Why was he muted there?
He's been muted because he's a denier and argumentative, and we have to stop that.
Wait, unironically.
No, the fact that, listen, I'll tell you why he was fucking muted, and you're concerned trolling for him, so you might as well get muted as well for that fucking fact. He was muted, he's bailed, he's circumvented the mute, so for that I should actually ban him, because I did say to people, if you're going to circumvent the mutes, because it is only going to be for a period of time, by leaving and joining again, so you're circumventing the mute,
leaving and joining,
which
you still
means,
stay muted.
Listen, man. What? Listen to what I'm saying to you, man. He was muted, he left, rejoined, circumvented the mute.
Heretic
So
unmuted
if
him.
you do that, bullshit.
He said it in chat. Like, just ask Heretic.
When?
Mutes actually expire. So in guest channels, mutes actually expire after a certain amount of time. Like when you mute somebody, they're not muted forever. Like they will expire after I think it's 20 minutes. So he's not circumventing it if you leave.
Well, you're going to change it, or people are just going to have to be banned if they're going to start talking shit in here, because I'm fucking sick of listening to it. Folk don't want to have a conversation. They want to talk about people, or what happened in 24/7, or what happened earlier on, or they're not going to listen to you. They're just going to do this. If that's the case, why not just go away? Or you're going to get fucking... If the mutes expire, then I'm just going to have to ban people, because I'm not going to listen to this shit show constantly, man. It's all day, every day, for the days that I've been in here. It's constant.
Okay, so just to clarify, leaving the room doesn't unmute you.
I don't
I'm
know.
going by what
Would you
Aurora said.
entertain a discussion
so,
about
you're unmuted. If Heretic unmuted you, you're unmuted, man. So if that's the case, you just have to ban people. So if you're listening, folks, and you actually give a fuck about sitting, listening, or having a conversation in here, then please don't talk shit about other people and whatever the fuck else.
I didn't want to object to the idea of an argument about science. For me, I think that perhaps that wasn't going to be persuasive, because I don't think there's any sort of tool we have in our toolbox that could persuade you. I thought that perhaps maybe a good angle, right? I was going to suggest would be to talk about the unlikeliness that such a mistake could come about to the point where, all of our textbooks, all of our understanding of physics is completely wrong. Geology is completely incorrect subject now. It's completely defunct. There's no reason to be a geologist anymore. Almost all of physics is gone, right? It's gone out the window. Gravity, goodbye. Space, goodbye. Goodbye to astronomy. And all these governments being involved. I think all of this together seems to be an insurmountable thing for anyone in here to think could be the case. And two, we don't know why it would be the case like this. Why would anyone conspire in this sort of way?
Well, it's because of funding.
Why would they lie?
Because of funding and money, because they get grants whenever they discover stuff and whenever they come up with stuff and new ideas and all these things. And if they don't, the pressure's on, and they're going to just go to somebody else that can do it. And they're going to be like, yeah, we want to...
Not the individuals. He means like in the world.
Well, it's because everybody doesn't like. I think most of the people really don't care about the science part. They only care about like the little 5-second high they get off of like the discovery of the moon, or we landed on the moon, or we built a rocket ship.
Not individuals. I'm talking about why does world governments, like all of them, conspire to this?
I don't think they do. I think it's a trickle down.
They're in their textbooks.
Well, sure. I mean, they learned it in school. They
regulate that this is necessary to learn. The governments are have to be willing to put this information forward, because the government regulates all over the world, in all of the places that you should be teaching a sphere Earth model.
How smart are the yes men? Give me an answer on that. Like, how smart do you think the government people?
Not
what is
the
it,
yes men.
2,000 people per
the tall
country?
men in the top. These are the people who would have to be putting down the information, putting forward, making sure that everybody's silent all across the globe, all at all places, to
Making
ensure
sure that
some form of
everybody's
world
silent.
government. And like the idea is that, oh, we'll just keep them silent. We have people who run. We have people who got
How?
all over the world, and we've. There's no way anybody can stay over thousands of years, because trust me, back in the day, we were pretty shit at keeping tabs on individuals, especially if they weren't nobles. Like, I think know.
someone said to before that, look, the president of the United States can't get fellatio in private without someone finding out. So what makes you think that there's a massive global conspiracy regarding regarding the shape of the Earth, and what could they possibly gain from it? The financial thing doesn't make sense, because we've been believing in spherical Earths way before we had science space programs, right? It doesn't follow at all for me. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, because they want to denounce God, and they want to denounce any kind of, like God made all.
Many of them were very godly. What do you mean?
And
most of the world still believe in God, so I don't think that follows.
Most of the world does believe in God, but the thing is that NASA doesn't, and NASA tries to disprove, and they try to make us all seem like
origins of
we're
these
dust in the wind.
Christians. The origins of these theories were Christians, most of them.
Well, the theories of the Christians are that we have a firmament above us. They don't believe in that. They don't believe in any of that stuff. They believe in
when Isaac Newton wrote his Principia Mathematica, he praised God for the law of nature that he discovered.
Sure,
right?
and a lot of people will lie and say that they're godly people, but they're not. Absolutely.
The point, the theory of science, the whole point of science was to come out of this idea that if there's a lawgiver, there must be laws of the universe, right? And that's where people like Isaac Newton came from. That's the whole point. That's how science was born, right?
Yeah, God wrote the rules of the world, and we are finding out through sheer knowledge and discovering how God made the world.
So again, like that argument for why what purpose it would have, right? Look, it doesn't seem to make any sense. Like this is the problem I think they have, because you could argue physics till you're blue in the face, right? But I just think that when it comes to the actual explanation, the hypothesis for why the hell anyone would do this or come up with this theory to kind of hoodwink the entire world, and nobody managed to find out what is possibly to gain, and why on earth would they do it?
Nobody managed to find out. Like, we're here right now.
Well, so the idea, I think, there was an analogy that was given to me a while ago. The idea was that we are like God's children in the playset in the back. Now, God's got all of his tools in the shed, but he keeps it locked, and we can't actually see them. But we can look at the swing and see how he made the swing and interpret what kind of tools would be needed to make the universe. But because we're only looking at the final result, we don't actually know the shape of the tools. But we can kind of get an outline of how exactly God went about making this thing by looking at all the different pieces and bobs. And until we can grow older, understand different concepts, what exactly even is a part and not a part is actually a lot more difficult, because what might seem like is a single whole might end up being like smaller pieces that we just, as a child, could never have understood.
Yeah.
So as we develop and understand, come to better understanding how all the other things in the world work, that we can slowly piece together God's creation.
Okay, well, that's kind of like moving away from, I guess, because now we'll just be going to be debating God at that point.
No, that's more about like how a Christian would come along to understanding a non-geocentric idea.
Yeah.
What about the Big Bang Theory? I mean, it's a theory, and but it's religion now. It's like,
and it also came
a dust ball, and then we progressed in an evolution, and then all of a sudden, we come from a fish.
We were just complaining about having different conversations.
It even came from the Catholic Church, your Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, I guess the point really is just to say that
Catholicism is evil, I think.
The point really is just to posit the idea that it's unlikely as hell. And I've noticed that whenever we do mention it, they like all the flat earthers
European American
about the mag conspiracy theory we're talking about, and the flat earthers.
You're cutting out, or is it just me?
Oh yeah, sorry. I was just saying the flat earthers are curiously quiet when we talk about this sort of stuff. When we ask them why would this be the case,
who's quiet? When have I ever been quiet in my fucking life? Just ask my mum.
Well, Spake, it's interesting because you said that we're the example of people who found out. Well, actually, I think you're just skeptics, right? You haven't proved anything. You haven't disproven anything, really. You're just skeptics.
I don't have to disprove that the fact remains. I'm not in motion, bro.
What did you get in GCSE science, Spake? What was your grade?
I never. What has that got to do with it?
Because I think it's a low grade, but I want to see if my hypothesis is correct.
So you want to talk about people again, bro?
Well, I'm not being mean.
The mute only works for 20 minutes. Saying I'm fucking sick of listening to you constantly talking about people. Now you want to get the qualification. The other guy was away to go and get his degrees. That's what he said
I'm
fucking
gonna
like an hour ago.
I'm going to be right back. 2 seconds.
Speaking of IQs and grades and stuff
Jesus,
like that, I'm just wondering why you guys over and over again come with ad homs for globe proof. What's with that?
Because they got
it was a joke, but I'm going to be right back. I need to have a cigarette.
Thank you.
I was wondering if I could
a smoker too? Man, that's not good, bro. Shouldn't smoke. It's bad for you.
You're best to have a smoke and calm yourself down, bro, before you get fucking kicked. Fucking sick of it, man.
How far do you think the flat Earth goes? Do you think like it's like an infinite cylinder, like down, or do you
I'm
think
gonna-
like?
I'm going to check infinitely, and I'll come back after I've infinitely researched, and then I'll come back.
Well, we're only supposed to know what's under the firmament. That's it. Like we're in the bubble, we're in the snow globe, and that's it.
Who says we live in a snow globe, and who says there was a firmament? Nice straw man.
I just want to know if I dig down.
It's a religious Bible thing. It's Abraham.
How far am I
I
going?
don't believe in Bibles, man.
Well, many cultures have spoke of it. Many cultures say there's a firmament. Many cultures have said that, we're on a flat plane. And then I think there's only some people or some I don't even know if it's a religious thing.
Oh.
I don't think any religious ever say that we're on a ball.
No, they don't.
They have the perspective for that.
Constantly bringing God and religion, it's not helping.
But that's actually false. Hold on a sec. That's actually false, though. There are religions that say we're on the ball, namely the biggest one right now being heliocentrism.
He means in like historical prefix.
All right, I like that answer. That's a good answer. That's a truthful answer. I like it. We'll keep that.
I mean, not necessarily the most honest answer, but the idea was that how would they have the perspective on that? Like, how would they come to that idea? Because I think the Aztecs had some idea. Actually, let me double check. I think the Aztecs had ideas on that.
Okay, well, how did they land at the space station? There's so many things. Let's start. I'll just ask a few things. I'll just throw a few things out there, and you guys just tell me what you think. Okay, how do you land on the space station? Okay, how do you? How come they never take a picture of the Earth? How come there was a guy on the moon whenever they were landing and they were taking off? What do they do? Just leave a guy on the moon? Who was recording it? Dude, it's like a porno. Like who's recording the video?
I don't.
Pizza Man.
We've never been to space. The Earth is flat. The sun is flat. We've never been to space.
I don't know about the sun being flat, and that looks like a ball. Like the sun literally looks like a ball. But now we have a white. It looks
like a ball.
So it's kind of weird.
It looks like a ball, but the sun. The sun is not a ball. Yeah. The sun is flat. It's like a pancake. I don't know how thick the sun is, but it's definitely not a ball. The flat earthers will back me up on this, right? Sun isn't a ball. That's insane, right?
Projection, we are actually a donut. If we are a donut and the black cold sun is in the center of the supposed donut, and they could reflect off of the firmament, then yes, then you could have like a flat sun up on there as a reflection, and the moon that's a reflection as well. But
they actually believed in a layered Earth. Sorry, apologies.
And they say that the Earth is hollow. And a lot of the stuff is fucking ludicrous. Like if you sit down and look at some of the people like David Icke and these other people who want to talk about different types of theories that they have. Well, actually, they're not even saying they're theories. They're just saying like the basic fact in their mind. They believe it, Eric Dubé, he's basically said a lot of stuff. Like they use laser pointers. He's going after as many things as possible because he was a disbeliever in the whole flat Earth idea as well. He wanted to denounce any kind of religious belief, any kind of thing to do with any of that stuff. The fairy tale, as he said it, it's like a fairy tale, the whole Bible, everything like that. They can't be right. It's got to be nonsense. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, the ball theory doesn't really seem very plausible either. And there's a lot of stuff that I mean, why would they go through such great lengths to make these NASA movies of the moon landing and all that stuff? I can only think of one thing, because now that we're here in this time and age, we know about CGI, we know about a bunch of stuff, and I can tell you right now that looks as fake, so fake. It's like a fake $3 bill. That's all. And I mean, maybe there is some science behind it, but what they've proven and what they've shown and all that stuff, like Neil deGrasse Tyson's talking about transgenderism now. He's not even really talking about space anymore.
We keep asking them for the science, and they keep sidestepping us every time we ask. So we just keep asking. We'll see.
It's just almost like, the funding is gone. There's no need for them to get behind it anymore. Science has settled, shut up, the string theory, all this stuff, and now they want to get into quantum science and they want to get into quantum computing and all this other stuff. So
what do you have to gain from thinking this is false? I mean, does it matter if it's true or false?
I think it does. I think it does because, that money could go towards other things. And I think what it is the money's going not to NASA, because they're really putting out bunk ass shit, like low grade, low tier shit. So
why do you think private companies do this? Why do you think private companies spend a lot of money on GPS and going to space these days?
It gives people jobs, I guess. It gives people jobs, but it's kind of a
complete profit loss, right? Like if there's nothing to be gained.
No, I mean, people are making microchips. They make the space arm, and they do all this other stuff.
Yeah, the rockets cost trillions, so why the hell would they do that?
Think about who's paying, though.
Not trillions, dude. I think it's we're looking at maybe 3 million.
You can make chips without making $1 billion rockets.
Think about
wait. That saying millions is a ridiculous number, because we still put thrusters into the thing and launch.
I meant trillions a year, not trillions a rocket. It's billions a rocket.
They have to pay for gas.
It's billions, but think about who's paying.
Not to mention you have to do both.
We're now, we don't work for the government, but could we please have some gas? Give us a discount on the gas, please, because we're space explorers.
So
why would a company like Tesla pay billions for a rocket, right, over and over
You're
again?
Paying.
Well, I don't pay taxes to Tesla.
PI, bro. I'm sorry.
Okay, but they're government funded. SpaceX is at least.
He's not American.
It's a profit. First of all, they do get subsidies like every business does, right? But
yes,
they don't. I think it's well known that governments aren't keen on funding space programs these days. And two, it's also well known that companies like to maximize profits. They don't
funded.
Tesla's not making a profit on from just purely taxes on building.
Who cares?
Rockets.
It's public money.
Yeah, but it's a profit loss. It's not their bottom line.
Not that they didn't put up the money in the first place.
Well,
they're subsidized.
Yeah, but they don't subsidize the entire program. It does come out of their profits.
I don't know to what extent they are subsidized, but it is public funded. So,
not the entire program. Well, the entire program isn't public funded. It probably isn't even majority public funded. And any money that a company doesn't have to spend, they won't spend it. They don't promote wages. Never mind $1 billion rockets.
People are saying, "Oh, how could?"
You're saying they must have a good incentive to do all this? Is what you're getting?
Yes, is what I'm getting at. Yeah, there must be an aim, right?
Yeah, they probably do.
What is that?
I don't know.
He's probably just saying continue the lie. It's all he cares about.
Do you not think that's like an unsatisfying sort of answer? I don't know. They just do it. They spend billions, but I don't know why.
I don't doubt that you're unsatisfied with it.
But do you find it satisfying to say, yeah, these companies that we all know that the aim of companies is to maximize profit, but you see there's a few companies that do the opposite,
really. I
right?
mean, I can speculate for myself about what their motivations are, and I find that somewhat satisfying. But I don't know that I can validate any of those speculations. So to you, I just say I don't know.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like you observe in all these different companies, you see them, all of them try to maximize profits, try to suppress wages and so on. But you find these few companies like Tesla and so on, and a few other companies that have decided, we're going to do things like go to the. Well, it's not entirely government funded. It's not even mostly government funded.
Well, we should actually find out to what extent it is government funded, since we just keep going back and forth on that.
Well, do you think it's entirely government funded, or do you think it's mostly? What do you think it's likely to be?
Yeah, I don't. Like I said, I don't know to what extent it is.
Okay. Well,
NASA is the military-industrial complex, like right?
Military? No.
They're a branch of the government. They're a branch of they're an arm of the government, and they're probably more involved with like the CIA type of stuff than they would be at like the low-tier government stuff. Like the bureaucracy is like crap, but they get money. They get lots of money. Oh, come on now! Every country
wait.
in
Let
the
me
world has
explain the
NASA.
no, but yeah.
Like all of the West and most countries are dealing with NASA. Like NASA is the gatekeeper to space.
It's actually Tesla at the moment.
Oh, really? So now it's Tesla? So
yeah,
okay,
they've
so
unfortunately most of the money that was going to NASA is now being swapped over to fucking SpaceX.
Oh my god, how quaint.
Hey, it's really
all
fucking
the money
unfortunate.
money in the past, they just like embezzled it right from the people, from the taxpayers of all these countries.
Right.
And what did they
the
give
Americans agreed with the space race when it happened. What do you mean?
You know, Japan, I think, who was it now? India's like, bungity, we're up on the moon. They did a moon landing the other day.
I don't know about the history of the Indians. Yeah, I have no idea.
You should go look at the Indian moon landing. It's really convincing.
It's so convincing, and you know,
sure.
All right.
Way to go, India.
Oh, have you not even looked at it yet, man? Holy fuck, it's fucking outrageous.
Or do they just like make a movie or something? I don't even know what you're saying. I don't
just
know.
go look at the footage, dude.
You guys are amazing. I like you guys.
Can we stay like on top?
So you're trying to tell me the fucking pinnacle of human achievement traveling to the moon, and you never looked at another country doing it?
Didn't this?
You know, you saw
literally
it on
just
the
say
news.
this happened. Yeah, I'd say like 5 days ago. Will you calm down? Holy shit!
What? So as I say, it's a pinnacle of human achievement, and you never caught a fucking 3-minute news fucking.
I don't think landing on the moon is the pinnacle of human achievement.
Nah.
No.
I don't even know. Nobody's
what about
done
in
it
the
yet, bro.
60s?
No
What
one's
about in
done
the
it.
60s, bro?
No, it's not. No,
nobody's done
I
it.
don't think that's the pinnacle. No, going
Is
to
it
space
close?
is not.
Is it close to it? It's like an extremely fucking like.
It's meaningful. It's extraordinarily meaningful. It's not
So
the fucking pinnacle.
it's extremely, it's really meaningful though. It does like it's quite important. No.
Yeah, it's a big moment.
Right. So why would they lose rooms full of telemetry data? Rooms full of it. Magnetic
Rooms
tapes.
full of telemetry data.
All the telemetry data is lost. And
From
they've
who?
lost the technology as well. And it's a painful process to make it back.
What are we talking about?
If I may just if I may clarify for Heretic then, 85% of SpaceX was funded by the federal government,
So
right?
no
And
comment on
15%
what
is
I was
funded
saying
by.
then. It's cool then.
Okay. Well, thanks for those numbers. Would you mind dropping the link in chat?
I just want to add that the funding from the government is usually for contracts, right? So, for instance, they'll contract them to make the lunar lander for Artemis 4. But, for instance, the $2 billion spaceship that SpaceX are developing is privately funded completely, right? Why would they want to spend $2 billion?
What are they doing with that?
But they're not actually spending that money. Like a lot of it is like, you know, they get the grants and then they, you know, he uses the money for other stuff. Like Elon Musk doesn't just do rockets. He does Tesla rockets. He's got like a whole bunch of inventions. He's got, you know, he's probably got some factories in China, you know, and is he the richest man right now?
I don't think so. And even if
I
they said so, you would.
I post the Wikipedia. I think I was mistaken. It was 85% between the period of 2001 and 2009. Now these days they have a lot more private funding than federal funding, but aside from contracts. But
they move so much away from NASA. It really fucking sucks.
But the point is that like it's
funded by the taxpayer though.
It's completely profit bunk, right? A company would never
really
do that.
NASA's money to begin with. It's the taxpayers' money, and the taxpayers don't want to pay.
The point is that it's profit bunk, right? Why would a company do that?
Because, man, like, okay, if you were a scientist and I was the person who gets, you know, the investors and I get the money to give you the grants, right? And the government grants.
and then you can't come up and you can't show no proof of, like I said, come up and you said, oh, I can make a serum that can like take away ball cancer. Okay. So I'm like, all right. So you got this much time to do it. And we started giving you money. And then all of a sudden, it's like a year in, 2 years in, you're not showing any results. We say, hey, what the fuck is going on? Are you going to start showing us some results soon? And you'll be like, yeah. Then all of a sudden, miraculously, you've now have some results. You're like, oh yeah.
But Alpha, even with NASA, right? You have NASA. The object, I remember someone saying that, oh, NASA wants to increase them, the amount of money they have, right? So like they want to keep getting funding. But if NASA are giving contracts to other private companies, well, they're not keeping that money. They're giving it to someone else to contract the work for them to produce a commodity, i.e. a lunar lander, for instance, right? So even then, even as far as government organizations are concerned, it isn't like people really profiting from it there either.
Yeah, but a lot of handles got greased already, and now those people have made a lot of money through NASA, and now they're all just going to like silently walk away. And they've taken so much of the money of the taxpayers, and the government has no money. So, right, the government isn't a corporation. Well, maybe they are, but mostly, it's the people that are working, that all those people working, paying for them to get those grants, right? And
basically, it's an elaborate tax scam.
I know. Just say so. That guy.
For what gain, though? This is what you have to ask. Like
for money, dude.
Money.
The tax scam in itself.
No, the government is the ones that are. No. Stop. You guys are being really dumb. You're trying to say that the government is the one like pushing forward these beliefs, but they're also the ones wasting the money. But the companies are the one doing it for profit.
Wasting it on what?
And they're also continuing to propagate this lie. But why are you talking about the ideas of profit? Because the government's not profiting from this. All they're doing is continuing to lie. And SpaceX.
No, it's just private companies then profiting through the government.
Well, I don't know.
At our
created another industry.
Okay, let's be clear, right? The company gets a boon from like subsidies, right? But it comes out of, for instance, like Elon Musk, for instance, when he spends $2 billion of his own money to build a spaceship, right? It like is any businessman will probably say that you don't probably make an investment unless there's going to be some sort of actual gain financially in terms of profit. So the CEO doesn't seem to be making a profit on it, right? The investors obviously might through the subsidies, perhaps. The government definitely aren't making any money, right? Because they're the ones giving it out contracts, right? So the objective here, really, although this is happening way before, like all of this sort of funding is happening way. Private companies more of a modern sort of inception in terms of space travel. I just don't see the objective, right? I do not see it at all. I don't see the benefit, the gain, and the profit maximization involved.
The objective question. I'll give you that. It is an interesting question.
A long time ago, they wrote books. There was a few people that were in on the education system. They created your education system. And through that, they needed to teach the people stuff that would just keep them being able to work in the factories, don't ask any questions, and shut the fuck up. Okay? You can make it to a certain extent, but by the time you make it, you don't say nothing. Because if you do, you will jeopardize your position, like your job or whatever. Like if you say, oops, this is a sham. Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
This is a centuries-old theory. This is
real. Rockets are great. Look, you can see there's a rocket here. Doom, doom, doom. Right? And it, and I work there. I work for NASA. Ha, ha, ha. But I'm guessing that's what happens. And after people just they go through school for so many years, like 8 years, learn all this stuff about physics and all this other stuff, only to know that, hey, there must be some doubts, but they can't, if they say anything, guess what? There's more than there is a you. And so that's how it works. And that's how it works in everything.
I don't think even the flat earthers believe that in this room, because let's be honest, right? I mean, any conspiracy theory that recruits so many people and yet not one of them will ever come forward is not
there is no such thing as
is an insurmountable conspiracy theory. Let's be honest. I think the best they might believe a few people know about the truth, not everyone.
Yeah. We don't think that most people are in on it. We just think that they genuinely believe the story, like most people that come here and talk to us.
Yeah.
I mean, you've never been in a rocket. You've never gone up to space. You don't know anything.
Exist? Like, do they function in the way that you think they do?
Sure, they exist.
Or do we think they do? all of that.
So what happens when you launch a rocket? I guess I'm just curious.
Well, what I've seen is it goes up. At first, it goes straight up. Then it starts to curve. And it goes and goes and goes, and it sort of goes out of perception, I guess.
So
like
would it eventually,
like if you're on the ground and you're looking up, it seems like it's going up, straight up, and then it goes off on a curve. And then they say that's so that they can catch the orbit of the Earth. You know, like we want to be able to catch the orbit of the Earth, and it gives us a slingshot effect.
Get into. I don't know about catch. That's kind of weird, but yeah, they want to get into orbit.
In Florida,
so
lower Earth orbit, and then from there they can get into into the upper orbit.
Sure.
But,
so I guess would you eventually run into the container? Is that?
I mean, I don't even know how they would land on the space station. Like, how would they fucking do that? We everything sucks, man. Like Elon Musk, his cars were like crashing, into stuff before he got it.
If I understand correctly, at the very least, all the people on the space station are in on the conspiracy, right?
I don't know, man. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. After a while,
I know. I'm just trying to get some specifics.
There are no specifics. It's all speculation, man. It has nothing to do with a geometric curvature. Nothing.
Like, I love space. I love all the movies, all that shit. I love aliens. I love all that cool shit. And if it was fake, if it was fake, I don't know what to say. But you look up there, you see the stars in the skies, you see all of that shit. You think to yourself, wow, that's so cool. Look at how far everything is. And then when they get up there, it's like all black. They're like, hey, we don't see nothing. We don't see no stars.
There's reasons. There's reasons for that, and it usually.
I know there's always a reason,
and it typically has something more to do with the sun, right, than anything else. But the I just want to say that I think this is the tricky part for flat earthers, right? Because I think that typically the science bit, like in a way that it's, especially when you're talking to someone who doesn't really know anything about physics, it's not too hard to outsmart them, right? But when it comes to appealing to the idea that this is an insurmountable sort of conspiracy theory, like the idea that some people would have to be in it, it had to be a well-guarded secret for God knows what reason. There's people that obviously lose more than they gain out of this, right? In continuing this lie, and yet they don't seem to mind too much about maintaining it. And if you can't account for what reason, you can't even theorize as to why this might be the case. I think your skepticism is misplaced. It should be placed towards the people who do think this is the case, right? Not the spherical Earth enjoyers.
They've settled to science, and they settled to science, and we haven't even gone very far on the scale of with all this knowledge. It's very, very closed science, settled science. They're like, yo, this is the way it is, Big Bang, all of that stuff. And then you have this theoretical people, like the theoretical physicists and theoretical scientists, who sit there and they like, oh, I believe and I think, because of this calculation and that calculation, and my expertise, and I got so many degrees and all of that shit. But it's at the end of the day, he's trying to sell something. And at the end of the day, I honestly believe, whether or not, if it's true or not, and whether or not I'm right or wrong, that the incentive is the money. Really, it is the money, and these guys have gone and they're heavily indebted.
We've called that out just a second ago. SpaceX. We literally just called that. We called it into doubt with NASA. We don't think that NASA perhaps are gaining much, given that they contract all their fucking programs, and we know that. And we know that there's some doubt about SpaceX. Well, is SpaceX actually making a profit, or has been making a profit, when people like the CEO of SpaceX fronts $2 billion for his own spaceship, right? These sorts of things, right, cast doubt onto the idea that it's a real profitable incentive. So what else could the incentive be, right?
I really think Elon Musk is a great salesperson. He's got
but that's not. Yeah, but answer the question.
Yeah, no, but they're losing money.
It's something. Okay, if everything you just said is true, then the answer is it's something worth spending money on to them, whatever that may be.
I'm fine with it. That's a great answer. They're trying to maintain the lie, and they're willing to spend money to do it. I'm fine with that. But they are losing money.
According to who?
Heavily.
If space is fake, of course they're not losing money, dude.
What do you mean?
We can't
Dude,
prove
they're gaining
space is
money
fake.
either way. They're
Okay, no, so
really profiting either way. It doesn't matter if you
no,
believe
so
space is fake
if
or
space
not.
is fake, then they're definitely spending money on the whole illusion that
Oh yeah,
space is real.
for sure. They're spending a lot
Yeah.
of money on to
Yeah.
hold the lie, to make the lie realer. To make
Yeah,
the lie
and I'm completely content with that. If they're wanting to lie about it, I believe they'd spend money to do it. That's fine.
Yeah.
Propaganda doesn't cost as much as fucking rockets.
Look, you could
Propaganda costs a lot of
it would
money,
be
trust me,
cheaper.
dude.
It would be cheaper.
Propaganda cost is the most highest cost of any evil regime or any evil group of people.
Well, look, right, it would be cheaper, right? Instead of spending trillions a year on space programs, you could just open education camps, right? And you could just don't even bother with the rockets. I mean, why would you need that? Just have propaganda on TV all the time. Way cheaper, right? Way more profitable.
Dude, that's exactly what happens. What are you talking about?
I think we
I don't switch on the news.
Oh,
I don't know. I don't switch on the news, and I don't have someone saying the Earth is spherical. You will
Bro,
believe this.
Get real.
Agenda is to make you
You're
believe that you're on
trolling.
an insignificant spinning space.
Does anyone have?
But no,
does anyone
otherwise,
experience that?
So insignificant.
so
that
otherwise, we
have
were
no
kind of
purpose
already in a
whatsoever.
problematic
That's what they
position
want
where,
you to
like, we went to the moon and landed on the moon, and then just like didn't do any of that again for decades. Like that's weird.
Landed on the moon, and we
Yeah, sure. I understand. But the official story is we landed on the moon, and then we just didn't. And like we couldn't even make, like, Elon Musk. There's videos of him talking about how we couldn't even really make rockets anymore. Like, that shit's weird.
Well, it's not just weird. It's like, dude, they literally admitted on public television. Like, one of them admitted. I forgot what his name was exactly, but I can memorize his face. He's a crisis actor, and
Sure,
he's
but so
at NASA, and basically he admitted on live television that NASA is literally making CGI photos on purpose to lie about the cosmology of the existence of any.
I could believe that
So
we didn't go
I'm
to
just
the moon.
proposing this.
But I can only believe that we couldn't go. I could believe that I believe that the United States might not have gone to the moon. It could happen, right? Because it's a domestic lie, right? Like, it's something that's internal, something that'll be like kept under lock and guard in the U.S. government. But there's something different about an international lie, right? Because you, as the United States government, have control over whether or not Britain's government release papers, or someone leaks papers from the British government, or the French government, or the Ugandan government, right? An international lie is much harder to maintain than a domestic one.
Bro,
Well,
listen.
for Satan, any lie is
I
easy
gave
to
you
maintain
$30 million.
because for Satan, he's the king of all liars. So literally, you're dealing with the king of the originality of all lies. You're dealing with.
It would dispel. Sorry.
I'm just
Like,
saying,
look at
we're
India.
just dealing with like the purest evil that there is. Really, I mean, you can't really get more evil than this. I mean, that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the most evil people in existence. So.
Look at India. You know, India's got a lot of people. Wouldn't it be nice if I was NASA and I said, listen, we want you guys to fly a fucking shuttle to the moon, and here, it's $30 million. $30 million from us here at NASA. Woohoo! You know, to propagate this up and prop us up again, you know, and let's go to the moon. Now it's India's turn to be great and supreme. Get to the moon, you know? A lot of it is just, you know, they need to be relevant, and they're losing because everybody ditched TV and stuff. We're all
How
on
much
the internet.
money does NASA give to North Korea?
They give it to everybody, dude. Everybody's in a special club, bro. It's money. It's all shifting of money.
NASA wants to initiate everybody through Kabbalistic occultist teachings. And
So to be clear, you guys don't have any actual information relating to
I
these
do
things,
actually.
right?
I actually have many.
No, so I mean, you can back up the claim that we gave money to North Korea.
People give money.
That was leaked.
Of course, just do a fucking ChatGPT search. Don't do
Okay,
Google.
so
Google
so
doesn't
we
lie.
we gave money to North Korea
And say,
to
does
support their
NASA
rocket
give money
program.
to other countries?
NASA specifically.
No,
NASA
to
specifically.
North Korea. Yeah, did NASA give money to North Korea? That's what I want.
Ask ChatGPT.
Yes, they did. I have evidence.
No, I mean, you're making the
I have
claim.
evidence.
Do
I have
you have
evidence that NASA has given
Oh, you
money
want me to
to
ask ChatGPT?
every single nation that's crooked
I want an
and
actual
evil and
source.
satanic. Yeah, pretty much.
ChatGPT is fucking whatever.
NASA says they give money to every single
NASA
nation.
admits it. They literally admit it.
They're
themselves.
every nation. They're fucking in Japan. They're in China.
literally
They're all
mocking
over
your
the
face.
fucking
They
place.
mock-
China
they
went to
mock-
the moon. Everybody went to the moon.
NASA mocks everybody because they're purely satanic.
Russia went to the moon.
They're
The space
straight up
race is over,
satanic.
boys. We can't even get past the Van Allen belt. if I would go back in a nanosecond, but I'm too busy getting high.
Yeah, the Van Allen bell is the firmament dome. That's their version of the firmament dome that's above us right now.
It's all to disprove God, guys. And I mean, if the more people they could take with them, the better it is. The stronger they
Anyway, is there any like non-troll flat earther in chat? Because I
No,
feel
go
like
ahead.
these
Go 108,000
Flat
feet.
earthers are religious.
Yes,
man.
mate.
Dome. Go
I'm a religious
108,000 feet
person.
and tell me you don't
I'm not.
firmament dome.
Even God Almighty.
I'm not here to troll.
He's not the science. The science, like, look, unless someone's an actual physicist in the room, like, we're not going to win on the science because, like, you know, it's one of those things where you see illusions, right? Where you know more about the counter argument than the guy does defending the argument. So you have the illusion you feel like you're correct, right? But actually, it's just the case that you're arguing with a dimwit, right? Now,
No,
I think on that front, many people in this VC might fail, but I think where the victory for the spherical Earth enthusiasts might lie is the absolute incredulity that can be offered to someone who believes that there's an international conspiracy that's been upheld for 400 years that we haven't seemed to be able to dispel.
No,
And
the claim isn't.
You're learning about a bunch of junk
They've been lying
science.
about the cosmology of the Earth for far longer than 400 years. As a matter of fact,
You're learning
They've been
junk
lying to the public, the mass
You
public,
learn
about
junk
the cosmology of the Earth for thousands of years. As a matter of fact, since ancient Babylon. As a matter of fact, I have evidence. I have.
all right, okay, you're trolling. Has anyone?
That supports
You're
that.
trolling.
No, I do. I have empirical evidence.
Well, incredulity about people being able to lie or being willing to lie together or whatnot doesn't really do anything to handle the geometric arguments that we made.
It's more so what I think circumstantial evidence. I think it is. Like I think well, I don't know anything about the arguments you made, Heretic. Again, I'm not much of a physicist, but in terms of international relations, that is my area, right? And circumstantial evidence can be quite convincing. In fact, that's like 90% of the God debates that you hear most of the time. These circumstantial evidence will just be like, you know, appealing to your sense of incredulity and your intuition and saying, how likely do you think this is? The more you think about it, this is very unlikely.
Basically, the more scientists you find that are called scientists that are doing models and simulations and following and praising these models and simulations, they're not real scientists. Real science involves experimentation and reproducibility. So
exactly, look up the replication crisis. Go look up the replication crisis.
Yeah, that's a good point.
The replication
thing
crisis.
is if you falsify the claims that all these different parties are making, right? You falsify those claims, then you're kind of left with more questions than you started with.
The replication crisis is really a problem for the soft sciences. It's not really such a problem for the hard sciences.
But the thing is once you've falsified the claims, they're done for. And then appealing to incredulity isn't really a valid way to prop them back up. Like, I mean, you took the claim itself, right? Disproves that.
I don't have any issue with the idea.
And you've got all these people who are still saying it. It's like, well, yeah, why are they doing that? It is a good question.
Yeah, so I don't have any issue with the idea that there's a conspiracy, right? Like, maybe there is, maybe there isn't. There's nowhere to progress from that position.
Yep.
Well, no, dude, it's not. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. It's a matter of whether or not you want to accept denial or your fate. It's whether or not you want to accept the
Can you just stop trolling in the back?
or subjective relative interpretation of your perspective. You know,
he just does it all the time.
Like, really,
you're not making points that like land for me.
Between, a rock and a hard place. You're deciding between truth or your own subjective, what you believe is true. So, truth.
Oh, he's a Latino. He's a Latino. Never mind.
It's true. So,
yeah, he's a Latino. We can continue to ignore him.
Bro, don't.
Yeah, he's Latino. He's allowed.
NASA was a bad organization to get from the start, man. So they tried to convince people of certain things, and I think that they had mixed in some pseudoscience, and and they got all these kids to like learn how like astrophysics and a whole bunch of other stuff, which is like really, really, really complicated problems. And I think that a lot of these complicated problems, like how will you ever use any of that stuff in like practically on anything to do with like most of the science is all engineering. So if you're an engineer, then you're probably going to go far if you're going to really get into making shit. Because the scientists.
Do you think engineers have to take into consideration the shape of the Earth or no?
They don't. No, they don't. As a matter of fact, there's literally
Did
actually
someone
made
say
it.
they don't? Wait,
There's
I
literally
don't. No, not you, Che,
no,
because I
what
know
I'm saying.
whatever you're going to say is going to be stupid. Who is the
No,
other
no, it's not
person?
stupid. What
Who
I'm
is the
saying
other
is
person who said
there's
engineers have to
literally
take into
people who are
consideration the shape of the
engineers
Earth?
who worked on bridges that are the longest bridges on Earth.
The real
They
Who is the
literally
guy that
admitted that they
just
never
rambling?
used any
It's not
curvature
the
model or
scientist,
any
but it's the fucking
curvature
engineer.
calculation or anything like that. They didn't have to use any
All
curvature
right,
at all
thanks for your contribution,
to
Che.
create
Now,
their
who is the other
their bridge.
Oh
It's
my
it's
lord.
common sense. You don't need
Who
curvature
is the
to
other
create a bridge.
person who said that the engineers don't ever consider the shape of the Earth
It's
when they?
common logic, dude. You don't need a curvature to understand how to
I
make a
didn't say
bridge.
that. I
A
said
bridge needs water
engineers
levels.
real Mac
Water
Daddy.
levels stay
I'm
level
not.
because
Dude,
water is level.
dude.
Could someone
Earth is
just like mute
Earth is
Shay?
never
Because I don't
used
know.
Yeah,
I don't know if
water.
anyone's finding him entertaining, but I don't.
Earth is never
I'm
I
used
not.
can't.
water.
I
Earth
can't
is
even
never
hear
used
what he's
water.
saying, but
Water
it doesn't
stays
help
level.
if he's just going to keep speaking and you're
Yeah,
going to keep speaking.
exactly. He's just
For
talking
fuck's sake,
nonstop
boys.
in response to
Yeah,
everything that's
Che,
not
you
directed
got
at
to
him.
speak in turn and wait for a break and stuff and respond to people like normal conversation. I appreciate you, bud, but like yeah.
It's more so just your mic. If your mic was regular and you weren't speaking off speaker, then you'd be good. But
Oh, Danny boy.
The other guy who said that engineers don't have to take into consideration the shape of the Earth. Can you identify yourself, please? Was it you, Morn?
No, it wasn't me.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't
I was
me.
going to say because that would be a very strange claim for someone to make. Because I feel like that is almost trivially true that they do.
Well, I mean, frequently not, right?
Well, yeah, most
Like,
if they're building like I
yeah.
don't know a robot, then yeah, probably not. But like in terms of things like large structures, right, or
I mean, even like
rockets
buildings.
or airplanes or stuff like that, you know.
Yeah, sure. Maybe maybe in a few domains, but in most domains, I'd say probably not.
Like, can we not send some like rocket men type of thing up instead of a big giant galactic fucking payload? Like it's got like all this gas, all this oil shit, like what is it? Jet fuel that they use to get up there.
What's the tallest building in the world? This is still the Burj Khalifa. If we stood on the top of the Burj Khalifa, would we be able to see the curvature of the Earth?
No, they said that the horizon is all the only thing that we see when you get up there is through a fisheye lens, and I don't know why they use a fisheye lens.
Well, that's not possible
Is it cutting out for you guys?
it'd be
Or is
our
that just me?
eyes. We'd be able to see through our eyes, right? It's not a fisheye lens, right?
No, it's a camera lens, bro. It's not
Bro,
like somebody.
I can stand at the top of the Burj Khalifa and use my own eyes. I don't need to look for a camera.
When you're up there, you're going to see a flat horizon.
Okay,
it's going to be like whitish,
so
and it's
if I
straight.
challenged you to go to the top of the Burj Khalifa, would you do it and report back to me?
I don't know. No, probably not. But every bit of footage that they show, and a lot of the pilots, there's the F-18 fighters. They're saying the same thing. They're saying that they're flying over a flat plane. So, like, okay, the world we could be like a small square on a much bigger planet, which could be round. But as far as the physics is concerned, and you do the measurements, like I think what do they say? The Earth is 36,000 miles all the way around. So you go all the way around.
24,901 miles circumference is the claim.
So that right there. And that's it. That's all we know. And then we're not allowed to go past the 60-something parallel. And there's
Is this myth? Like, okay, look again, right? What's this myth about us not being able to go so far south?
You're not allowed to go there. You're not allowed to go to Antarctica because of the of a treaty that was signed by a bunch of countries, and the countries all said that they weren't going to go there. There was one guy. His name was Captain.
May I ask?
Bird,
I know. I think there's pilots, right? That talk about how they fly over the South Pole all the time.
Yeah, that's all bullshit. Maybe
they're all lying.
Hey,
they could be.
White boy, what's
Every
up,
pilot that's ever flew over the South Atlantic, the Antarctic.
Hey, you white boy,
lying.
what's up?
Hey, round eye. You're supposed to call me round eye.
Hey, you white boy.
Wait, by South Pole, do you mean the ice wall that surrounds the entire the entire
Yes,
center of the
ice
Earth?
wall that surrounds the entire. But here's the thing, man. There's both sides of it. So we don't fucking know anything. Like, do we know if it's flat? Do we know if it's round? We don't. So that's the thing. That's the beauty of it. And I mean, until we can go there, or until they can say, "Hey, you're allowed to go here," then they can kiss my nuts. And the more that they say, you know, NASA says, "Oh yeah, there's nothing there, there's nothing there," the more I think there's something there. So that's all. It's just like a kid, you know, like if you're a kid and they're like telling you, "Don't go in there, stay out of there, it's bad, don't go in there," and you know, you're a kid, you're gonna go in there, you're gonna fucking you're gonna be the first one to stick your head in there.
It's funny because when you're on cam, because of how dark your room is, sometimes it looks like your eyes are closed while you're talking. It's like you're falling asleep.
No,
Hey, Alpha Mega, are you trying to deliberately spread rumors like this kind of disinformation?
Yes.
What's this
Yes, my
information
friend.
about this? What's this information about this? I
Don't
don't
come in
understand.
here. Don't come in here swinging your pee around. You got to be good, be nice, listen, and learn. That's what I'm
I
telling
mean,
you.
flat Earth, you know, flat Earth is
Rounder?
ridiculous. The
Flat Earth is
is never
ridiculous.
flat.
Flat Earth is ridiculous. Then
The
go up in a
Earth
go up in
is
a hot
never
air.
flat.
Hold on.
Even
If Flat Earth
me,
is
look,
ridiculous.
I'm a Chinese person.
Go up
I'm
in a hot
talking
air
to you guys
balloon.
from China.
Go up in a
I
hot air
know the
balloon.
Earth is round. It's
Hold on.
a circle.
Hold on.
Okay?
Go up in a hot air balloon. Look at the horizon. If it does not seep beneath your eyes, if it follows your eye at eye level, the horizon, then therefore you're on a flat Earth. If the horizon seeps down beneath your eyes and you cannot
China
see the
went to the
horizon,
moon.
then you're on a
China went to the
globe.
moon.
Okay, so go ahead, go try it. Go on a hot weather balloon, and go look at the horizon and see if you don't see it at eye level the entire time,
That's
no
not
matter how
really
high
a
you
proper
go.
test. That's
The
not a
hot
proper test.
balloon
That is a proper
cannot
test. It's an
cover.
The
observational
horizon
test that
does
proves
it
I'm
does
telling
the
you,
dip
I'm
flat Earth.
below
telling
eye
you,
level. It
It's an
does dip below
observational
eye
test
telling
that
level.
you.
proves the flat Earth.
But it does
I'm telling
dip
you,
slightly below eye level, and you have to think about what the horizon is. It's the apparent place where the sky and the surface of the Earth meet.
Yeah,
The surface
exactly.
is always going to be below you, no matter what the shape of it is. So there's no reason that you shouldn't have a dip from eye level in either case.
Well, if
the
you're in a
hot
plane,
Well, if it
balloon.
was
you're in an
if it was
airplane.
globular, it would dip down beneath your level entirely. It wouldn't just stay at eye level the entire time like it does.
But if you
It
totally,
tends to rise towards eye level, but it doesn't go completely towards it. There is a dip, and it is corrected for when people are using sextants and stuff like that.
Well, the dip is because of our retina, right? It's because of the light bouncing off of our retina. It's not because of It's
why
not
would
because
you
of the
just
actual nature of the
I
horizon.
think it's just
balloon
because you're
to
above the surface, personally.
Can
But
you
I just
shut the
wanted
fuck up? When
to clear that
CCP
up there.
talk, you shut the fuck up. Don't talk at the
Excuse
same
me?
time.
Who's that guy? Okay, bye.
CCP? What the fuck are you talking about? Fuck the CCP. You guys are faggots. I would fucking stab all you dumbasses.
You know me. I'm the CPP.
Well,
Fuck
now
the
he's ranting to
CCP.
nobody. Have fun, Brian Moore.
Hey guys, that was so funny. That was a classic Discord move. Checkmate, my friend.
Legitimately, I'm not even joking. If I was around the CCP and I had a knife, all of them would be dead in literally 30
Well, there's
seconds.
2,000 of them. I mean,
What's that
how many
guy's
did you
name?
kill? Like,
The guy who was just spurging steak?
Nah, talking about threatening people, stabbing people.
Yeah, don't be doing that, man.
I'm not threatening. It's a
What's-
promise. Trust me.
Oh
It's
my
not a
god.
fucking
Just
promise. Get
y'all
yourself the
live
fuck, mate.
bubble and everybody inside the bubble. That's it. And even the Chinese guy, he's inside the bubble. He went his country. No NASA. Let me look it up. I'll look it up. I don't want to pop it in my ass.
Okay, so
But
I
I'm
have
telling
some
you right
follow-up
now,
questions
boy.
for the previous conversation. We were talking about Starlink, or actually, rather, we were talking about SpaceX. The biggest customer of which is Starlink. Is Starlink like fake? What's the deal with that? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, mate.
Is Starlink fake?
Is it in a place called the Thermosphere?
I guess I'm just curious, like, how do you think Starlink works?
What do you mean? How it works? I mean, there's signals.
Well, so, the way it's proposed to
You'll
work is
pick them
that
up.
there's a constellation of satellites, right? But I'm guessing you don't think satellites, that's not a thing, right?
Sorry, we're coming in and out a little bit. On a couple of words you said, I heard not a thing.
I'm cutting in and out. Okay, so Starlink is proposed to work via a constellation of satellites right? I'm guessing you don't think satellites are a thing, so how would you guess that it works?
I don't think they're in space.
But they exist? Like, how do they just stay up there, if not for orbiting?
How does anything stay up in the sky?
I mean, there's different means.
Right? Is this dude having a rave behind his fucking camera or what?
Did I cut out?
I can just see flashing lights and fucking hands and arms and legs. You could just imagine some techno beat.
So the guy who asked how satellites worked, let's take a look at the formulas and see. Good question.
So, like, is there? I mean, there's a collection of satellite-based technologies. There's like Google Earth imagery. There's GPS. There's Starlink.
Google Earth works with that, like satellites in space. That's where you get those images. You seriously think?
Well, I'm guessing you don't think that. I'm asking for what the actual explanation for those images existing is.
Well, the Google planes fly over taking these images, and then the Google cars and drones and.
You
So
can
it's
look
all
up
Project
Satelloons.
Loon.
Yes, look up Satelloons. NASA's like the biggest, has like a monopoly on helium production.
But I wouldn't chalk it all up to these things. I bet you they do have other forms of technology, but we don't know.
I mean, I know that they do take some photos with planes. Like a lot of the 3D stuff is coming from planes because it gives them multiple vantage points and they can do, depth perception and whatever else. But then you have like remote areas that I'm guessing we're not flying over regularly, but we still have imagery.
Read a quote from an astronomer the other day that it's been shown over and over that the calculations that NASA uses to make satellites orbit are based on geocentric assumptions. I'd actually like to look at what those calculations are.
So
That would be interesting.
My understanding is that it's pretty simple. It's basically just centripetal force and then gravity. And you get the two to be equal. That gives you a velocity at a particular altitude, right?
Which gravity are they using? Is that little g?
I assume. Well, so like the 9.8, meters per second squared.
Yeah.
I'm assuming. Yeah. So that.
Yeah,
You can
that's not in
otherwise-
contention, really. I mean, it was sort of an agreed upon thing, but it does serve practical application.
Sure. Yeah. So I mean, you just you can otherwise do the calculation for centripetal force, and when you get it to be equal, then the object will orbit, right? Like, I'm pretty sure it's not actually like a complicated thing.
Okay. And notice how there's no globe radius in that either. So
No, there's the radius. So centripetal force involves a radius.
Well, that would be an orbital radius, right?
Yeah, orbital radius. Otherwise, all you need for the Earth is mass, right? If you want to
But
actually
that
derive
would have
G,
been derived from the radius claim itself, though. Yeah.
well, I mean, again, if you're trying to actually derive G, but if you just assume G, then you don't have to go about doing all that.
Big G, that is.
Sure.
But the little G that you just talked about, that's just the effect of things falling, right?
Yeah, and that actually changes the further you are away.
So they're using a different average.
Well, no. So big G, like you're talking about, right? You use the two masses, and then the radius is also involved. The orbital radius, or not necessarily orbital, but the distance between the objects.
So does the globe radius really come into play with the calculations that they use?
No, it wouldn't need to. All you need is the masses.
That's pretty interesting, because globers come in here and use it all the time as a point in their favor. Oh, satellites prove a globe, but if you're not basing satellites on any globe math, then it's not a point for anything.
Well, it's relevant if you're standing on the surface of the object, because that radius ends up being, the distance between the objects, the distance between
Right,
centers of mass.
the orbital radius, if you are on that object, would end up being derived from the radius of the object.
Yeah, but otherwise, no, the radius doesn't matter. All that matters is the mass.
Right. No, it's actually pretty interesting stuff. I want to kind of look more into what they actually do.
But I guess, I'm wondering, so like, are orbits even a thing with flat Earth? Like, how does that work?
I think there probably is some way to do it, to be honest. I don't think it has anything to do with a globe, because we don't measure one outside, but I think that there is probably some means of doing that they have.
But then, like, how do you return to the same position?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a satellite technician. But what I'm saying is I wouldn't just say that everything in the sky necessarily has to be a balloon, a plane, or a drone. I wouldn't necessarily limit it to that. What I would necessarily say is that nothing could be orbiting a globe without a globe.
Nothing could be orbiting a globe without a globe? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, that seems kind of tautological.
Well, I mean, if there's no globe, then how does anything orbit?
Then you can't orbit a globe. Yeah.
Yeah. We don't measure or observe one, so it's like, okay, does that necessarily in and of itself rule out any kind of orbit, which is really just a circular motion? Not necessarily, but doing it that way, doing it that way is ruled out.
Prove a negative.
Yeah.
Like we haven't ruled out curvature, right?
I think we have ruled out the curvature that they say there is.
Just go measure it, man. You can find out yourself.
I would if I could. I would if it was there.
If you have a high-powered laser and a boat in a still body of water, you could probably accomplish something. I'm not even joking. Just take a board and make markings on it at shore with the laser, and then go out and see if it moves up on the board on a still body of water. And you may find that the laser appears to be rising as the further out you go.
It doesn't happen. It's been tried many times. There's different people who've done it, like F.E. Core and John D. Different people. And the comeback from the Glovers is that refraction bends the laser around the curve that we still haven't measured, because refraction bends lasers around it when you try to measure it.
So some unknown refraction takes action on that we don't know about. An unknown interaction happens to this laser to produce a result that otherwise would seem to indicate that the Earth has a curve to it.
No. I mean, refraction
we don't have
is a
laser
thing.
tests that indicate
Yeah,
that.
I know, but like, again, you can't just chalk it up to process X actually does it, but it's not that. It's not Y. It's some unknown process X happens to explain my my presuppositions. It's very
right, because
frustrating
that's
to
ad hoc,
understand
right?
where you're coming from.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just you're just rationalizing away evidence against your presupposition. It's just ad hoc at that point.
No, you're you have this like negative presupposition. It feels like, not that.
I'm just
That's a
asking for the evidence
presupposition that
for
you're
the
arguing
claim.
from. Huh?
Just asking for evidence for the claim is all.
Well, okay. So that's why I submitted that argument. So why wouldn't that be why wouldn't that work? Again, to see if the laser goes up on the piece of board as you go out on a body of water, on a still body of water.
I think it would work. I think
Okay.
it did, and it showed that there's no curve. But
No, okay,
Glovers won't accept that, and they say there is a curve, and refraction is bending that laser around it.
The laser goes up.
No, it doesn't. Not to the extent that it must if there's curvature.
If it does it all, doesn't that seem to suggest that there's some curvature? If it's flat,
Not necessarily.
Well, it's over a body of water. Are you saying that the Earth is flat but has a curvature to it?
No, that would be incoherent.
So according to your model, water should lie perfectly horizontally, right? Because up and down
it does
equal forces. Okay, so on a still body of water that is flat, and you go out, right, from the shoreline, would we expect the laser to be just from the high-powered laser to like measured at shore with the boat on this piece of board, and then as you go out, that laser shouldn't move in relation to how high it is or how low it is on the board, like, right? Is that
no, not necessarily? I mean,
okay.
First of all, it's as straight as the collimator can make it, and then you have whatever's going on in the air, but you don't measure any kind of a drop that you would see with a curve of 8 inches per mile squared over the distances that you'd be doing these things at.
What sort of refractions in the air are taking place is to make it look like it's changing, it's going up the board when it's actually not?
Refraction.
Okay.
Terrestrial refraction, which is a different thing. It's not Snell's law, which is dealing with two media. The terrestrial refraction, according to the Glovers, though, is also based on the R value, right? The one that we can't get a measurement for because lasers always bend around the curve when you're trying to measure it. Well, they say they have other means of doing it with shadows and stuff, but that requires
wait, no, not always.
inferences.
Over what distance would this be obvious or factor into your measurements?
Well, you could just take the rough parabola of 8 inches per mile squared, right? That's good for a few hundred miles at the very least, maybe up to 1,000 miles. 10 miles, that gives you like a 66-foot, drop rate.
Okay, so
yeah.
So 2 or 3 miles would be sufficient within the margin of error, right? So would you say within 2 or 3 miles there would be a large amount of this refractory effect on the laser?
I don't know.
Okay, because if it's within the margin of error to where it's relatively straight, and you can still test within that range and kind of get an accurate reading on whether that might indicate a curve to the Earth or not, right? And so you don't have to go out that far. You don't have to go out 100 miles or whatever.
Yeah, you don't have to do 100 miles because that's that would be like nearly 7,000 feet of drop, and that's just overkill.
No, yeah, I've seen the experiment done at, I think, like 200 or 300 yards. I think, I forget, but I have to look it up. And again, you don't have to go out far to like measure that the laser does appear to move up on that board. Right, and that's
what happened in FE Core and like John Dee's tests and all that. Do you want me to link those?
I mean, if you want to, you can.
I'll put them in the chat. You can have a look if you want to.
Right, but I remember doing similar physics. I mean, experiments in like high school to talk about this stuff. I mean.
Welcome back. Damn.
Yeah.
So what is the F slur?
You back at what, mate?
I'm back. But I was wondering, I got muted because of the F slur. I don't even know what it is.
What's the F slur?
I'm not a mod here.
Yeah, that's
I'm
what
just poking around.
it's what I said. I got muted for the F slur.
Are you complaining
So I'm
about
like,
something?
It must be in the text chat. It's not in the VC, obviously, is it?
Well, thanks for
Text
letting
chat.
us know that you're upset about it.
Ooh.
Well, upset about getting muted for 15 minutes?
Yeah. Well, hey, buddy, I'm right there. Hey. All right, but thanks for letting me know. That's
Who's
unfortunate.
upset?
I
Who are you
guess.
telling? Who are you saying's upset here? Like, need to be upset?
I'm not really upset. I'm just more like, I was here the whole time. I got to listen to you guys talk, and I mean that was great.
I mean, you never got muted for anything in the VC.
15 minutes. 15 minutes is a long time for somebody who likes to talk a lot.
You can't get muted for anything in the VC. I'm trying to say, bro.
Yeah, you can. This
What,
is
by a bot?
guest room. Well, no, not.
Yes,
but
Bake. Actually, a bot
the
does
mutes
mute
are
people
bots.
here.
The mutes are bot
What?
issued by a
What?
moderator.
In text chat? In the text chat you're talking about?
No, but
bot
you
will
can get
actually
muted
VC
if
mute
you.
people in this
Yeah,
server.
if there's a moderator in the room and they see somebody, they just put in a text command to a bot.
If you put a command
and
in,
set
but I'm talking automatic. It's not automatic though, is it? That's what I'm trying to say.
I think it is actually because
Nah,
it happened
can't
to
be.
Gemsy the other day.
Supposedly,
The mute is
the Discord claimed that it's end-to-end encrypted, so
No, it's just Discord.
I don't know
the
how-
server mods,
how
not
they
like
can-
Discord, like the Discord proper.
You hate us because you ate us.
Robot for me, bro.
You anus. The server moderators. You must respect them.
So what are they? What are you saying that politics got somebody in here or an account in here listening to what's getting said?
Yeah, they're misconstruing the words that are coming out of your
What?
There are moderators that will
Um,
enforce.
I've never heard of a bot. I'm not talking about mods, bro. I'm talking about like the guy says he was muted. I'm saying if he never put in text chat, then it's not going to be the VC. But I heard it saying the VC can, and I'm saying,
Yes,
does that mean that they've got an account listening here, analyzing the
I'm an ad.
conversation?
I was an admin on the server for years. I can tell you exactly how it works.
It's censorship.
It's robot and like fuck for me again, man.
So if a moderator here's somebody like say
He's
there's a certain
robot
band
for me,
says the
man. I
N
don't
word
know
or
if
something
it's,
like that in
yes,
chat, they
I'll drop
put
it
your
and come back in.
username and a command to a bot which will voice mute you for a set amount of time that they designate. And it
right,
sends you a
which
little
is
bot
petty
message.
because I never said no F and F slur. Okay,
hey, man.
so
And well, now they have the audio clip thing, right? I heard about an audio clip feature.
then they should go back and look at the audio because
No,
I
but
didn't
you
call
have to-
anybody that.
Right.
I never
but you
called
have to
nobody
clip
and starts with an F and ends with a T. I did not say that word.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry that somebody thought you did.
Well, sorry's not good enough. Now you must take my place in the dungeon of doom.
What about that word with
seems harsh.
that means for a
Is
bunch of
harsh.
sticks too?
50 minutes was lifetime.
The 3-letter word
That's a
for
gamer word. No gamer words allowed.
Gamer words. I like gamer words. Anyway, you guys, space is fake. I love it though. All the good books, everything is like all this action, Star Trek, Star Wars, Luke, I am your father. Or no, I'm your dad. Something like that.
So can I ask the flat earthers a question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I do so using an example?
Sure. You do you, man.
How do y'all account for the fact that two people can look in two different directions on your model and see the same constellation?
Model. I'm being asked to account for a model. Which model is that I claimed?
The model Earth.
Well, I use the word model generously, but when I say model, I mean a frame of reference that would logically entail certain conclusions from that
Okay.
frame of reference.
Okay,
Right. So
so
when
we
we're
have-
saying like I'm in South America or Africa or Australia, and I look towards the ice wall in your frame of reference, and then
What
I
ice
see the Southern Cross, right? And I'm just wondering, how can you make that work when you're looking in two completely different directions, presumably, and
Okay,
see the same
can you-
constellation?
Because you're in a snow
Can you
globe.
show us two people looking in two completely different directions, seeing the same Southern Cross at the same time?
No, I can't. That's why the round Earth model makes more sense than the flat Earth model. That's why I'm saying that the flat Earth model doesn't make sense with this
So
frame
can
of
you
reference.
show us somebody in South America and somebody in South Africa looking south and seeing the Southern Cross at the same time?
Yes. So
okay, let's take a look.
So yeah. I don't know how I can do this like visually. I can do like a paint stream, but I'm not very good at drawing. Can I demonstrate it?
Actually be well, a paint stream wouldn't actually be two people looking at the Southern Cross at the same time from two different continents.
So I'm sorry, are you doubting that people in Africa and people in Australia would see the Southern Cross?
At the same time?
In the same place? Exact same orientation?
Yeah, well, yeah, because on the round Earth model.
You thought you were just gonna slip a free claim in there, didn't you?
Yeah, so wait, so you want me to? So if I back up the idea that you can see the Southern Cross from Africa and the Southern Cross from Australia at the same time, right? Because they're less than 12 time zones apart. So it'll be nighttime for both of them, which means they'll be able to see the Southern Cross, like from South Africa and Australia. If I prove that we can do that, how are you going to answer this when I'm referencing your model? Because your model claims to look in two completely different directions and see the same thing. I'm wondering how that can possibly be.
Weird how the only people that reference our model is you guys.
Well, yeah, because when you're claiming to have a better scientific conception of the shape of the Earth, you need to be able to do that, making predictions, and it also needs to be logically consistent.
The scientific conception, and you still haven't even shown that this thing that you're talking about.
So it's a religious conception then.
No, it's a geometric
You do the
one.
circumference, right? You do the circumference of the Earth, right? Which was whatever that guy said earlier,
24,901 miles.
Right, and you do that
times
the height, and I think it's higher in the center point, right? And so, like, so where North Pole is, that would be the center of the flat Earth model. That would, like, the North Pole, like that tack right there, and then everything else goes south from there till you hit the ice wall, and that's
I think
like
you kind of realized that
like the United Nations map, just like that, where all the nations are there, and then you have that like the wheat or whatever that is supposed to be
Mr. Alpha Omega. Though the thing is he's making a claim, though, right, about something that happens, some sort of celestial observation that happens from two different parts of the world. He hasn't even shown that it happens, right? So
it's really hard to find a picture of the Southern Cross, it's really hard to know that it was also taken like its geopositional coordinates. So it's pretty hard to find. But what I'm wondering is, in your pizza world, you're looking in two different directions and seeing the same thing. At least in the round Earth model, when you look towards the South Pole, there's a point of convergence.
This is over now, and you're starting to spiral. Look, we just asked if you could show it actually being done from these two different positions at the same time, right? Once you have that, then we can go on with that conversation. But at this point, we have to just throw this out. Unless you can come with proof that actually happens, then we'll talk.
And we could throw it the pizza world and what else? How many strawman did they get in? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I know. Pizza World and like Ice Wall and your model, like your straw man left, right, and center, Neon. You got to do better than this.
Maybe it's the eye. Maybe we're on a big eyeball.
Aye.
Okay, so here is a picture of the Southern Cross from the Philippines. So here is my first example. Because it's really hard to find out where a Southern Cross picture was taken. But here's my first example. And here is the picture. Right? Here's the picture in question.
Like when is the important
9:25 p.m. 9:25 p.m. that time.
Like two people are going to have the same angle to the Southern Cross from two totally different parts of the world at the same time. No,
exactly.
Like,
that's the thing. They won't. They should not. They should not have the same angle. They should both be facing south, but they shouldn't face the same angle compared to like compared to
Well, I shouldn't.
each
I
other.
actually shouldn't have said it like that anyway, because it wouldn't be the same
Right.
angle in
So
either
that's
case.
9:25 p.m. April 29th, 2012, 9 p.m. Cape Santiago in the Philippines. Right. That's the Southern Cross. It's time stamped there. Right. So we know that you can see the Southern Cross in the Philippines. Are we willing to grant me that, or is this going to be like CGI and everything?
I don't
Okay,
know.
great.
Sure. Yeah.
Great. Okay. So all I have to do is find another picture from a different country around the same time. Can we be a little charitable with the time, just because it's kind of hard to research on the fly?
Well, I thought that's what you were saying, is that it happens at the same time, right?
Well, it roughly at the same time. I mean, because like in the round Earth model, right? Half of the world is day and half the world is night, and I think we can both agree on that, right? Like,
no, not
I think
quite.
that's just
Yeah, right. On
yeah,
the
it's not
globe
quite half.
model,
I don't
yes,
think it works
there's
out.
day and night.
about half, right? Like about, give or take.
It's not half.
Okay, what percent
Wasn't
is
it
it
like
then?
90% of the populated areas in daytime or something like that this summer?
Well, yeah, because
Uh,
90%
okay,
of
so on the flat Earth
wait,
model,
because a lot of people live in the northern hemisphere. Yeah, but
Well, if you want to use the term
that's
hemisphere,
not.
that's true. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that's but I'm talking about the surface of the Earth. Half of it is day and half of it is night.
I wouldn't say half of it because we don't know how big it is.
okay, so where's the sun
Okay,
rise?
well that's really dumb because we do, but okay.
Where's the
Well, where's the
sunset?
measurement for that?
Okay, so do you think we don't have 12 hours worth of time zones of night at any given time?
No, look that up. Look at the time zone.
24. And
Yeah,
actually,
we have
there's more than
we
that.
have
There's
so we
more
have
than that, 'cause some of
24.
them are
Yes, we have
irregular, some are
24
split
time
for like
zones.
half an hour or 40.
So
No,
yes,
it's more than that
24
even.
time zones, but 12 of them will be nighttime, right?
It's actually more than that, because you have some of them that are like divided into like half hours and 45s and stuff like that.
Sure, but in general, those time zones will be roughly day and night. Half of them will be day and half of them will be night, roughly speaking, at any given time, because it's meant to mimic a 1/12th segment of the Earth, right? So
Okay.
half of them will be day and half of them will be night.
Not really, because like I mean, in the summertime, I have like an 18-hour day and like 6-hour night.
Okay, so how does that work then?
That's what
because
happens.
I can demonstrate how that works with the polar regions in the north, right? I mean, that can be explained pretty easily, but I don't know how you could make like a small localized sun illuminate certain parts of the earth for 18 hours and other parts of the earth for 6 hours, but also making sure that like roughly half of the circle is day and night, and also that changes
Why
throughout the
roughly
year.
half? Why roughly half? I mean, the sun
Because that's what
illuminates
we
as it
observe.
travels.
We
Why do
observe that half of the world is day and half the world
where
is
do
night.
you observe that? Like,
What?
where do you observe half and half?
What do you mean?
Like, where's
I don't think it means observe. I think it means people's correspondences around the world corroborate that it's day on one side and night on the other.
But even then, I mean, it's more lopsided than that, and it is even for the globe. That's why their tilt comes into it.
Yeah. And it just makes sense if you look at it from the flat Earth model. Like it's like the yin yang model. It's they go in a circular motion over the top of the flat Earth, and as the seasons change, it ebbs and flows on a bigger or smaller arc.
Okay, I found another picture of South Africa taken from, or the Southern Cross taken from South Africa.
Okay.
Okay, so we've confirmed now at this point that you can take pictures of South Africa, the Southern Cross from South Africa and from the Philippines, right?
Sure.
Okay, so if we can see those two, if we can both see those constellations, right, and it's nighttime for both of them, and that's possible, which it is, then that means that that would actually make more sense to see that constellation at the same time. Under the round Earth model, you would have to be looking radially outward when both people are facing south, meaning that they would be facing two different directions, and that doesn't make any sense. That's why I think the Earth is round, because the stars tell us that the Earth is round.
Nothing to
Okay.
do with a radius
Fucking
measurement
bitches,
or
A
bro.
contact
Fucking
lens.
listening to a fucking dot in the sky, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Dude,
Well, have we got any
if it's a contact lens and you're looking at a concave thing, you're looking from, that's the reason why they see black when they're up there. The sun, I think there is this firmament. It has to be the firmament.
Well, he's interpreting what he saw in the sky.
The further
telling
you
that
go
the ground
down,
is
the
dropping
ocean.
away in all directions. So you just ask if there's any measurement of curvature to go with that. That's all.
There's pressure. The further you go up, there's pressure. I don't think they can get beyond that pressure. And all this rockets cut out, like when they get up high enough. Just lack of oxygen and all this other stuff. And then they talk about it being a vacuum in space. Well, is it really a vacuum in space? Because they've done experiments with flies and all this other stuff. Flies can't fly in this vacuum.
And they drop screws.
Yeah, so I'm gonna
I'm
stream
not
what
gonna
I'm
lie, that
talking
was
about
kind,
here.
that was kind of
gravity in space, and so what the
was
fuck,
saying.
you know, like
So
you
so I'm streaming what I have right here. So if you have like South America, you have Africa, not doing a great job drawing this, and then you have the Philippines over here. Right, actually the Philippines is probably like right down here. Then under this model, right, you've got this is the Southern Cross, right? Right, that's the Southern Cross, and I'm not doing a very good job drawing it. But basically, if I'm standing here on South Africa and looking towards it, and I'm standing in the Philippines and I'm looking towards it, and it's nighttime, and the stars are very far away, very distant, it makes sense that I would be able to look up in the night sky and I would see this constellation, right? And likewise, if I was in North America, right, and Asia's like kind of wrapped around on the other side because we can only see half of it at the time, you know? And, you know, in all honesty, this is not to scale, obviously, but if I'm in Canada, I'm going to look north, or my view is going to be parallel to the northern vector to the northern axis, right? That's the North Pole. And someone else in Asia can see Polaris, and that's where Polaris is in the night sky. Or the North Pole shoots a straight line, and it basically kind of hits Polaris, and that hasn't always been true. Sometimes it's other stars, like a few thousand years ago is Thuban, and that's because as Earth rotates around the sun, this axis kind of rotates too. It's like stellar parallax, right? Or actually the Milankovitch cycles, right? And then stellar parallax plays a part in that too. But basically, that makes sense on a round Earth model. But if you take a flat Earth model, right, you've got the North Pole right here in the center. You've got the southern ice wall or whatever's out there, right? Antarctica, whatever we call Antarctica, and then every direction we face is south. If you're facing away from the North Pole, that's true for the round Earth. That's true for the flat Earth, right? But what's true for the flat Earth and what's true for the round Earth is if you look towards the south, you see the Southern Cross in the sky. If you're looking south at night, but under this model, you'd have to be looking. You could look south here. You could look south over here. You could look south over here. It doesn't matter which direction you look. If you're looking at south at nighttime, even if it's two different places at the two different times, you're always seeing the Southern Cross, and that doesn't make any sense.
Oh no, there's only one copy of it. So like take all the other ones away. Wherever south is, okay, so south is all the way around, I know, on the outside. But there is like a north and south. There is still a north and south.
Yeah, but
Like-
south.
like
I
the
know that, but like
we're
you're
not
looking in
basing it
two
on
different
magnetics.
directions, and you're seeing the
Dude,
same
dude.
thing. How does that happen?
But you're not basing it on magnetics. Okay, so like, look, the magnetic
Magnetics has
north
nothing to do with
is in
that.
the center, right? But now you have to put the right map. So get the United
Wait,
Nations
Alpha.
map.
Magnets do not bend the path of light. Our atmosphere
the-
does.
Get the United Nations map and put that there in the circle.
Oh my
All
god.
right, and then we're talking. Okay, then you would have your north and south, and then you would have.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Okay,
Do you know
so
what
UN
All right.
map. That's right there. You're
Right.
welcome.
Wow, that's amazing. Dude, I will
Okay.
give you like 100% bonus
Okay,
points for
so on the UN map, I can be in half of the world is day and half is night, which means that presumably this half could be nighttime, South America and South Africa. But we know that that the southern hemisphere can see the Southern Cross. But under this model, if you're in Argentina, you're looking south, you'll see the Southern Cross over here, and under South Africa, you'll see it over here. And this is nearly a 90-degree difference. That doesn't make any sense. How are you seeing the same thing?
Does it happen?
Huh?
Does that happen?
Well, under
You
the
see
flat
that
Earth,
at the
under the
same
flat
time.
Earth, under the flat Earth, yeah, like you would somehow you would have to make it work to where you would see these two constellations at the same time. We already did this with the Philippines. We can just do that with we can just demonstrate the same thing with the Philippines, right? Which are what, somewhere roughly over here, and South Africa. Those were our 2 points.
The sky is moving, right? So when you see something in the sky, it's going to be at a different time depending on where you are.
So then, is south moving? Where does the Southern Cross move?
No, the constellations move. So basically, imagine.
But then the
dough.
direction south would change. I would be, if I wanted to go south, and I wanted to
south
use the
is always-
stars to navigate, as we did for thousands of years
Like
on
the
boats.
sun. Okay, so the sun moves and the moon moves and the constellations move. It's not, and we are stationary. So on flat Earth model, it's stationary. So those things move in the sky up above.
No,
Well,
we're not stationary. If we were stationary,
on
you could take a
round Earth.
gyroscope. You could take a gyroscope on a stationary flat Earth, right? And you could take a gyroscope and it would never move. But because a gyroscope maintains its orientation. But because Earth rotates 15 degrees every hour, when you have a gyroscope, you get 15 degrees every hour. And flat Earthers proved this. So we are not stationary. We orbit. We as an Earth orbit.
Hey, well, that would be to do with rotation, and then you jump to orbit.
Pretty sure we're stationary. We're moving.
That would be to do with. That would be to do with
because they said
because
they're saying that the sky moves,
cause, right? You have to infer the cause.
sky
Well, it
moves,
does. We see it
and
do
the
that.
sun leaves our
but the important part of your whole argument is to show that it's happening at the same time.
Yeah, it is, and I demonstrated that.
No, but
you can see the Southern Cross from South America and the Philippines. You can do that.
One
of two things must be true if that's the case.
Oh no! But when is it proven that they've both been able
one
to
of
see
two
it at the
things
same
must
exact
be
time?
true.
So why do we not,
Hold on,
why do
guys,
we
hold
not
on.
just get people from Discord that are in these countries and we'll do a live fucking stream?
Yeah,
and
we
we'll
should. We should
verify
do
it.
that.
Well, so
And then
we'll
we'll just
start
see where we
trying
see
to
it in
find
each other's sky at the time.
We'll start
Yeah,
trying
we
to find
should.
people who are from these countries. So get the feelers out and start asking people, and we'll see what we can do.
We could
And
also
we'll
do the
try to
same
we'll get the
thing.
declination to it too. We'll measure the angles and stuff and see where we see that stuff at that time.
What do you mean by magnetic declination? This has nothing to do with
No,
magnetism.
the declination, right? The elevation angle. We'll get
I'll
the
believe it.
elevation angles is what I'm saying to the things.
Well, yeah, but
And,
that wouldn't
well-
have anything to do with it because, like, there's no because you're defining north as the center in this visualization, right? Are you on my stream?
It'll matter what point in the sky these people are seeing these.
No. I'm saying north is right here, right? In the UN model, north is right here.
Right, but if I'm looking at the Southern Cross, say at like whatever point in the sky, like at a specific degree in the sky, like depending on where.
I understand. I understand. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I just need to start off with north and south, right?
Right.
Okay,
Carry on, brother.
north is right here, right?
Kelly who?
Okay, so if north is here, south is the outer wall or the ice wall or whatever you want to call it, the edge. I'm terrible.
Let's call it whatever it is.
We'll call it. I'll call it whatever you want. Like I don't care.
We'll call it whatever it is.
Okay, whatever it is, south is whatever this is. correct? The orange circle is south. If you're looking at any point along the orange circle, if you're looking at the closest orange circle point, that's south to you, right?
Yeah, it's like Terry Pratchett's Discworld. It's rimward, not south.
But I'm asking the flat earthers too.
But listen,
I'm a flat
they've done
Oh
it
my
like
God,
north.
Tiger. You too?
All right, look, they see the bullseye there. All right, I'll see the bullseye. Now look,
guys,
north is top. Listen, north is
Dude,
top.
he's look, to be fair for the Glober, he knows this and he already articulated all of
North,
that and
put
to make
north
his
above.
Then
put
argument
south
here.
below.
He already knows that.
East on the right and west on the left. All right.
Yes. Okay.
Do that.
I will do all of this. East. That's
So
D.
north.
East.
Never eat
West.
shredded wheat. All right.
North. South. Okay. Sure.
It's one
right there.
interpretation of what's going on.
That's the South Pole. Well, but this is the okay. So this model though doesn't make sense. My model makes more sense, given that two people can walk out at night in the southern hemisphere on different continents and see the same constellation.
Well,
and
how
they're
do you know
both
you wouldn't just
looking.
be able
How do
to,
you know that?
given-
Hold on,
They're
you can't-
both
how do you-
looking in the same direction.
Yeah, but how do you know you wouldn't just be able to, given the positions of those land masses, without any curved oceans between them?
Okay, well, because we know how far away these things are, right? I mean, we have international commerce. We travel to and from them every day. You know, whenever we take a plane ride, right? Like we know how far away, depending on our flight path, and we don't take
Neon. Neon. Are they called airplanes or air planets, buddy? Got them.
What? Oh, yeah, you got them.
They're flying over a flat plane surface, not a planet.
Oh my
Or they'd be
God.
called air
Okay.
planets.
Yeah, true.
How
They're
far
air
can they dig
globes.
under the ground?
That's the most
How
stupidest
far-
argument I've heard in 10 minutes.
Yeah,
I
that was a
see
good
Elon
one.
Musk's Falcon X is bouncing off the firmament lots of times. I don't think he can get out. He knows it, so he has to come up with a new gimmick. So there has to be something new. Space is fake.
So given that we can see the Southern Cross, right? Which model makes more sense given my framing?
That would
And given
depend
what I said
on
is
whether
true.
or not you can measure tangible, demonstrable surface curvature.
No, it wouldn't. This would have nothing to do with curvature. This would have to
This is
do with
more about
orientation.
perspective. This is
It
just
wouldn't matter
perspective,
how
yeah.
much the Earth curves, only that it is
Really?
round in this. Yeah,
So-
because
okay.
it could be a huge sphere, right? And we could take like 20 years to travel to the other side of the sphere, right? But no matter how big it is, there's still a demonstrable difference in one's ability to look in two completely different directions, see the same thing, walk towards that thing, and end up in the same place. That makes
if it has
sense under this
nothing-
model,
so if
because
it
if
has
they're both
nothing-
going south, they'll meet at the South Pole. But
So if it
over
has
here,
nothing-
if they go south, they'll move away from each other. You can move in completely different directions.
So if it has
That doesn't
nothing
make
to
any
do with
sense.
curvature, so if it has nothing to do with curvature, then it has nothing to do with globe. So it's not a point for globe anyway.
No, it is a point for the globes, because if you're traveling south, it doesn't matter how much it curves. It just matters that it is curved. It's not.
Well,
it's not. It
that's
doesn't
not
matter
really
how
true.
much, how big it is. It just
I
matters
mean,
that it is round to some degree.
if it was a yeah, but if it was a ball with a radius of say 10 million miles, it would be virtually indistinguishable from flat. So that's not really true. That the rate of curvature doesn't matter. It totally matters.
So you're saying that so let's say then the Earth is like super massive, and everyone is lying to us about the speeds of airplanes, and airplanes can actually travel 20
No, of
times as
course
fast as
not.
they need to.
No, I was just throwing a
No,
hypothetical.
I'm not saying
out there.
you're
I'm
saying
not saying
that.
that's
I'm just saying, let's say that was true. Let's say the Earth is actually 20 times as big, 50 times as big, right? To where like you can measure it, but it still looks flat, even at very, very, very large distances because of how big of a sphere it is, right?
Yeah, but
even if that was true, traveling south and meeting up in the same direction is really bad for the idea of a flat Earth, because on a flat Earth, if you traveled in two different directions, seeing the same thing, and you didn't meet, that would be very good for your argument. But we can travel south and meet up in the same place.
All right, so now you're talking about south-north circumnavigation?
No, not even south, not even circumnavigation, just intersection.
Okay.
Like if I start off in Argentina
and I start off in South of Africa, if I go south on both of those places, on the round Earth model, I will eventually meet up in the same place. And that makes sense given that they can both look at the Southern Cross and meet up to the same place.
If you're going south, you're going down to Antarctica no matter where you are, dude.
Right, but on the flat Earth model, Antarctica doesn't exist and there's an ice wall. Under the round Earth model, Antarctica is all one place. It's all one place right here that you can meet up at. But here, it's everywhere.
Antarctica is just ice, regardless of what we're on.
And ice, but you're saying it's an ice ring, and I'm saying it's an ice continent. And those
I'm
are two
not
very
saying
different
it's
things.
necessarily an ice ring. I can't go out and measure, 360-degree ice ring around us. I don't know that, but there's definitely ice sheets and ice walls and stuff like that.
But it logically has to be a ring under a flat Earth model. We got to at least
Yeah,
give
it
them that.
must
If
be
the,
a
if the
ring.
sun if the sun is circulating, sure, but it's not verifiable.
Well, okay, not right now in this VC, but if we get two people, one from South Africa and one from South America, or one at least 3 time zones apart in the southern hemisphere or in the northern hemisphere with Polaris, then will you concede that the model makes more sense to be round if two people can look at night and see one of these constellations in the night sky?
Of
I'm
course,
still not going to say the ground is round.
Exactly. That's exactly where I was going. I'll make that concession if you can measure surface curvature of the ocean.
But this doesn't have anything
etc.
to do with surface curvature. This is looking at the stars to
It
determine
does
the
because
sphere.
it's a necessary geometric consequence of a globe, right? So if your interpretations of the celestial events are true, right, then it necessarily follows that the ground must be curving in all directions. Has to be, given the geometric nature of the Earth, right?
And the radius must be measured.
Yeah, but how is it possible that I could walk in 2 separate directions and meet up at the same place?
Well, let's see that.
Huh?
Let's see that.
Yeah, so under the flat Earth model, if I walk south in South Africa and I walk south in South America, we will never meet together. But if I walk south in South Africa and South America in the round Earth model, we will eventually meet up together in Antarctica.
You're going to be walking over oceans?
Well, no, we'll boat over oceans and stuff, maybe fly or whatever, but eventually we'll meet up.
Yeah.
Well, try it out. Let's see what happens in reality.
Okay, so just to be clear, your standard of proof is for me to actually literally go to the South Pole.
Well, just to be clear, yours is
the bad faith interpretation that we're choosing?
I was going to say, Neon, you're a little smarmy
hold
sometimes, but you're making a compelling argument, buddy.
Yeah, well, just to be clear, it seems that your argument here is just to make stuff up.
Why? What have I made up? What have I said that you don't believe is true?
Well, every single time I ask for a practical demonstration, you go, "Oh my God, do I actually have to do it?" Well,
I'm asking you, do I have to take?
It must be demonstrated.
Okay, so do I have to physically teleport to 2 different places at the same time and take a picture?
My goodness, why would you straw man me like that?
Well, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do then?
Just to demonstrate it, right? Because
demonstrate
you go, well,
what? How?
Listen,
how do you want me to demonstrate this? How can
I'll
you
tell
demonstrate
I'll tell
that
you
you can
stop
walk in
talking
2
over
different
top of me.
directions?
I'll tell you if you stop talking over top of me, right? Because if you say, "How does X happen? Explain X." Well, I'm just gonna. Can I see X? And then you go, "What? Geez, I have to demonstrate. I have to show it."
And I did. I already gave you the 2 different pictures from the southern hemispheres.
You didn't listen, and you're jumping around too. Because a minute ago you just said,
it's in
"Well,
the
if
side
we
chat.
walk
Wait,
south, we're
Heretic,
both gonna
have you
end
seen
up
the
in this
side chat?
place." Yes, but you're talking about the Philippines and South Africa, and originally the claim was to do with South America and somewhere else.
Right, but this claim would apply to any 50% of this area on the flat Earth, right? Because half of the world is day and half of the world is night.
Listen, you cannot say half
Right,
because you don't have the
we can make it
dimensions.
20% and it still works.
Listen, because you don't know how much of it. How big is this
Half
place
of the
in order to
world
be
is
able to say how
day,
much of
and
it?
half of the world is night.
Listen, you're not listening. If you talk over top of me, you won't catch it. So you have to know how big it is in order to say how much of it is half.
No, you
So
don't. You just have
who measured it?
you just have to take a proportional distribution of the population and ask them, like, "Hey, what time is it for you? Is the sun out?"
They're not in half day and half night. That's not what's going on with the population, because some of them have 18-hour days, some of them have less. It depends on the time of year, etc.
Right, but you're framing this under the context of, okay, well, I need to demonstrate it. So then are you accepting the validity of the
yeah.
claim and now just requiring a demonstration of it?
Well, right, because if you're saying, hey, how
That
does
was a
this
question.
happen? If you say, hey, how does this happen? Then I got to
Heretic,
go,
I asked you a
okay,
question.
can I see it happening? Yeah, you have to
Heretic,
demonstrate it. You have
okay,
to
but are you
demonstrate it.
accepting the validity of the argument and now requiring a demonstration?
No, because it's also a reification
Okay, then we have to
fallacy.
focus
It's
on the validity
affirming
of
the
the argument.
consequent, right? It's an affirming the consequent anyway, because you go, hey, I
That's
expect
not what that means.
that if it is a globe, this is going to happen. This happens, it must be a globe. It's a form of circular logic.
So that
it's
is
not
quite literally
conclusive.
that is quite
It's not
literally the
conclusive.
definition of empirical reasoning. When you're saying
No, it's not, dude. That's
when
an
you're
affirming
saying
the consequent
when you're saying
fallacy, dude.
I want to make a
That's an affirming
hypothesis.
the consequent fallacy.
Heretic.
Listen,
Heretic.
no. You're starting to spiral. That's an affirming the consequent fallacy. It's literally what it is. If P, then Q, Q therefore P. It's a completely circular form of reasoning, and you just said that that's literally empirical. That is far from it.
So no, my argument is if we travel south in the globe Earth model, then we will meet up at the same point at the South Pole.
What?
But
Okay,
if we
well,
travel north,
I'm getting really tired of this. Why don't you just show us the globe that you're traveling south on?
okay, so I'm again, I'm like questioning.
Listen, because it's coming to an end because you go, if I do this, and then I go, okay, can we see it being done? And then you go, what? I've got to show you it being done. Well, yeah, duh. Otherwise, we're just doing story time here. And to me, it's getting kind of tedious.
But you're not specifying what I have to do because you don't accept the underlying.
I'll specify. You have to do whatever it is you're saying is being done or can be done and shows whatever you're saying it shows.
Okay, so we have to get two people from the server, one of them who is in, I don't know, one of them who's in the southern hemisphere, and another of them who is also in the southern hemisphere, but on a different continent or maybe at the other end of a country. And then all we have to do is demonstrate to them, or all we have to do is demonstrate to you that we can see the Southern Cross at the same time.
Okay, and then at best, you're going to have an affirming the consequent fallacy on your hands.
That's not.
So what
no.
I would probably suggest, if you want something more conclusive and definitive than that, is just measuring surface curvature.
So again, when I'm looking two different directions on the flat Earth model, that doesn't make any sense that I would see the same thing.
Well,
you
let's
would be
just find
affirming
out-
the consequent because what you would be saying is, okay, well, when South Africa, the Southern Cross is actually here, right? But when they look south, for some reason, the light magically bends around and comes into the flat Earth that way.
I wouldn't
but
be
then,
saying that
when,
necessarily.
but then,
Listen, you're straw manning again.
But then
I
when
wouldn't say. Why are you making claims?
you
for me
wouldn't
like
say
that?
anything. Okay, well, what does the light do? How do they see the two things at the one thing at the same time?
I don't know. It's not my claim. You brought all of this to us.
Well,
I'm not the
there's
one
no
making
way
claims
to
about
make
it.
this work on a flat Earth model.
My
There's no way to make it work.
whatever you say, but my position is based 100% on just what the ground is doing. That's it. So if you
Yeah,
can,
but I'm basing it on what the sky is doing because
I know.
that's more
The problem-
informative.
It's not. If you want to know what the ground is doing, you look at the ground. You don't look away from it.
And also, let's think about the stars in a bit of a different way too, right?
Oh my.
If we have a flat Earth, right?
Oh, here we go.
And we have the
Big,
constellations.
you want to take over for Big because I'm getting kind of tired of this.
I'm sure you are.
Oh man, it's fucking 6 in the morning for me almost as well.
Okay, I'll just keep it going for a bit
All right,
longer.
just
All
more
right.
time.
So if we are on the flat Earth, and I don't know, let's say this is the equator. I don't know. It's actually you know what? I can do better circles for this. Let's say this is the equator, and then let's say this is the North Pole. Everyone on the
Why?
flat Earth. Why?
Why?
Because that's what y'all say, is it not?
When did I say that?
I mean, you're the VC mod for the 24/7 flat Earth. I think it would be pretty important for you to declare
Oh.
that the Earth is flat, right?
That's sort of like an appeal to credentials. When did I say that?
So you're not a flat earther?
Well, when did I say this specifically, this thing that you're showing us?
So you don't think that North is in the center of the flat Earth?
I don't know where the center is. That's a position that compasses point to.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Like a compass. Compass
Okay.
does that.
So does so all compasses point north, right? Is north the center of the flat Earth?
I don't know. That's something that compasses point to. I don't know what you could define as center per se. I don't know what the extent of this place is or everything about it. But compasses definitely point to it, whatever it is, and it does seem to be an apparent position that the sky rotates around. But I don't know.
The sky rotates around north.
Maybe magnetic north.
Well,
is not
Polaris.
I don't know.
No, the sky doesn't rotate
They
around
say
north.
that the magnetic north is right in.
It doesn't. You
right
don't
in
see all the
center.
constellations going around Polaris. But
Well,
anyway,
no, that's no, because yeah, we do see constellations going around Polaris in the northern hemisphere, but in the southern hemisphere they go the
what
opposite way.
hemispheres? What hemispheres? How do you know that there are hemispheres?
So like again, so we can see Polaris right here, and the Earth moves from east to west, right? Okay, so if it moves this way,
your globe is moving from west to east.
oh west to okay, yeah, I'm directionally challenged, but if it's moving from west to east, right, then any star we'll see. On the round Earth model, the stars are a more or less fixed position. Stellar parallax is a thing, but they're going to move. If we're moving, that means that I will be over here and I will stay over here relative to the Earth, which means I'm tilting 15 degrees, which means that this will kind of distort and kind of look like it's moving away from me, but I'm moving away from it. That's relative. Right? And in the same way in the southern hemisphere, it does that, but in the opposite direction because they're moving this way, so it looks like this star is moving this way. Why would the sky, under the round Earth model, the sky does the same thing what you would expect based on the perspective. But under the flat Earth model, the sky moves in different directions based on if you have if you're under this
but
part of the circle.
you have to put the bottom on there too. So as above, so below.
If you're not
if you have a cone on the top, you have to put a cone below. So
Okay,
that's
of
the flat
course.
Earth model, and then it's like a globe.
Please.
There you go.
That doesn't.
There you go. Bang.
That's
So
not a
as
proper
above,
response
so
to what he said.
below, and there's the fucking flat Earth in between.
I'm sorry, but that is not a proper response to what he said. Okay, the sky doesn't go two different directions. The things just go east to west, unless you're talking about the planets, which do go into retrograde and so forth. But
no, I'm talking
other
about
than
the
that,
stars
you have it
specifically.
going east to west, right? You're not? Okay.
I'm talking about like on the flat Earth, the sky would be different, doing different things for different people. Never mind the fact that for some reason when I cross this equator, I can't see. We can see a whole different slew of constellations for some reason.
It's not doing
Why is
different
that?
things. It's doing the same things. It's going east to west, and it depends where you are. You're closer to some stars than others, depending where you are. But it's all going east to west. You guys have this idea that suddenly things switch when you go a certain distance south. That doesn't happen. It's all going east to west.
Right.
The only thing that happens is that appears to be from your left to your right or your right to your left, just depending which way you're facing, and it does not matter where on Earth you are. That's all that happens.
Okay, hold on. Let me get some data here. Some cool videos.
What else
And
was I gonna say?
it'll better illustrate my point.
Okay. But, at the end of the day, all I'm ever going to say every single time is that it all comes down to, can we demonstrate this surface curvature, which is necessarily true if your interpretations of the sky are true.
If we're a ball. I don't think we're a ball.
Yeah, if we're a ball, then the surface of the Earth must necessarily curve. So if we can just get direct validation of that, then it's like, all right, fine, you're probably right about all this
They
stuff.
can't give you that evidence. They tried laser measuring, and you know what happens is that we can't see. We lose the perception because we can't see stuff with the naked eye, but they can get a camera and zoom in, and boom, oh, all of a sudden it's right there. And then they say, oh, things fall behind the ocean line or whatever, because of the curvature. But it's just perception. So it's how we perceive it. But if you put a laser level there, and if you put like telescopics and stuff like that, and you could zoom in from far distances, like 60 miles, 100 miles, it's like you could see it's fucking flat. All the oceans are flat. All the water is level.
Well,
what the
Elsa,
fuck?
you seem keen to speak, so I'm going to let you just go ahead and tag in. I think yeah, I've got to close up shop here and do some stuff. But anyway, nice talking to you, Neon. I'm gonna bounce for now.
Okay, see ya. We got to get
Have a
two
good
people.
one. Catch you soon,
Okay, I have the
heretic one
perfect
summer.
videos to demonstrate my point. Okay, I found them.
What's that,
All
Spake?
right.
Sorry.
Huh?
I think Spake said something. I was just wondering.
He might have just been saying good night, I think.
Oh, okay, cool. All right.
Okay.
Peace out.
All right. So look right here. Right. This is long-term exposure of moving stars in the northern hemisphere. This right here is the North Star. Right? Because these are all the stars that are rotating around it.
That's beautiful, by the way.
It is pretty beautiful,
Yeah,
isn't it?
it is.
Isn't our
Yep.
round Earth beautiful?
I have to appreciate it, whether I'm
Right.
right or wrong.
So it's
I-
right here. That's the point of reference. That's the North Star. Okay?
Right.
So when you face north, all of the things look like they're going counterclockwise around the star. Right? But here,
right, but are we not
but here-
stationary and the stars?
but here
in
we're
constellation-
looking in the south, right? It's, Southern Cross is somewhere right here. Right? We're looking in the south. Oh, yep, right there. And it's going clockwise. Right? So under the flat Earth model, let me go back to my screen. My paint stream. Under the flat Earth model, you're presuming that the sky is rotating in different directions for different people based on where they are, based on whether they're near the crust or near the cheesy center of your pizza world. And that doesn't make any sense to me. Why is
That's
the sky
what-
rotating in different directions when you cross on this flat plane?
That's what I'm struggling with is like I get that the stars spin around the top of the dome and stuff like that, but how can people from two different places look both south and see the same thing? Like the point you're making about perspective. My only issue is how has that been proven that two people have looked in the exact same direction at the same time and seen the Southern Cross at the exact same time? Because you said that they can be seen from these two different places, but you didn't say whether or not it was at the exact same time or not.
Right. And the reason I like the stars so much and seeing the moon is because like once you get past the thought terminating cliche of why would looking at the sky determine the shape of the ground, right? When you're realizing you're on a rock staring up from the surface of that rock or outwards radially from the center of that sphere, it makes a lot more sense that you're in like a little orbital prism, but under this flat plane, the stars are rotating around the North Star. And then when you go towards the equator, all of the stars move one direction because you can't really meaningfully see the Northern Star or Polaris, right? You're too off to see either. So all the stars kind of move in the same direction above you.
Like, see your round model right there, your globe. So in the globe, if you drew the circle inside of the globe that you have there on the left or in the middle, and you could basically see that that's pretty much the way it is. That should be the way it is. It's round, but that's all air and ozone and all of that. Like it's round like that, but it's not like that on the ground. The ground is flat all the way around in the circumference, and then that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
So Spakeface, are you there? I think he fell asleep. Are there any other flat earthers in here by any chance?
Yeah,
Am I just
I
preaching to
am.
the choir right now?
I am, but I'm more into the philosophy and metaphysics of it. You guys are better at dueling out the science and the mechanics of it.
I gotta say, man, I don't think that the shape of the Earth is a metaphysical thing. I think that it's a pretty physical thing that we can determine.
Like,
right?
Yeah, definitely. I'm not saying it's a metaphysical thing. I'm just saying my studies and interest in it is more into the spiritual and psychological ramifications of such a thing. That's why I'm not the best at debating the hard science of it.
And the whole thing is like when I was a kid, I used to be able to see all the tricks of the magicians, right? My parents used to take me all around to like Six Flags and all these different places.
Yeah.
And all the magicians, I used to be able to see right through their tricks, like no
Their
problem.
prestidigitation didn't fool you, huh?
Exactly. And so what happened was I built up a certain skepticism, and I'm very skeptic when it comes to certain things. And it's like, okay, so you sound like you know what you're talking about, and it's great. You're showing diagrams, you're showing a lot of stuff, and
Yeah,
you
Neon's definitely
a lot of
good
valid
faith as far
points.
as a round earth argument.
Very believable, very understanding, and you can convey a message. That's great. But it's hard for me to be able to see through your magic, right? I'll give you
It's
that.
not magic, dude. Anyone can get this with just a little
But-
bit. Like this
but I'm
isn't
telling you-
hard. Like
Hold on, let
you're
him
seeing.
finish.
There are people out there that
He's
are
painting a picture. Yeah.
Yeah, there are people out there that are really, really scientific and they know a lot of stuff and they've been doing this shit for a lot of years. And I just feel it's like, I don't know, there's a part of them that just, they're not really telling the truth, And that's it, and I can tell a bullshitter, right? Because like that's kind of way it is. But, I don't know for sure. Like my honest answer is I don't know if we're on a round ball, but it doesn't. Some of the things like the way they put their science and all this other stuff, it's settled, and they don't want to hear about it, and they don't want to talk about it, and it's like you're a dumbass.
That's
because
one of
you're
the biggest things that
asking
trigger
about
my
it.
red. That's one of the
And
biggest
so
things that
that's
trigger my
what
red.
gives us the whole reason is just like, okay, is it plausible? And there are some arguments that can be had where you could say, well, they do make sense. And like, why is the United Nations using this flat Earth model? And why are a lot of things the way they are? And there is a hell of a lot of money to be made working in NASA and in this type of science field. But then when you look at the jobs and all these people that go to school to learn about astrophysics, they can't get a goddamn job. They're working at they're convenience stores.
What do you mean,
and they're working.
man?
You know what I'm
I
saying,
mean,
bro?
Well, no,
No, they all become Sheldon
dude,
from Big Bang
if
Theory
you're
with
saying that
astrophysics masters.
if you're saying that physics is fake and that gravity isn't real,
No,
how
I'm
is-
not. I'm not. I'm
Well,
totally
but
not.
you have to be if you're saying that you're a flat earther. You have to be because
a
every
flat earther.
every
Yeah, flat
object
earth-
of a
You can be a
sufficient
flat earther and
size.
still believe that there's like a gravitational downward pressure.
No, you can't because if
No,
you're saying
no,
if you're
hold on,
saying that
Neon is right about this. Every significant flat earther that I've ever listened to says that it's density and other things besides gravity. I've
Dude,
never heard.
density,
I've-
dude,
I've-
buoyancy literally requires a downward preference. Why do you think that the heavier things go down instead of up? Why don't they go up? Why don't
no,
they go in every
they
direction?
don't.
It
Down, my
requires
friend. Down, my friend, is an illusion
gravity
because
is far greater in a downward direction.
I think Tiger is saying that
There is no
gravity's real,
magic
right?
force like called
No,
gravity.
I'm not.
It's not magic.
I know. I'm just
measurable.
saying,
way
there's
to
a downward
describe
preference,
something.
and it's
You could say,
probably
"Oh, it's
explainable without
gravitational."
all this baggage.
Under your
Gravity comes towards
but under
when they
your
put it in
framing,
space
you're the
like
ones
a
that are
magnet.
being hold on,
Guys,
but
slow
under
down. We can't hear anything. Everybody chill out a little bit.
under your model, you're the ones engaging in magic because you say less dense objects. So let's take an example. Let's take a no. Let's take let's
great,
take
more
this
cartoons.
rhombus. Let's take this rhombus right here. This rhombus is very dense. It's and then let's say it's submerged in a pool of water, right? I don't know. Submerged in a pool of water, right? Imagine this is water. Right, it's in water, right? You say that denser objects go down compared to non-dense objects.
Right.
Why down? Why that direction
Exactly,
specifically? Why not this way or this way or this
There's a
way?
weight. It's
When you have
heavier.
when you have a baseball,
Relative
Dude, but
density
the weight
relative
could
density
go
determines
left,
the
right,
direction
whatever
of the
which way,
object.
but it
but a
requires
Relative
baseball
downward
density
preference in
determines
order
the
to
direction
have
of the object because the electron
One at a
configuration
time.
of the molecules of the actual atomic structure of the actual
what?
the substance
What's
itself
happening?
is not affected by the actual etheric
oxygen?
force in which it exists in.
Ether course
Bazinga,
energy.
bro.
See, that sounds a lot more
Bazinga, bro.
like magic than gravity.
It's
See,
not
there's
magic.
air
It's not magic.
all over
Gravity's
here.
magic. Actually, gravity's magic. Gravity's magic because literally there's no explanation for how gravity even.
I can
There's
tell you.
there's literally no logical explanation of how gravity
Oxygen.
even exists.
Oxygen.
I
Never mind
can tell you.
experimentally
What's
introduced.
the what's the thing? H2O.
There's
is
no
what?
need
what
for
they do.
gravity.
They
All you
say
need
that
is
gravity
buoyancy
But
and
again,
well
but
relative
y'all,
density.
guys,
There's no need for
guys,
gravity. All you need
if
is
I have a
buoyancy and relative
Goddamn
density. Any
scientists, man.
scientist
You guys
knows
are all
that. Any
scientists.
real scientist knows that.
guys, Okay, guys, if I have a baseball right here, and you're saying we're on a flat Earth, right? This baseball's right here. Air is all around it. This air above it is less dense than the baseball. So why doesn't the baseball go up? Why does it always go towards the ground?
Because the baseball the baseball is more dense than the air that it's in. So
Okay,
it's
but
taller.
why is there a
But in
vertical
every
preference?
single
Why is there
in
a
every
vertical
single
That's
direction,
what
why is
buoyancy
there a
is. It's called
downward
buoyancy.
preference?
Because you're
Dude,
assuming gravity,
Buoyancy
dude.
requires a
Hold
downward
on, let me
preference.
ask a
Buoyancy
Why
question.
requires a
downward?
downward
Do you know,
preference.
excuse
Why
me,
not
sir.
sideways or
Bro,
upwards?
you're
Excuse me,
just
sir. Do you know
assuming
what
that it's a
buoyancy
fucking
is?
It's just
globe
weight,
and that there's
bro.
gravity.
I'm not assuming there's a globe. I'm
Yes,
asking
you
you,
are.
in
Trader
your
or
explanation
trader,
of gravity.
or
Hey
whoever's
guys,
talking.
guys, one at a time,
Kim,
please. One at a time, please.
Kim,
Thank
do
you.
you know, like, what you're
Yeah, Muffin
asking?
Man?
Like, do you know what gravity is? Do you know what buoyancy is? Do you know what these things are?
Yes, I do.
Because what's buoyancy? Like, what do you think buoyancy is?
Buoyancy is an object's tendency to float.
Jiggly lifeguard
Not
kitties.
necessarily.
Yes,
And
it is.
what's
That is the
relative density?
definition.
What's
Buoyancy
relative
just
density?
means it's
Density
like
is a
different
measure of
densities.
mass relative to its volume. But
Exactly,
citing
and
density is just citing
that law.
citing gravity again, because denser
No,
objects
it's
on a round
not.
Earth,
No, it's not. It has nothing to do with gravity.
hold on,
It
Excuse
still
me,
can
you're,
happen on a
you're
fucking
derailing.
planet.
You're
denser,
derailing. It
hold
has
on.
nothing to do with
Denser
gravity.
objects. Oh my god. Denser objects experience a stronger gravitational force than non-dense objects. If
How
I
do you
have
measure
two
that? How do
because
you measure that? The
that's a great question.
gravitons?
I would love to answer
The
that. So if I have
gravitons?
two
Do you measure
if
the
I
Does
have two
gravity
gravitons?
work
objects,
based on density or mass?
it works well. It works based on mass.
Per unit of volume.
How does mass attract mass? Explain that to me. How does mass attract mass?
Do you want me to give
Square
you
of
an
the
experiment to
distance.
prove that mass attracts mass?
Where has ever in this world have we ever observed mass attracting
The
mass other than
Cavendish
magnets?
experiment. We discovered we did
Other
it
than
with
magnets and photons. That's
no,
and
we don't.
electrons.
No,
That's the only thing
we
ever
don't need
observed.
magnets and
Low
photons,
pressure, high
guys. Listen. We've been
Great.
doing. I want everyone in here. I want everyone here who's a flat earther right now to look up the Cavendish experiment. Okay, and I'm going to tell you about it in explicit detail. Okay, let's say I have two massive objects, and when I say massive, I just mean they have mass. Okay, so let's take M1 and M2. Let's say there's a distance between them called r. Okay, the force of M1 on M2. M1 is pulling on M2, and M2 is pulling on M1, and that force is described through Newton's law of universal gravitation called Big G. And the purpose of the Cavendish. Yeah, hold on, wait, please,
Hold on, I'm going to
Let
correct you on
Neon
that.
paint his picture. Let him
Newton's
cook,
law
right?
is not
Let
a
him cook.
law.
Let me
Newton's
cook.
law is not a law.
I'm just
It's
gonna
a
mute him on my end.
theory.
I'm just
It's
gonna
a
mute him on my end.
theory
I
that
can't
has
do it.
not been proven
Okay,
experimentally.
so
Actually, it's a debunked theory,
okay.
as a
Is he
matter of fact.
still?
It's debunked.
Is he still going? Okay, you got M1 and M2, and you have your radius right here, the distance between them. Okay, normally you would include the distance to the center of the object because that's the center of mass, but that's fine, like whatever. So the force that is pulling this mass right here is the same as this mass is pulling on right here, and that can be measured, right, using a scale. And
What
the
are you
force is
talking about?
G
What force?
M1
It can be measured in an atmospheric.
But how do
Okay,
you
listen.
assert
over
this
R
What are you
squared.
talking about? What is this guy
All the
talking
So if
about?
you
science he's talking
What
about is
force
fucking
is
with.
pulling on the
so
object?
if you
What
have
force? Gravity?
like a spring,
Where's the gravity?
right? You know you can load that spring,
Only if there's an
and that spring
atmospheric.
will extend a certain amount, D,
The only
right?
force that
And
is in
based
that
on how
object
far
is
the
the animation
spring
of the
extends
ether.
is a
The
measure of
only
your
force
energy.
that's in that object is the animation of the
Okay, that guy
luminiferous
is never
ether
going to
that
shut the
is
fuck up, and he's
charging
actually
its
schizo.
animated photonic
I just
reality.
muted him.
You're
You
literally
are
a
a
schizo
moron.
who denies
You
science.
are a moron. You don't know
You're literally
anything
a
about
schizo
science.
who
You don't know
denies science.
anything
No,
about
no, I'm
science. This
saying
guy
like
thinks he knows about
Shay
gravity.
specifically is a
He doesn't
schizo
know
because he will
anything
not
about
shut the
gravity
fuck up.
at all. He
Okay,
literally
how is
knows
he a
nothing
schizo?
about
Shay,
gravity.
chill
He
out,
cannot
dude.
prove that
Relax a
gravity
little bit.
even exists.
You've just been
He cannot
talking
prove that
nonstop
gravity
since you got
even
in the room.
exists.
Yeah,
You cannot prove that
we
gravity
could
doesn't
all,
exist.
if we all just
Boys,
You
mute
cannot
him,
prove that
it would
gravity
be
isn't
so
affecting
much easier.
don't
I'm
be
not gonna
don't
mute
be
him because he never
personal mute.
did anything
Can you
to
shut
me.
the fuck up, lads? Please. Please don't be personal muting people, because it's bad enough as it is. You all talk over each other. You fucking start personally
Dude,
muting
these
folk.
guys are fucking blockheads. I'm
It's
out of
gonna
here.
be a fucking
Bye.
great
Okay,
loss.
bye. Okay, cool. The troll left.
Cool.
All right.
Awesome.
He's not a
So you
troll.
have M1,
Right, chill
M2.
out, boys, eh?
Yeah, we will. We will. It was just
What are
it was
the
just
two
him.
things made of?
Well, it doesn't matter. It just
does matter,
No,
actually.
no, no. It doesn't matter what they're made of. The point is that they have
Yeah,
different
it
masses.
does matter what they're made of in the experiment.
Okay, let's just say one is iron and one is, I don't know, like silicon. Okay,
No, but
we
in
get
his experiment.
What about his experiment?
What are they made of?
It doesn't matter what they're made of. This experiment has been recreated with different materials, and the same logic holds up the same. No matter.
Hey, show me them.
Okay. I just need to get through this explanation. Okay.
I understand it already.
You don't, because. Okay, fine. You
I
can
do,
say
they
you
fall on each
understand
other.
it, but there are other flat earthers in here, and I really want to drive this home because I hate this
Does
VC
anyone
that it
have
exists.
no idea what he's
Yeah,
talking
but it's
about?
only a theory. You're theorizing, man.
Hold on, but when we do this experiment, though, when we say, okay, this spring should extend by this much because this mass is exerting a force on this mass,
Yes,
and they're
based
pulling each
based
other.
on, but bro, based on
Wait,
atmosphere.
Alpha, please, my God, I'm trying to get through this, man. I'm trying to
Okay,
get through
fine,
this.
but
Just
you're
just let
saying
him
that
get
all
through
the-
real
all
quick,
your
and then
physics-
we'll we'll talk after. Let him get through real quick, please. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you. Yeah, so this spring extends a certain amount, which means that it has been imbued with a certain amount of energy that has been caused by this force right here, pulling this object, and thus this spring. Okay? And then once that happens, and once it stabilizes, we can plug in this distance between the objects plus the distance to their center of mass. But that's what R truly is. And then we can have these two masses, and then we can say, okay, well, that's the force, and we know that because this spring has extended that. That's how we do it, and that's how undergrad physics students do this every single day. And what they do is they derive this constant right here. That is G, and we can use G to measure the mass of the Earth as well, right? But that's a different experiment. But that's my point: is that this force, using the Cavendish experiment, describes this interaction.
Okay.
Okay, can I just say a few things? All right,
sure.
So all your science that you're talking about it all deals with like gravity, magic gravity. Okay, so without gravity, would you have anything?
No, you have to have gravity to have
but if you didn't have it, if you didn't have it, would you be able to do anything else?
No. If this didn't exist, like, this would break all of physics, right? Because if we're saying that mass doesn't attract other mass, then we would never be able to predict, like, where certain things are. We can never image black holes because, like, we can never predict orbital patterns because, like, mass it wouldn't work in the same way because mass is based on Kepler's laws is based off of universal gravitation.
Yeah,
and that's
but
how we predict orbitals.
We have a magnet.
No, they've been the same for thousands of years.
Right? Would you agree that we have a magnet in our Earth, like magnetic north? Right? It's a very large magnet. You've heard about objects being pulled up a hill, things like cars that being pulled up a hill and stuff. So we do have magnets, right? I think that gravity has been misconstrued as magnetation.
Oh, great! Well, I'm an electrical engineer, so I love
Magnification.
talking about magnets. So,
I
which
love magnets.
what kind of what are you saying that the force we're confusing gravity with is diamagnetic, ferromagnetic? What are you saying that it is?
The Earth generates this. It's like a perpetual machine. I think God was perfect in every way because he created something perfect like the Earth.
Fucking magnets. How do they work?
Yeah, but again,
I
like,
don't know.
why are you assuming that it's
How they
magnet?
work.
Okay, if it's a magnet, if it's a magnet
kinetic
force,
energy. Magnets store a kinetic energy, which is amazing.
What?
And
Do
it's
they? I don't think they do.
It's not
right?
kinetic energy. It's
Isn't it?
electromagnetic energy. No, it's energy
Well,
stored in a
no, I mean,
magnetic
you could take
field.
a magnet and you could do something and you can make it kinetic, right?
Well,
You
yeah,
could use
but it's stored in the form. The energy is stored in the form of
Yeah,
magnetic
but it's
energy
expressed kinetically, dude.
in a magnetic field.
Yeah, but you
Yes,
could
yes,
okay,
So
you're
it is
right.
fucking kinetic.
right. But it's stored in a magnetic field.
You're being sued right now.
I'm being more precise with my language than
It's
you'd like me
kinetic.
to be.
It's literally kinetic. It's expressed in reality as kinetic energy.
Right, but this would be like saying that a ball at the top of a field stores kinetic energy, but no, it stores potential energy.
Stored. Well, potential as
Bro,
well.
potential energy isn't even.
It can translate to
real until
kinetic
it's
energy,
expressed.
but it's
I
a
love
property of
energy.
a system. That's all it is.
Energy.
Exactly. Energy is kind of
Core.
a it's a thing that only exists in flux. Would you agree with that, Neon?
No, flux is a different thing. Flux is a measure of how much how much of something like a magnetic field is going through an area, or an electric field too. But
and they've been able
I'm aware that
so much
flux is a
potential
process.
with
I understand.
electromagnetic
flow
energy. I think that it would explain a lot of stuff. Like we have clouds which produces electricity. You know, we have lightning, we have all this other stuff. I know that they already know a lot of stuff about it. I think that they're lying to us about the science that they're giving to us, and I think that they've downgraded a lot of it. I mean, you could be an electrician.
but
You
again,
can be. But what are
but
you going
again,
to do?
how
with your
could you
degree?
be? How
do you
would
feel?
civil engineering exist without gravity?
Dude,
I think he made a
you're
good
asserting
point, though, that the
gravity as this
diamagnetic
magical
elements
force. There are
Gravity is
many
like
other
a
things that
bong.
could
That's
explain
about
this
it.
kind of phenomenon.
Like we use
Gravity
gravity
power.
in so many things, from the determining the resting length
Okay,
of a
but
spring.
you have asserted this magical force for which you have no explanation.
Exactly.
But I don't need an explanation for it, because you're also using
There are
magnetic
other
force.
explanations
You're
that have
also
come out in
saying,
recent
Why don't you
physics.
build a
There are
bridge?
modern
And when people
explanations for
ask
this
you what is the
phenomenon
weight
that are
rating of
not
your bridge,
Newton's
you
magical
tell them
force of
that
attraction.
by my magical intuition, I feel that it'll take about 3 trucks at the same time, and see if you're able to become a civil engineer using that understanding of gravity.
you're
Engineers build
asking me for an explanation of what gravity is putting the cart before the horse, because in
Neon,
doing so,
Neon,
you're
in
implicitly
modern physics,
hold
there
on,
are many
trader.
explanations for these
Trader, I'm
phenomena
trying to
which
finish up,
don't
man.
have to be
Trader, I'm
these
trying to finish up, man.
magical-
Trader, I have
point.
never interrupted you. I have never interrupted you, my guy. I've never done that. Okay, so
I
don't
get
do that
it.
to me.
It's a
So
last attempt to protect science.
hold on. So when you're saying, "Oh, gravity doesn't work, gravity doesn't work, gravity doesn't work," or whatever, or gravity, you don't have an explanation for gravity. It doesn't
Never
make sense
said
or
that.
whatever. You said no. You literally said that I'm
No, I
using
didn't.
gravity as a magical
No, I
force
didn't.
that I
said
have
there
no
are
explanation
explanations
for.
for gravity.
Okay,
Listen
so on a flat Earth, why does gravity work differently for other round objects in the sky, right? Like Mars, Venus, the
Hold
sun.
on,
Why
don't
is
go down that
everything
route.
else in the universe round
We're already
except for the
assuming
flat
this, like,
Earth?
Okay.
That's a bad
Let me
route to
answer
go.
your
They don't
question.
think that those are.
Downey knows about that one. Just stick with it. Stick with
So,
things that are
I've
on
already
the Earth that
assumed
we
this
can observe that are within our boundaries.
If you actually check your DMs, I'm trying to get you to press their questions as
Nick, you
to
wanna
like,
smoke
because he
another
brought
joint?
up
What do you mean other round
electromagnetism as to
objects? The
why
Earth is
things
not
go
made
down.
of round things.
Yeah, they
Yeah, listen
offer
to
it
your
as an
listen to your
alternative, but they
attorney,
never
Downey.
actually
You
explain
can't
anything.
know that they're actually
Well, hold
civil.
on. He brought up electromagnetism, which you're already able
Like a
to
gypsy, I was
disprove
born
because
to
we
walk
understand
the
that a
If I
third
were
of
a
the periodic
scientist, then I
table
would say
should
that
be
the way that
repelled by
gravity works
electromagnetic field.
is that
I guess
God
that's fucking
Wait,
Neon. Is
guys.
he muted?
He
Guys.
infuses his will into
Guys,
every atom in the
one at a time.
universe. And that's why every piece of matter attracts every other piece of matter. And that's why explanation for why gravity exists. Would that change anything?
What?
This pain stream
Nobody
looks
heard what you
schizo
said
post.
because you
Gravity
overtalked
doesn't exist, folks.
Parcel.
You hear him? You hear what he said?
There's
He
no
said
magical
gravity
force of
doesn't
attraction.
exist.
No, I'm saying that there is a magical force, and God is that magical force that
Oh,
that
God.
pulls
God is
all
gravity.
the atoms together.
God is gravity.
If we observe,
Why
if
not?
we
Like
observe,
magic
in terms of
if we
fucking
observe things like
vital
if
life
you drop a ball, it'll fall to the ground. If we observe these relationships, does it matter what we call it? If we're just describing
Yes,
the
it does,
relationships that
because
we
when you
observe,
call it gravity, you're like bringing all this baggage of fucking Newton and Einstein.
sure,
No, it
okay,
doesn't
so
have to
but
be. It
wait,
could
wait,
be
wait,
the
wait.
magical sky
If we were
that
just,
that
so
creates
what about this?
gravity.
What about this?
If you
If
want.
we just take,
You
if we,
are bringing a bunch
The
of
big
baggage, because as
brains.
soon
wait,
as you
wait, wait.
concede that
Yeah,
there
it's
is a
your
there is a
baggage because
downward
it's
pressure,
your load to carry.
If we make
Yeah, you have to
observations,
lift
it
the
doesn't
whole
matter.
load
It
that
if
doesn't
we make
matter.
Einstein and
observations
Newton
about the world
carried
around
in order
us,
to supplant it. Like that's
if we make
massive.
observations about the world around us, and then from there we, we describe those relationships, describe those observations with mathematical formulas, and then we use those formulas to apply them to different instances, so that we can do things like build bridges or buildings. Does it matter ultimately what we call it if we're just kind of describing these relationships that we
Yeah,
observe?
we can call it the gravity. Call it gravity. Call it the ether. Who gives a fuck?
Right. But it performs in this certain way, right? Is to predict things like, that Leon
Space
just
and the
went
movement of the
painstakingly.
balls in the sky.
I got that back end of what you were talking about, but
Well,
but
the aether would
if you
be
actually
like
just did the
a.
math for it.
Well, firstly, like with the electromagnetic shit, explaining why, like I guess you would call it the force vector, or at least like the directional influence is what I've always referred to it as to why down is down and not sideways being down, or why things don't go up, right?
But is he
Electrostatic.
trying to disprove God?
Hold on.
Like, is it scientism?
Dude, electromagnetism would be a terrible like explainer, because a third of the periodic table is repelled by electromagnetic fields, or even magnetic fields in general. So like you'd have to
Okay.
explain why like lead or why iron goes down, while at the same time like explaining why lead or silver go down.
Can you observe iron being repelled by the Earth's magnetic field?
Is that what I just said?
I'm just asking you, dude.
I can demonstrate to you this. I can repel. I can attract an iron coin, and at the same time repel a silver coin with the same magnet on the same side as each other. Diamagnetic elements are repelled. What? Can you say it
That's
again?
magic. That black magic. Get out of here.
Yeah, it literally is black.
I think it's because of chemistry, right?
Dude came
Like
up and if you do that.
Well, yeah, it's based on the orientation of charge within that body, but that doesn't matter because bulk matter is electrically neutral anyways, right? So that the Earth has a magnetic field doesn't explain anything about the forces on Earth. You can't draw a diagram on the flat Earth and say, oh, well, this is how we would expect things to behave, because under the flat Earth model, everything just goes
So
towards
what's your
the
explanation
disk.
for gravity, dude?
My explanation for gravity is that all mass attracts all other mass. And
So this
given
is
that
not
there
an
is a center
explanation
of
of gravity.
attraction,
This is just a definition of gravity.
Right. So yeah, but this is what I was just saying,
Sure.
right? This is what I
Yeah,
was just
Move
saying.
on now.
I think that in my mind, I think that sometimes it could be a little tricky in terms of like what
So
people
please
are
give me your
actually
theory
asserting
of
when
gravity.
they talk about gravity. In my mind, if all we're doing is just
We're talking
describing the
about the
relationships
downward
we
preference
observe,
and the attraction of
right,
matter. You don't have
right.
to
So if we
fucking jibber
observe
jabber. You're a
a
jibber
downward
jab.
preference,
You literally need to be
if we
muzzled,
observe
dude.
a
Shut
downward
up.
preference, and if we're able to describe that
This is so
preference, quote
irrelevant.
unquote, with
We've
a
been
mathematic
talking
You
about
are the
this.
formula,
faggots that are trying to obfuscate gravity, right?
I
Oh my
just
God!
don't.
You
I
just
feel
said
like
Hold on, can
there's.
we not break
F
Discord
word,
TOS
ban,
on here,
ban,
dude?
I
block,
feel
block,
like
block.
I feel like it's important to acknowledge that like what's being it. I
No,
don't
it's
know what
not.
people are
It's
asking for when
literally
they're
not.
asking for
It's
a.
not. It's
You are
not
asking for
important.
a
It's not important.
philosophical
guys,
explanation for
y'all are
why
really
gravity
lithium
exists,
deficient.
right?
You guys
And
are
I said that
unruly and
God did,
uneducated.
and we fucking move on.
Yeah, like
Dude,
gravity is just the gravitational pull is just the tendency for things with mass to head towards the center of the Earth under a round Earth framework. That is just what gravity is.
It's just
Okay.
describing
On
the
a flat Earth, it
relationships that
means
we
things go
observe.
down.
Right.
Yeah, but
Two on a globe
water
Earth, it doesn't mean
doesn't
things go
work
down.
in on his round
yes,
Earth.
down on a global Earth, correct, does not exist. Down is towards the center of the Earth. Down on a flat Earth
It
doesn't
depends on the
exist.
When I
reference. It
drop things.
So
depends
he's
on the
saying
reference
that
point.
water
It depends on
sticks
the
to
reference
all
point.
around the
Left, right,
ball.
up, down.
Water
wherever I am on
gravity,
the
magic
globe,
gravity
down is
makes
going to be
all
toward the
the
center of the
water
globe.
on the round Earth stick on the globe.
Correct. in the globe model, that is the proposal. But the thing is that what is sometimes interesting in my mind is things that are explained, like the globe model explains within the globe model. It's not strange or weird that the water would quote unquote stick to the surface of the planet, right? Like it's interesting to me that a lot of time these things are raised of like, oh, it looks flat. We don't feel ourselves spinning. But within the model, like water's supposed to stick, quote unquote, to the planet. Like
you're on
we're
a
not
podcast.
supposed
Based
to.
on
water,
supposed
water
to.
based on
Water
fluid.
doesn't.
Babble.
Water
It
doesn't
Takes
stick
so
to
long to say
things.
nothing.
Water finds
The
its
heavier it
level
is,
within containers.
more
We are in a container.
Right,
We're in a
but
firmament dome, dumbass.
but do you believe? But the problem there is
This
that the
whole
problem
realm
there
is
is
made of
you're
water.
asking for
This
things. You're
whole
asking for
realm
things
is
to
made of
behave.
water. Therefore,
You're
water
asking for things
stays
to
level.
behave the
So
same
therefore,
at
this whole
every
realm is a
scale.
level
Shut
realm.
up, Popular.
We're not
God
on a
damn, you
spinning
fucking
sphere, you
monkey.
stupid fuck.
Oh, is he still in
Jesus.
the background
We're not on a
spurging?
spinning
Yeah,
sphere,
he
you
is
stupid
spurging.
fuck.
Oh, and Che Dio is
He's
spurging
not
too.
spurging.
You
Che
guys are
is
stupid.
literally
Yeah.
right. You're a fucking
Fucking
idiot.
retard,
You
like
guys are the
sewing in
dumbest
the background.
motherfuckers
Nobody
I've ever
wants to
heard
hear him, and
speak in
he's
my
like, "Oh,
entire
you
life.
guys are retards. I'm gonna leave." And now he's coming back. Also,
What?
but I just want to,
Right.
I just want to ask,
Can you
I just want to
argue
ask the
with
flat
content of
earthers.
what he's saying?
So to the flat earthers that
I'm not.
say,
What are you? Why?
no.
I'm a
Oh,
Oh,
guys,
oh,
come
oh,
on, man.
the
What the
different.
fuck?
Oh,
What
I'm
the
sorry,
fuck? Take it
Popula. A
easy.
different,
Take it easy, bro.
different light was on.
Just take it easy.
I thought
One
you
at
were
a
the
time.
one that was spurging in the background,
One at a
but it was
time.
someone else.
I'm a faggot.
Anyways,
All right,
so
can somebody
Fair
mute
enough.
him too?
I've got
You
it
just
muted
dropped
on
the
my
F
end.
bomb. Oh, Che just dropped the F bomb.
You guys are
We can't
such
be having that on this
faggots, yo.
server.
You guys are
It's
beta cucks, like for
My
real
God,
satanic
stop
faggots.
saying the F word. dude.
Globes satanic
Just
faggots.
mute him. Just mute him.
Insane.
Just mute him on. Just mute him on your end.
I'll just come back
I
in
don't care if
another
it's against the
account. It doesn't
rules.
matter. I'll
Hey,
just come
Flat
back
Earth
in
moderator,
infinite
How to
accounts.
start
are you
You
using
there?
can't
the S word
continue to mute
and the
me
F
forever.
word.
I'll just come
Traitor.
back. I'm
He's
back
not
in
allowed to say the
infinite.
f
My
bomb. Oh wait, you're not.
sensibilities.
Oh,
I'll
you're
kill you on
just a
that
flat
one.
earther.
So you
Okay,
think
you're
I'm
not. You're not a
traitor? I
traitor.
own
Yep,
this
it's
server.
your
You
turn.
guys are fucking peasants
Okay.
to me.
Peasant.
I can always
I just figured
open
because he
up.
was a flat earther.
Shut
He
I
was.
can always
I
open
am a
up
peasant.
sane
I
chat so
literally
we
have
can
done
keep all these
experiments
guys
that
from
will
sparking
literally
out.
drop your fucking jaw into the ground, and you'll
I
literally
mean,
drag it
Neon.
but the
until there's
spurging
dirt
would
in your
stay here
fucking
though
mouth.
because
Dude,
it's in the
follow the
flat earth
kids.
Well,
server.
Literally, the
if he
experiments I've
goes to
done will literally
Neon
drop your
sane
jaw
chat, I
into
can
the
just
ground.
mute
You
him
won't
there.
imagine it until you figure out everything about
Okay,
science.
yeah.
You've
Do you
never
want to
known
move
about
all of us?
quantum
I'm
mechanics.
curious.
Neon.
I
So
did. I feel
acknowledging that there's a
potential.
downward preference, how do we proceed from here?
What?
Insults. You could see through the veil of
Acknowledging that there's a
reality if you
downward
come back
preference,
there.
how do we proceed from here?
Well, I would ask you to define what down means because under my model it just means towards the center of the
Your
Down is
model
when you look
doesn't
down, you see
exist.
your
Must
Your
shoes.
model
down.
What
doesn't
does that? What does
Down,
that
exist.
that's what
mean?
down
Looking
is.
down.
Spinning
Looking
water
down
on a
is when you
ball in an
tilt your head
insignificant space
downward
with
towards the
zero
ground.
gravity vacuum doesn't
Towards the
make any
okay,
sense.
what
It
does that
makes
mean?
no logical sense whatsoever. You're a
It's
moron.
buoyant.
Down is
And it
towards the
weighs.
ground. So if
Down
I'm
is the
underground,
opposite of
if I'm
heaven.
underground, down. So when you say towards the
If
ground,
you're
if I'm
underground, down
if
is
I'm
still
under
going to be down no matter where you
no,
are
but you said
in
towards the
terms of
ground.
altitude.
So if I'm underground, I can head in any direction and I can then be going down. So
Down
what do you
is the
mean by
opposite
down?
of up. Down is the opposite of up,
What
bro.
is up?
Up is towards the stars in the heavens, bro.
But
So
towards the
if they
stars in the
drop a
heavens,
thousand
which
I can point
stars?
to a star. I
The
can point
stars
to
are
a
different.
star
Are doing
The
different
stars above
just
your head,
things.
above
dude.
the
Stars
horizon.
above your head.
Wait,
If
I
I'm
can point
standing
to
on the
stars
flat
that are just
Earth,
above the horizon, right? Is that
yeah.
still up?
If I'm looking at the
Okay,
stars, I could be
I'll
looking in
just use
this
your
direction
diagram. So do you
on the
see
star.
that
Go watch Eric Dubé. Just
big
go watch
arrow
Eric
on top
Dubé.
of the
Just go
center of
watch
the
Eric
flat Earth
Dubé. Just go
diagram?
watch Eric Dubé.
What weighs more,
Just go watch
1,000
Eric
pounds of
Dubé.
feathers or 1,000 pounds of steel?
Okay,
go watch
I
can we
would say
please
the
not
1,000 pounds
derail?
of feathers.
Okay, Neon.
Because
So
the
on your
energy
diagram, do you see that big
Down,
arrow
idiot.
that's above the
1,000
center
My
of the
bad.
flat Earth? That arrow
You guys
on
are
your diagram
fucking
is pointing down.
retards.
So
Okay,
if I'm
that's what
pointing
down is.
towards the center of the flat
Earth, that's down.
Not towards the center, but I'm saying that arrow.
What? This arrow
is
right
pointing
here
down.
is pointing towards the center.
Yes.
Okay,
but
this is down because this points towards the center. That's down,
but,
right?
But I think that
You're just trolling. You don't even want to
Trader. This is really bad for you because you can't
that's not
define
even
down.
what I said. I said that arrow is
You see
pointing
the
towards
North
the
Pole,
center.
dude.
Also
Listen.
pointing down. That is what
Listen,
down is.
is it not?
What is
Listen,
what is down
I was trying
again?
to locate the arrow on the diagram for you. I
Look
wasn't
on the
saying
flat
that
Earth.
the definition of down is towards the center of the flat Earth.
So this arrow right here.
Brick.
Describe what this arrow is doing and why you think this is down on a flat Earth.
Okay, so
It's
take that arrow.
South,
Point of the arrow. Draw
You're going
this
south.
arrow right here.
a line.
A line. Okay, there's a line.
By the way.
That's a
that
line.
is going like 90 degrees. It's a right
Everything
angle
is south,
with
dude.
the
If you're going to the north, from the
length of
North
the
Pole,
arrow.
Australia is south. From the North Pole, Africa is
They
south.
have a group whiteboard.
From the North
app
Pole,
with Discord.
fucking
Alpha, dude. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, dude. We're having a discussion. What are you doing? Jesus Christ. Okay, so 90 degrees from that line. So right here?
Fapping.
Oh, from the arrow.
Okay, so if this arrow
Make a
didn't
right
exist.
angle with the arrow, dude.
Okay, the right angle with this arrow.
I'm gonna draw it for you. I'll draw
so
it
this
for you.
is so this is down.
Because you're
This is
being
down.
you're being very
Guys, that doesn't
uncooperative.
prove anything. That
This
doesn't
is
prove
down.
anything.
This is at a right angle.
Being
This is at a right
extremely
angle. This is at a right
uncooperative.
angle. No, dude, you don't know how angles work. This is a right angle compared to that arrow.
No, it's not. Fuck off.
Yes, it is because if I
It's in
have
3 dimensions.
yeah,
It's
if
not
I
a
have
right
three,
angle.
if I have 3 dimensions, right?
Right angle is 90
I have
degrees.
an x. If I have an x and a y, oh shit. If I have an x and a y, and then I have a z-axis that protrudes in a 3rd dimension.
Dude, flat Earth one.
Then
Flat Earth one. You're just
I
being
have a
uncooperative
y-axis.
and sarcastic and
I have a
unserious.
y-axis. I
Earth
can have a
is
right angle
bullshit,
going in this
Lord.
direction
On your
and in that
diagram,
Earth is
direction.
bowl.
trying to make
the
me
What is
arrow
down on a flat
pointing
Earth?
down. On
What does that
on your
mean?
diagram, that arrow is pointing down.
Which
If you
which
draw
resent
the
diagram?
you.
arrow to the right of that arrow that's pointing in the same direction, you're still pointing down, right?
Okay, so find a way using the flat Earth to define down. How do you do it?
I just did it.
How do you do it?
Just did it.
How do you do it?
You
go
literally
towards
erased your
The fact that
diagram.
you
so I
don't
can't
have the
reference.
the fact that you don't have the terminology to describe why things follow down is really weird. What force are you
I don't
using to
have to tell
describe?
you why.
Yes,
have
you
to
do, because
describe
you're saying
down.
that the Earth is
If
flat.
you-
I'm saying that the Earth is round.
exactly
I
what-
have
that's
evidence to
exactly what we were
indicate.
Down is
doing.
towards the
Gravity.
direction of matter.
We were describing what happens, right? But then it seems like then there's an insistence on saying, like, explain
Not on
why
a
it happens
podcast.
for
Can you like
gravity,
shut up?
but not.
Can you just shut up?
He's
Okay.
mad.
Listen,
down
she's not wrong,
on the
and you know
diagram.
mad,
You see
ho.
that,
Really.
that arrow
you're a fucking
above
bitch
the flat
because
Earth?
look at your
Yeah,
diagram.
you're trying to
arrow.
steal.
The
You're
right
trying to
Shut up,
arrow.
woman.
steal.
Listen, bitch. Listen, your diagram
You
on the
deleted the
right.
arrow, so now I
You
can't.
got
I
the
can't
fucking.
define.
Where's
Shut
the
up,
water?
woman.
Where's the
So
mountains? Where's all the fucking mountains inside your
okay,
little dome?
Alpha,
thing?
Alpha. I swear I'm going to mute you on mine if you keep on
Shut your
trolling, dude.
fucking
You're
mouth.
fucking annoying.
Where's your mountains,
Christ
man?
Almighty.
Christ
Fucking idiots.
Almighty. Yeah, you don't
Jesus.
believe in
Matter.
Christ.
This is
Or
why
Jesus.
your
Very
family tree should not be a ladder. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Anyways,
Where's the mountains and shit?
so if you have,
Water
so
is
I'm going to give
level.
you the answer. The answer is down is a direction or force normal to the plane of the Earth. But this is the problem.
So you
this
already
assumes
knew the answer. So why?
So
Yeah,
this
you
is
already knew a
well,
rhetorical
because
answer.
well, I'm
Fuck
giving
you,
you I'm
man.
giving you a starting point
It's called a Socratic
because
dialogue.
yeah, I'm giving you a
God,
starting
holy
point.
shit. I'm muting Fox Populi. She's so fucking annoying.
I'm giving you a starting point because this is the problem from here, right? If I'm saying it's normal to this plane right here, then that means that this could also be down. That things in your model would also flip downward.
We have an ice
Yes,
wall.
because that is
We have an
towards the
ice
normal
wall,
plane
and all the water is in
of the
inside
You're
of
you're
the
engaging in
fishbowl.
semantics. You're
No,
engaging in
dude. I'm asking
Yeah,
you
and
what
all
does
the
on
water
the
is
down
arrow
mean?
level.
that is above that thing.
Why this one and not this one when they're doing the same thing? They're heading
Use the
perpendicular to the
preferences
normal
terminology.
plane.
Okay,
Why
well,
is
I never defined it in those terms. That's the terms you put it in.
Okay, so because you can't
You're
define
just
it, so
shoving
I have
words in my
to
fucking mouth.
Yeah, because you can't define it and I have to help you because you're uneducated.
Dude, you're fucking retarded and you're being
Educated
dishonest.
in
Okay, so if this
We
isn't your
don't use the
terminology,
R slur here.
if this isn't your terminology,
What's the preference? Like, if you drop something, what direction does it prefer to go in?
towards the
Because
center
you're
of the earth.
heliosexual. That's why.
Down.
And I knew that you
That's
loved.
what down means.
On a
You
flat
love the
Earth,
round
what
earth.
On a
direction?
flat
That's great.
Earth, on a flat Earth, it heads towards the ground or towards the normal or towards the. It takes
Yeah,
a
you're
vector
showing us the
that is
real-
normal
the
to
real
the
Earth.
plane of the Earth, assuming you have
Why
a
doesn't
level
it go
ground.
up? Okay, you just use the same terminology to say that things, the preference
He's showing
when they
the
drop
snow globe.
is taking a vector normal to the plane of the Earth.
Yep,
perpendicular
but
to
that
the
would
plane.
mean that on this side, for some reason,
that's
everything would
not
travel
the
upwards too.
case. But that's
How do
not
you
the
know?
case, you fucking retard.
How do you know that's not the case? Have you been on the other side of the flat Earth? What do you mean?
It's irrelevant to the discussion. So
It's not irrelevant to the discussion. You would have to be saying
You
that
can
this is
admit-
happening too.
I wouldn't.
Yes, you would.
Okay, so that's
Because
if that
those
circle
are your terms.
represents
Those are your terms. I'm
the
not
Earth we
conceding.
know.
Okay, so then how do you define down then?
I don't know the
From
fucking
top
math
to
terms.
top down, dude.
I can believe that.
The rain rains. The water comes
If you're going to
down.
say normal to
water
this
comes
plane,
mass,
which means perpendicular to this plane,
mass pulls
that
down.
means that it's pointing in both directions.
Water always runs
That's
down.
what that means. Whether
And it
you're
fucking
comfortable with it or
level.
not, that is what that. And there's no reason for it to have an arbitrary preference for one over the other. That's what it is.
Dude, I don't
The
have
fact
to
that
give
you
a
can't
reason. I
define
don't have to give you a
the fact
reason.
that you can't
fucking
define that direction,
Okay,
unless
so
unless you're
let's say
proposing this
So
is
the
this is something
surface
that
of the
could also
Earth
happen.
that is like that is exposed to like fucking heavens and air and shit. We're gonna call that surface A, and the bottom, the inverse side of the Earth, we're gonna call it surface B. Things prefer to go towards surface A when you drop.
How are you defining surface A?
From
You have condensation
the
that
top,
brings
right?
everything
From the
back
top,
up into
right?
the
What does that
atmosphere
mean? The
again.
top of
Just
what? How do you
define
know it's
surface
not?
A for you, you fucking retard. I literally
How do you-
define it for you. Maybe you're deaf.
Okay, I understand what you mean.
You need me to repeat
right?
it? You need me to
Hold on,
repeat
hold
it?
on. I understand what you mean, but this is kind of like
You do understand what I mean, but you're being
buddy,
dishonest.
I
You're trying
understand
to
what
be
you
intellectually
mean.
dishonest.
Again, I understand what you mean, but again, on a round Earth model, there's one term to describe gravity. It's the path that objects take in with regards to them
That doesn't
traveling towards the
describe
center of the Earth.
That doesn't describe gravity. Was that a fucking Freudian slip?
Yeah,
What was
exactly.
that?
The only thing
What?
that
That's not what
that's
Freudian slip
gravity
means.
is magnetation. Magnets.
Is that a
Magnets.
slip of the tongue?
Gravity
That doesn't
describes
describe gravity. That
Nigga,
describes
the Earth ain't
direction
fucking
down.
flat. Nigga.
gravity is a direction. Gravity as a force
Gravity is not a direction.
is a direction.
Nah, did
It's
you
a
just say
vector.
gravity is a
Maggots.
direction?
Yes, it is a vector. Acceleration is a vector. When you have
the
F
vector that's
equals
going
m
towards
m is a scalar because that's a property of an
plane of the
object,
Earth.
and a is a vector, which means it's a direction.
And how can you explain that all the
Anyway, I don't
stars
care.
and everything,
Okay.
the constellations are
So
always
how are
the
you
same
defining surface A
throughout
versus surface
history?
B?
Surface A is the one that's
If we're
exposed
moving
to
through
the
space at
one that's,
1,000 miles an hour, if the
So
Earth
why
is
does the
rotating,
dome
Even
do
when you're
different
driving-
things for this surface than this surface? What is it about the dome that makes it special?
Okay, well, the Earth is not like a fucking circle.
Is it so it's not flat?
I think it's bigger
It's
than
not
what.
perfectly
It's bigger
flat,
than
dude.
a
It's
little
not
nipple
perfectly
that
flat.
you
It's
Sure,
have.
not
we can
perfectly
assume
smoothly flat.
Yeah,
The
there's
Earth-
mountains,
the-
there's
dude, the
mountains,
Earth-
there's valleys, there's
There's
Earth
hills,
is not
we
for
get
your
it,
fucking,
but
like,
water
it's
is
not
always flat,
defined in
Leon.
terms of your fucking
Water is
gauge.
But it
always
doesn't
flat, my
spin
friend.
like a record, man.
okay.
Like you
So
think it
there's
spins,
variation in the
right?
surface, right? Why does the dome make things prefer?
What dome? Who
to
says
head
a dome?
Well,
Who says a dome?
Trader
Dome
says
doesn't
there's a
make
dome.
things prefer to go down. I
There's
never
a
said that.
firmament.
Okay,
Where-
then why
that-
does
that-
surface A enact
trying
this
to
law, but
pressure.
surface B
It's a pressure,
doesn't?
cause of pressure.
What is
Because of
pressure?
No, shut up, dude. Okay, so
Pressure,
down
is a scalar.
is the direction that things go in when you drop.
Pressure is force.
Pressure is not a force. Pressure is a force is distributed over an area.
Force upon area. Yeah.
Okay, so you
that's
just said pressure is a force. Okay, great job.
No, pressure is a scalar.
Pressure
just said-
pressure
I
is
just clarified.
force. It's
No,
being distributed across
pressure
an area. So it is
is
force, actually. You're being a
No,
fucking
it's not. That's
pseudo.
like saying that. That's like
Anyways.
saying a cake. That's
Pressure
like saying a
is
cake.
force over an
No, no,
area, man.
Yeah, trader.
It's still
That
force.
would be like
Yeah, but it's still force, bro. Yeah, but
trader.
it's
That would be
still
like
force, bro.
trader. That would be like saying a cake is eggs because an egg is
So
required for a
down
cake.
is the direction that things go in when you drop them. Do you disagree?
No, I don't disagree.
Okay, so can we advance the conversation?
Yeah, but you're. But why does it? Why does it
It's
always?
relative to the relative plane of the
But
Earth.
why does it always follow this
It's a
rule?
perpendicular vector to the planes of the scalar
So I
plane.
have a question. If I were to travel outside this dome, if I were over here and I dropped something, would it fall over the edge?
Who said there's an edge?
I don't know if there is an edge.
Okay, you don't
Who
know if
say
there is
there's
an
an
edge.
edge?
If I
There's no
climbed the
edge to
ice
the
wall
world.
and I
That's why
went
we
over
have
here and I
ice
dropped
walls.
something off,
You're
would it
engaging
fall
in
over
things
here?
that are like these are
Leon,
like
No,
like
we
like you
have
said
ice
extra
earlier,
walls,
Leon.
bro. We
extra
have
Like you
ice
said
fucking
walls.
earlier,
You will
there's
get
mountain,
back
journey.
there's
onto the
valley,
dome
there's
again
hill,
if you fall.
but water always flat, level, horizontal.
Wait.
Where you go,
Water
we
is
don't
not
take any.
always flat and level. Water curves, my guy.
Yeah, I mean raindrop curve, right?
Surface
But when you drop,
tension
no,
due
hold on.
At the
When it
human
drop down on the
scale,
ground, what do you think is gonna happen?
water is level.
Water is not level. Look, guys.
Yeah, of
Even
course, there's wave, there's wind, and all that stuff. But natural physics of water is flat, level, horizontal, my friend. The only
okay, as
time you see the
opposed
curve. No, hold on, hold
to
on.
this
No, you've been
hold on.
talking
So
too
as
long, my friend.
opposed to
No,
this
you've been talking too long.
unphysical
When
water
is
You've been
water
talking too
curved?
long. Let me talk
in
now.
a
Let me talk
level.
now. Let me talk now, okay? You've been talking too long, my friend. So the only time you see curvature, okay, it's from NASA images or
or this
GoPro
image right
or
here from a wax on a leaf, right? That's a picture right there. Ooh,
are you
water
not gonna let me
wax
talk, bro?
paper.
Because you were complaining about the other guy, you know, what I mean,
Hey,
interrupting
he's
you.
right,
Now
Leon.
you've been talking this whole time. Now all of a
Okay.
sudden, like I want to talk, like like why are you interrupting me?
I'm just giving you examples of pictures
Well,
being
then
posted
let
of
me
curving
finish first,
water.
man.
Sure, I'm just giving you
Go ahead,
examples
bro.
in real
Go ahead.
time.
Go ahead.
Okay, water is curving. I'm giving you multiple pictures. Like I don't know what the I don't know what
So
the issue is.
you said that water curves all
I
the
say that
time.
water
So what I
curves.
said is that the human scale, water seeks its level ultimately. And then you
Doesn't mean
said,
anything.
no, water doesn't.
How does
Doesn't mean
water seek
anything.
its level?
The human scale, it seeks level, okay?
So
The fucking
How
scale
does
is
it
a
seek
big
level?
globe Earth,
so
baby
if
it
water
bad.
seeks its level, what are tides on a flat Earth? Because tides on a flat Earth appear to be these little like hills of water that travel around, always seeking a different place, right? And I'm not sure what if you're saying water doesn't curve. What the fuck are tides if not little curvy mounds of water just traveling all over the place, like filling things up arbitrarily for no reason? It's like this self-defeating prophecy. You're saying water doesn't curve, and yet it has to get the tides on the flat Earth. It must.
Also,
And like
how does water find its own level?
Saying
Is
it's
it-
like saying a triangle is the shape that resembles a slice of pizza. But what we're asking is like, well, a triangle's a shape that
I see.
has
So
three
if I
sides of
have
triangles.
this pizza right here and I cut it into 12ths like a psychopath, then
See, there you go.
this is a triangle.
That's how you cut flat. That's how you cut a thin crust pizza, dude.
Yeah, those are good ones. I prefer that cut actually to the triangle.
So this is a triangle now. This right here. Amazing. I feel like it did a number on Flat Earth today. I feel bad.
You're
It
really
feels
good
like
at paint,
bullying.
dude. How'd you do this? How
Thank
did you
you.
cut that little thing out? I want to know how to do
I
that. Oh,
mean,
the
you know,
select tool. Oh my
since water
god.
curve, right? Since water curve, you know, with the dimension that they gave us, the radius 3959, there should be
You want to see
8
my paint?
inches per mile square drop over
No,
distance, right? We should be able to measure that fucking curve. I mean, we
No.
should be able to.
8 inches per mile squared. What is that? Okay. 8 inches per mile squared. What is that shape?
Is it a parabola?
It's a parabola. 8 inches per mile squared. That is the estimation of curvature. But the Earth is not a parabola. The Earth is a circle. It is a sphere, actually. So if we have a sphere and we have a parabolic approximation next to it, then
Have you seen
that only works
have
so
you
far.
have you go to the you know the calculation curvature of the Earth?
Yeah.
So
Do
you
you
telling
want
me
to?
yeah?
Do
So
you
you
want to
telling me
calculate
that
it?
their calculation? Yeah, no, go ahead, go for it.
Yeah. Let me. It's been a while. Let me pull up the proof.
Yep.
For
Yep.
mathematical.
And we should be able to measure the curve, right? With the dimension that they gave us, right?
Yes.
How so?
You
Yeah.
can. Okay. Do you agree that pi equals 3.14?
Approximately.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, great. Hold on. I gotta I'm not good at proofs on the spot, so I gotta
So is 8 inches per mile squared offered as an approximation just because it's a simplified version of?
Yes. Yes,
Gotcha.
that's why they use it. Which is fair. But it's insufficient for flat earthers that can use it to lie about things that they say are suspiciously close. When it really doesn't make any sense why you couldn't pull cities from 1,000 miles away into focus if you had a high enough tower, right?
Oh, because you'd have to take into account not just the height of the observer, but the height of what's being observed.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Man, this equation is really hard to find.
Do you know
You can
about
message
how,
Ariel. He
like,
knows it.
what the? Oh, sorry.
Also, it's still just going with like because they want to see forward and backward because they'll always just bring up the black swan because that's just their default. But then when we post evidence of side to side curvature, they lose their shit.
Hey, Leon, like, so
Yeah.
I'm just saying, bro. I think you should go out there, measure the curvature of the Earth. You know what I mean?
Well,
Record
why
the
would
experiment. I think you would.
why would
No,
I
hold on, hold
why
on,
would I do
hold on,
that?
hold on.
That's such a
I
waste
think
of time.
I think you would win the Nobel Prize because I don't think anybody had
Really? I would win
measured
the Nobel
curvature of the Earth.
Prize for
Yeah,
saying
I
that the
think you
earth is
would, bro.
round.
No.
So
I'm saying if you be able to measure the curvature of the Earth, right?
Wow.
You will win the Nobel Prize. I think you will win it. I think a lot of flat earthers will turn to the globe.
Yeah.
Turn
No, they
back to the
wouldn't,
globe.
dude, because they're not convinced by evidence.
Oh my
You know
God.
who
Well, I mean,
proved
what
that
evidence?
Okay, so yeah,
What?
that's such a great question. I want to get this proof for you first, and I want to make sure that we can start and end with like really basic presumptions. But before I do that, yeah, I will link you the evidence of flat earthers proving that the Earth is round. Okay, give me one
Talking about
second.
the guy who's in the rocket.
Yes.
So he was
Oh no, not
actually
the rockets
began
guy,
about
not the
Oh,
rockets
is this
guy.
the ring
The
laser
the
gyroscope?
gyroscope guy. Yeah.
I don't
Bob
know.
Nodell.
I've never heard of that.
And
His name's
also
Bob Nodell.
also the
he said he was
the
with the
laser
flat
experiment from the laser experiment
Yeah.
across the lake. That was a great
Yeah, except
experiment.
I do, from my
That
understanding,
one
like,
proved That's my
it
favorite.
sounds like there was a fair bit of like editing,
that one
and
proved the Earth
that
was
there was that wasn't the only time that they performed the experiment, and there was like some, like, as much as I would,
Can you answer my question, please?
it's a great clip, but I do feel like
Well,
I want to give a little
I
bit more
guess he doesn't
charity
want to.
on that end.
well,
But I'm curious, to kind of, I guess pretty much anybody here
Because I've
who's a
seen
flat
that
earther,
video multiple
what
times and
evidence
I'm aware.
would change your mind? What would it take
How does
to
it even
convince you
prove
of
the
the
Earth is
globe
round?
Earth model being accurate?
You're not
Nothing,
convinced of
because it's
evidence.
literally scientifically reproducibly proven that the Earth is immovable
well.
and
In all
flat
fairness, really quick.
and level
Well,
with
even
water,
if
which
they
is
were just
70%
cherry
of
picking the
Earth.
parts where it didn't work, it just shows the lack of consistency and the lack of what is it? What is they brought it up here just a little bit while ago. The
You know what I
the
hate?
repeatability extinction, like the inability to like repeat it like every single time.
There's
It's almost
something
as
Oh,
if there's certain. It's almost as if there's certain.
reproducibility?
Yeah,
I hate
reproducibility. That's
Inability?
what I
What
mean. It's almost as
inability,
if there's
dude?
like really
What
specific
inability?
factors that need to be in
the
place
thing that I
in order
hate
for it
is
to work.
when
Sorry, Andy, for what?
flat
Go ahead
earthers
and say
try to
something.
launch rockets and then end up killing themselves.
That
Just
guy
What
was
about
not
the
a
flat
flat
earther that
earther.
launched a
That guy.
rocket to the firmament dome and it bounced off and came
The
back
guy was
down in
paid by
pieces?
flat
What
earthers
about
to
that?
fucking do it.
What about that? What about that flat earther? Shot that rocket up. What about that guy?
Okay, I'm getting the
Alright, he got killed
the
by the
flat
military.
earthers that killed
Didn't they?
themselves
He
launching
got
a
killed by the
rocket.
H
military. He didn't
So
kill himself.
that guy was not a
He
flat
got killed
earther.
by the
He actually
military.
just
He
ended
got
up
killed by
saying
the
he was a
military.
flat
He was
earther later
murdered.
in
He
his
was murdered. He was murdered.
is search for
So he's a
funding.
flat earther.
All these
Needed
flat earthers
funding
coincidentally
to
get
go
murdered,
try
right?
and
All these flat
design
earthers
it.
coincidentally get murdered, right? Right?
So
Is
they're
that
no true Scotsmen, right?
I thought it was a
Right.
religious
Basically.
conspiracy
All
theory.
these flat earthers
What
get murdered, but all these
It is an
globetrotters get to
unscientific
stay alive and they
theory,
get to
and
go
you are a
free
threat
from
to our
murder and all
democracy.
types of evil
Okay.
things.
You
it's
flat
also
earthers were murdering scientists back in 1450, you motherfucker. Remember that? Yeah. All you flat earthers murdered scientists in 1450 for saying the earth wasn't flat and the earth wasn't the center of the universe. Remember that? Yeah.
People believed in flat Earth long before 1450. You moron.
You
People
terrible
were
human being killing innocent people in the name of flat earthism.
I would stab you in the fucking throat, you
Fuck
fucking
the flat
To the
earth.
person who said that there was no
Has
evidence that
Has one of you please stop
sunrise to sunset yet?
threatening other users?
Yeah, I
We're
think they have
threatening
worked it
everybody
out.
here. I
Flat
don't
Earth
care.
ain't fucking real, man.
I'm not afraid of the
Have
devil. I'm
any?
not afraid of evil. I'm not afraid of evil. The evil is my lapdog. I use the devil as my little lapdog. He listens to me. He begs to me. He's a little merciful, little pitiful, disgusting fucking faggot.
Are you done now? Have
Okay.
any flat earthers worked out sunrise and sunsets yet?
Hold on. I
I'll
need
use the
to.
devil against my
Okay, he's
adversaries.
just rap mute in the background. Holy
Yeah,
fuck!
they
He's
have
just
worked it out.
saying the F word. He's saying he's gonna kill people. Y'all really need to mute this guy before
Yeah.
he
He's just
really
like
gets the
me,
room
bro.
shut
Yeah,
down.
go ahead, mute me. Go ahead. Just, you won't know the truth when you mute me because you'll be silent.
This Che Dia. Oh yeah, no, it's like against like the server rules in TOS. It's just there we go.
I think part of what makes these
So
conversations
unlike
a little
on
tricky
really
sometimes
quick,
is that it's
Fox, I just gotta let
the
these people
but
know real quick.
Fox
Yeah,
doesn't
unlike
give a
on
damn, bro.
24/7,
Mute
we enforce a part of the TOS on the server in regards to like saying like those naughty words, like the F word and the N word. And by F word I don't mean fuck, I mean like the homosexual F word. I know y'all I know y'all allow it to be said on 24/7, but on here it's like a big no-no.
Yep.
No,
All right,
nobody
so
allowed to
have
say
flat
something
earthers.
like that, okay?
all rules
Okay,
created
I
by
think
Have
we
any
have it
flat
now.
earthers worked out sunsets yet? Sunrises and sunsets. How does that happen?
Well,
on
they
the flat Earth?
have.
I
They
have the
have.
proof. I think for the distance from. So if you have a person, I have my paint stream up. I'm ready to write out the proof if y'all want. But basically, this uses the Pythagorean theorem for two triangles or two right triangles.
Pythagoras was a flat earther.
Okay, I don't care. I don't care. Newton was a Christian. I still believe in gravity.
He was a retard.
But so the relationship that describes the hypotenuse is
You just said you believe in gravity.
AH squared, or sorry, AB squared plus BH squared equals AH squared. Right. And when I say AH and BH, these are all terms. This isn't A times B. This is AH or AB as a whole thing. Right. That's the Pythagorean theorem. If you disagree with that, that's your problem.
Didn't Pythagoras drown somebody for predicting something?
I don't care. I don't care. Why should this
no,
matter?
he confirmed imaginary numbers or some shit, and he drowned them.
well,
No.
regardless, I'd like to hear the rest of the proof.
So
Listen, bro.
substituting
Yeah,
the
where's the
values,
proof about all
we've got
this?
h squared, which is the height off the ground, plus r squared, the radius of the Earth, equals d squared, the distance from
Yeah,
the
did you
person's
find
head
the pyramids?
to the thing on the ground. Okay, and this is a right triangle, by the way, or is it? I don't know.
You already assumed the radius of the Earth, so wouldn't that imply that it's like?
Hold on. But I'm saying that given that the radius of the Earth is this much, I'm saying if we're off of the ground by this much, we'll look over here, and assuming that they're at the same altitude, which water finds its own level, so we both agree on that, then that means that if I look
Water
over here at a
finds its own
certain
level?
if I look over here at a certain distance, I won't be able to see past it because I can't see past the horizon. Actually, this isn't to scale. It should be more like right here, right? But no, the horizon is by definition the point that you can't see.
Optical phenomena.
That
Yes.
is a
Right.
pretty dope door.
So assuming that they're at the same right, so assuming that they're at the same height, I need to use the height. So I'm taking d squared minus r squared, so I can get rid of that term. I can
square root both sides to get h equals d squared minus r
what are you
squared.
trying to prove with this formula?
What the hell,
I'm giving you based
Proving that the
on
model squared isn't the most accurate representation of
What the
how you
hell,
should
bro? Are
explain
you
the
serious, man?
relationship
Come on,
between
try it
the
again, please. Try again. Buddy,
yeah.
try again.
So
Come on.
so
That doesn't prove the
again-
curvature of the Earth,
So again-
my friend. You should go out there
No,
and
in fact,
measure
you're the
yourself, right? Or
representationist because
with
I'd
a
like to hear
team,
your
right?
whole
Document it from start to finish. You will win the
Oh my
Nobel
God.
Prize. You will
And
win
then-
a bro. You
and
probably
then-
the smart.
Oh
You're probably
my
smarter than
God!
Einstein. You know
Shut
what I'm saying?
up! Shut up, dude.
3
And
times
then-
9 equals flat
And
Earth.
then by rearrangement, we can get that d is equal to
rearrange your brain.
the square root of 2
Is flat Earth.
RH plus h
Hey,
squared.
even the ball lover didn't agree with your math, man. You know, so
RH squared.
Okay, so
because
that's
that doesn't
that is the
prove
formula.
anything, bro.
So
The
if you
fuck?
have,
You just
Hey,
want
that proves
mathematical
everything. What are you talking
hold on, hold on.
mathematical proof.
So I'm saying that mathematically, if you're standing at a height h away from the radius of the Earth, right? If you're based on the hold on, if you have the radius. Okay, I'm just gonna mute anyone who interrupts. I don't care. Jesus Christ, you fucking monkeys!
Hurry up and
You're
fucking
saying the
speak,
same
you
thing
retard.
over and over.
Okay, so if
dare
you are
you call me black.
if you are standing at a height h away from the edge of the Earth, right? This is h. If you're standing right here by this mathematical formula, if you include the radius of the Earth, then that means you won't be able to see anything further than something that is at the same altitude at distance d. Okay,
Leon, I'm
that is
sorry,
what
bro.
that means.
You're too funny.
So how have you proved
Bro,
now
that doesn't
the
prove
radius?
No, but the reality is,
Hey, bro.
Oh my
Thanks
God,
for
bro.
there's an
predicting something I
atmospheric
can
There's a
effect that
fact check
prevents you
distinction
from
in
seeing.
mathematical
Thank you.
proof and
Yeah, and
proving.
I can't believe this
and on
guy,
a flat
bro.
Earth,
Oh my God.
on a flat Earth, all I have to do is go to Mount Everest, and I should be able to see everywhere on the flat Earth. I should be able to see.
Because of
Have you ever been in a
refraction,
plane?
and there's an atmospheric effect that doesn't allow you to see that far. The same way
Okay,
it
so-
is.
Yeah,
you
but
described
there's
it
only an
mathematically.
atmosphere with a round.
So, like,
Leon,
even
have
when
you
the
ever been in a
Titanic
plane?
went down,
Have you ever been in a
Okay,
jet
How do you
airliner?
how do
One at
you
a
think
time, one at a
atmospheres
time.
are
You
One
look
at a time.
down in a jet airliner, you will see blue. You'll look like you're over an ocean. You won't actually be able to see
a
the ground, even
round
though there is
planet
ground below you.
has climate
is-
because of its
that's
roundness
not even
and
the
the
real thing,
different distances from the sun. A flat Earth wouldn't have no fucking climate, bro. What? What are you talking
I
about?
mean, that's not
Everything would be like
necessarily-
California.
No,
The
because
entire
terrain
Earth
and
would be
climate
like
still
70
exists.
something
Oh my
degrees,
God,
bro. What?
guys. So if anyone wants to
Yo.
cite atmospheric refraction, I would love to see it. But until y'all give me a mathematical, like give
Right.
me the understanding. How far away? If I was on Mount Everest, the highest point, and I had clear skies on a flat Earth, how far
Even if
away
you
should
had
I be
clear
able to
skies,
see?
it would still be unable to see them because of the
Sure, at what
You see it
distance?
all, bro.
The
What?
atmospheric
At what
changing
distance?
happens regardless.
Wait, trader. So assuming clear skies, and if I'm standing at the top of Mount Everest, how far away will I be able to see?
Depends on the atmosphere.
Okay, what? Okay, I'm saying clear, no humidity, nothing to refract light or whatever. Just like the average, just the O2 and N2.
You know your eyes.
I don't
Your
know
eyes
how
rest
long
on
does it?
talking-
not.
Yeah, the
Hold on.
I'm
naked eye
talking
sees how far.
perfectly. How far does the naked eye see if it's at the top of Everest on a clear sky?
You're not
Clear
gonna see
day.
too
Well, if
far,
you're
my
in a
friend.
jet airliner,
Listen,
How far?
listen.
How far?
Yeah,
I'm asking you. How far?
A few
I
miles
gave
the
you.
most. A few
I
miles
gave
the most.
you.
What? Is it
A few
24
miles?
miles
You
the
want-
furthest we can observe?
Exactly how many
No
miles
way,
can I
bro.
see?
No, 24 kilometers. I
A
think is
banner
what we
frame?
can what we can see on a
If you're in
clear
a jet
day.
airliner and you're
Oh.
30,000 feet, you can't
But
see the ground.
you cannot see forever.
Because of
It's
the
because
atmospheric
look,
yeah.
haziness.
the
May I frame it as a
perspective.
hypothetical?
Where's the
The-
sky and the ground meet each other? That's called perspective. That's called the vanishing point.
This is
bro.
not answering
You
my
cannot
question.
see
jabbering. It's
forever.
irrelevant.
You
It's
cannot
irrelevant.
see
It's irrelevant.
forever
It's irrelevant.
because
It's
you
relevant. It's relevant.
you talking about you think
I'm
you
talking
should
this is not
be able to
answering my
see
question.
We're not
way
talking
further.
about the fucking horizon.
Yeah.
We're talking
If
about
you phrase it as a
atmospheric
hypothetical and say, if there
haze. I
was
can't
no,
tell you exactly how far you would be able
Yo,
to see,
that
but I
girl
know for a
sounds
fact
hot
that
as
you wouldn't be
hell.
able to see the entirety of the Earth. Nonetheless, you probably wouldn't even be able to see the base of Mount Everest.
Well, but the question is, if you had something like a telescope, or we have technology that allows us to see further than our eyes can on their own.
Blah,
And
blah,
if there
blah.
was
That
a
doesn't account for
hypothetical thing,
atmospheric hazing. That
right?
doesn't
That's what
account
I
for
was just going to
atmospheric hazing.
say. Is within the hypothetical, if there were no atmospheric hazing, if we weren't looking through a
It's
medium,
not even part of the
how
hypothetical.
far?
The hypothetical
Sorry,
says
mommy. Mommy,
there's
sorry.
clear
Mommy.
skies.
You
Doesn't say that there's
realize
no
that the
atmospheric hazing.
Bible predicts the Big Bang in Genesis, the first
Blah,
fucking.
Well,
blah,
no, I
blah.
think it's actually a really interesting question.
God
Like,
said,
Actually,
"Let
really
there be
interesting because
light."
I
That
heard
was
this
the
on my
Big Bang.
podcast. I'm literally making a podcast right now.
Again, guys,
Shut up.
like if y'all are saying that atmospheric hazing poses some limits on our ability to see from the top of Mount Everest to like the other side of like California, for example, I can accept that. But what I'm asking y'all is to give me a mathematical understanding of how far away would the human eye be able to see at the top of Mount Everest or at any given height from the surface of the earth, right? We can take we can say sea level is at the surface of the earth, and we can say anything above sea level is that altitude. I'm asking, how far away can I see if I'm at the top of Mount Everest? And it's a clear it's a clear hazy free
I've never
day.
been on the top of Mount
Hopefully it's a
Everest, so I can't
peaceful
make any
Well,
claims. But
even
So that,
even
okay,
I
besides
do
Mount
know
fair.
Everest,
That's
right?
fair.
This is
How
why
far
it's
how far
okay.
away
you
can I
cannot
see
see
in general?
forever. You can't.
I
You
mean,
cannot see
as
forever.
far as the
I mean,
optical horizon, right?
Well,
Not
so
Right.
in
So
the
if
same
I
way, in the same way that flat
curvature
earthers
of the
try
Earth,
and
supposedly.
in the same way that flat earthers will look at
Don't talk like
the
that, people, man.
we'll look at the predictions of the globe model and then say, oh, I can
Let's just have
falsify
nothing to
this.
do with
I can
anything
falsify this because I can see too far. It says I should only see to X and I can see past that to Y. In the same way, I think it would be nice on the globe side if there was a representation or an expectation of how far one should see so that it could be a falsifiable thing, right? So that on the globe side, they were able to actually test that and see, are we able to see as far as the flat model says that we
This is the
should?
point.
I did. In order for it to be a falsifiable claim,
There's no point to what you're saying.
I understand that. I understand that. Getting rid of or discrediting the globe model is independent of replacement. I understand that, but I think what's being asked for is
Okay,
some kind of description of what should
You
be
would be
seen
able
so that
to
it
see
could
as
be
far as the
falsified.
optical
yo,
horizon. I
flat
don't know the
earthers,
So
can you
exact
let's say
explain
optical
global
horizon.
warming?
So no, dude, that is way no. God, that's a horrible topic idea. Let's say I had a bird that reflected all of the light it gave to me, right? All of the light from the sun that was shined on that bird, it would go straight to my eye,
Can
right?
any flat earther do?
As this bird goes further and further away, right? It's going to get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until eventually it's not going to be recognizable by the human eye because the amount of light being reflected on it is overpowering our resolution. Okay? For the same reason that you can't read the made in China inscription on the American flag on the moon.
Not that it's overpowering any resolution. It's just.
What does resolution
Made
mean?
in China.
Wait, sorry. What does resolution mean, Trader?
You're talking about the brightness of the fucking light.
No, that is not what
What the
resolution
hell
means.
was made in China?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Resolution means.
What does resolution mean? Without Googling, please.
Yeah, when we're talking about our ability to discern objects at a distance.
Who the hell's talking about
So
that?
Trader, did you hear that?
Oh.
Okay. Resolution is our ability, as Populi said, to discern details in an image. So resolution is often measured in the form of pixels, for example, right? And if a bird wouldn't even take up a whole pixel, it would be ignored, and that would be considered the limiting resolution of that bird, right? Humans also have a limited resolution too, and I'm asking you, based on our fundamental lowest level of resolution possible, i.e., a candle lit at the end of a football field, that's our limiting resolution. That's a good way of describing it. How far away would the bird have to fly before we couldn't see it anymore on a clear day?
I don't know.
Okay, well, it would be a lot further on a flat Earth than it would be on a round Earth. I can make that claim.
Can you actually though?
Sure, if I can
I would need some time to prepare,
but I can demonstrate it. Great.
2
Give me 1
miles.
second. I just
Do
need to
it.
get.
Look, if you're gonna
I just
make
need
a
to get
claim,
the
you
picture.
better be able to demonstrate it.
Bro,
better
That's fine.
bro,
That's
Well, no,
fine.
because
bro,
I'll be able to
otherwise,
do
bird,
that.
a
Show me the
bird
I would
real
think
this
you would
picture
agree
with
big.
because then
practical
otherwise we
perspective.
How
wouldn't be
big
able
is the
to
bird?
see.
Seagull? Like a size of a seagull? A seagull, right? 2
I need
miles. That's
some
how far you
energy
can see. A
ammo.
person can shoot 1 mile, like 1 mile through. You know what I mean? Like just like they're eyeballing it down, looking down the iron sight, like just
It's going to take me a bit to
about a
get this.
mile. You can look down.
Regardless of yeah, regardless of our ability, like regardless of how far, you know, we can see detail or clarity of objects before they disappear with our eyes, the fact that we have technology that allows us to zoom in and see further, like telescopes and cameras, things like that, shouldn't that enable us to get a clearer picture, a clear understanding of how far we're able to see and use that to get some measure of, you know, evidence or information about the shape of the Earth? Isn't this what people
No,
are
I
doing
don't
when they
think
point
so,
at like the
lady.
black
I
swan
don't
image?
think so.
do
First of
that.
all, do y'all
Laser
not know
This
what
is
a
exactly
drone
what
is, people? A
this is
goddamn
exactly what
drone.
we do with the
So
black
smart.
swan
You're
image
so
and
smart.
things
I
like
wish I was
that.
as smart as you, Kai.
Well, what you're
Like a
talking about is
drone.
laser lining.
You could literally see the
They have done
roundness
it.
of the Earth. Go buy a drone.
It doesn't curve.
Go buy
Like
a
a
drone,
pilot,
bro.
Doesn't.
a
He's
pilot
right.
doesn't
It's
have to
not.
Oh my
compensate
god. How do you
for a
think planes
curvature
fly and go to
on
places?
a plane.
They use fucking.
That's
You
why
don't
they're
think they can
called
see the curve
flying.
30,000 feet in the air?
They
Their
can't.
their
I was on a
instruments
You're
plane
doesn't
like
capping,
2
nigga.
weeks
compensate
ago.
for
You can't
I'm
curvature.
see a
sorry. Did you
curve.
just say they
It's
were
fucking
called planes because they
complete
fly in a
You're capping.
plane?
I know how to fly a plane, and they don't. There's no instrument in a
I don't
plane.
think you know how to fly a plane, bro. No way.
Oh, do you know how to fly a plane? Exactly. There's no instruments in a plane that does anything with curvature at all. So there you go.
Navigation chart.
The Coriolis effect would like to have a word with you.
Dude, pilots don't have to account for
There's
the
a
Coriolis effect.
Yeah, well, no, they don't, but their software does.
there's
No,
an
it doesn't.
altimeter, and
Yes, it does. Their
that
software
is
accounts for the fact that they are taking. If you're flying from north to south, you will be experiencing a pseudo force based on the fact that your angular momentum is conserved. And if you are flying from the equator to the North Pole, for example, your angular momentum will
East to
pull
west
you
flights and
from
west
east to
east flights
west
take the same amount
as
of
you
time.
fly from the equator to the North Pole or the
So
South
hold
Pole.
on,
West to
Neon,
east
really
flights
quick
and
before I
east
go
to
night
west
night.
flights take the same amount of time.
I have a
What's
specific
up, Downey?
question for the. I have a specific question for the supposed pilot. Can you explain to me what the 1 in 60 rule is? If you say you don't have to account for Earth curvature.
You have to adjust your attitude, right?
I'm just asking if the pilot knows, like, what the 1 in 60 rule is. If you can,
I
explain
don't know,
how
bro.
that
I
works
feel
on a.
kind of bad.
Oh, I'll explain.
I swore I'd never play this character.
I'll explain. As a pilot, if you are 1 degree off in your heading and you
I didn't
travel for
even use
60
the
nautical
master.
miles, right? Then you will find yourself 1 mile off of your target.
All right, we gotta go.
Because of the Earth follows the 1 degree per 60 nautical miles rule, you will find yourself 1 mile off if you are 1 degree off and you traveled 60 nautical miles. Really well known navigational tip. So yeah, pilots do need to know how to account for the curvature of the Earth, unless we have some sort of really weird, like geometric shit going on that nobody can explain on a flat disk.
Where'd he go, man?
Yeah, man.
Because trigonometry would tell me that at a 1 degree, a triangle with a 1 degree angle, if I were to travel, how should I say this? I think it would be the hypotenuse. Either one.
Go up there.
Side A, or angle A being 1.
Go up there. Go up there. Yeah, blood.
Whoa.
Yeah, blood.
Who did that?
Beast.
Blood, man. Yeah, chin up. Trend on the table.
What did he say? Please don't. Oh, Dick, quiet. Please don't toss me over the
Yeah,
ice wall.
yeah, one. Bumba clot, your brother. Yeah, man, I'm trying to drop the god ding dong on the ting, man.
I'm curious, have people in this chat talked about measuring triangles on the surface of the Earth and getting measurements that are over 180 degrees when you add up all three angles?
Yeah, that's another hard one to explain for them.
Yeah, that was one that I found really, really interesting, because it seems like something that could be done. I mean, obviously, I think it'd be with any of these, it's tricky to ensure that you're having a level of accuracy with your measurements, but that seems like one that could be performed by the layperson relatively easily, given like somewhat basic or like at least somewhat approachable or affordable equipment. But yeah, I'm trying to. I don't know that I've heard an explanation offered for that phenomenon.
Okay, I have the proof.
He has.
Are you all ready? Are y'all ready? Okay, so, actually, wait.
You boys are ready to pack the lies. Listen to this crazy shit.
Shut up.
Okay, angular resolution. How many of y'all know what that is?
I do. That's
Flat
what they always
Earthers,
bring
do
up.
y'all know what that is?
We don't know your jumbo jangle.
Okay.
What that mean?
Angular
Okay.
resolution is their claim as to why things disappear over horizon.
When somebody asks something, asks if you know something and you don't, I think one of the best responses is always teach me.
Yeah. It's
stagnant.
the
Okay, go ahead.
ability. It's the inability of an image forming device to distinguish small details of an object, and it can be described by the relationship angular resolution AR is equal to 1.22. That's just a constant times the wavelength of light divided by the diameter of the lens, or in this case, the human eye. Okay. In angular resolution, in our case, we're taking visible light. So 1.22 times, hold on.
Oh, it's not enough.
The wavelength of light is 0.00055 0.00055 meters. That's the wavelength we're assuming, and we're assuming a very large bird, like a heron, for example, has a meter wingspan, give or take, and the diameter of the human eye is 2 millimeters. Right, so units cancel. Millimeters are and angular resolution is unitless. Right, so 1.22 times this number divided by this number is 0.000334 radians. Okay. And then let's say you have a bird, right? You're standing right here and you have a perfect line of sight from here to that bird. It is a perfectly clear day, right? Your bird is going to be a certain width, and we'll just say that's 1 meter. Say it's like a heron or something. Or actually, herons are a lot bigger than that. So let's just say this is a very large bird, right? The angular resolution is going to be represented by the width divided by the distance. So the distance is right here, and the width, basically how far you're seeing it. As it takes up that portion of your view, that means it has to be bigger. Because if it gets closer to you, it's going to take more of an angle. But as it gets further away, that angle is going to get smaller. So that's this angle right here. Right, to the, I guess, for the width of the bird in your field of view. And it's going to be based on the width of the bird divided by the distance, which is going to be d is equal to w theta, which is equal to w over 0.000334 radians. And we're solving for w. The distance is hold on. The distance, or I'm sorry, this is distance, and this is. I'm sorry, I mislabeled those. If I have this distance right here, that's going to be
Mute him now.
1,000 meters or 1,000 millimeters.
Double mute him. Double mute.
Complete mutiny right now.
Over.
Are we talking about how the
point.
Earth is flat?
The Earth is flat. We must agree now.
Like your ass.
You scientists, scientism will
Two,
not work here.
Look, I know the science may
ungodly ways destroy.
0100.
God will rain His wrath upon you in such
Actually,
ways.
let's place that O.
Folks,
so that means that I have a distance, guys, of 2,994 kilometers. And in miles, 3,000 kilometers. 2 miles.
You're still a loser.
Damn.
Let's talk about the good stuff. That Jesus will come back and destroy everything because of this bullshit.
So
Especially
angular
the gays.
resolution just doesn't
Praise the
explain
Lord.
fuck
Thank
all
you.
for like why
Thank
things
you.
disappear. Then I guess.
He will hail fire and brimstone upon the earth because people just don't get it. Hoorah.
They're gonna fucking get it. I'll tell you what. He's coming soon.
Oh,
All
I think the
over,
world's flat.
man, I can't
all
get
over
the
your
perfect
fucking
clone.
chin.
This fucking sucks.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't have to suck, but nobody wants to give up their positions. So who wants to be the first one to change everything?
The fuck are you
We
talking
need a
about?
martyr. Do we have any martyrs in the world? Nope. Not one. Everybody's too self-absorbed, which is okay.
Well, this is
You
that's
don't have to.
Isn't that like a weird response though?
We'll never know, will we? I guess.
Well, I mean,
Until
Not
we're
with that
neutered.
attitude.
Oh, hold on.
Not with that attitude.
Well, because he was trying to show Matt the whole time and get interactions, right? Because, but then the response is just not try to. I don't know. I mean, you guys are being antagonistic against each other. I get it. It's Discord, but you know.
Well, how are we going to find out the truth in the future? We're not.
Well, I don't know. Well, you can.
You can ask the robots. Say, please, please, robots, tell me the truth. Exterminate, exterminate.
Anyways. Yeah, so
Yeah.
what Neon is saying,
Guys,
which
crack me up.
math always works out for, is like the whole explanation for perspective, the whole not angular declination, what was it called? Angular resolution. Just doesn't really seem to pan out as any meaningful explanation, given that the actual formula for it with the average human eye just makes things have to be way too far away in order to disappear. Like with a 1 meter bird, we did the calculations. I did them like while he was doing them. And it does seem that they need to be like 1,800 miles away for a 1 meter across bird to disappear.
Yeah, but you're okay. So just look at it like you're looking underneath a contact lens. Okay, so the contact lens is a huge contact lens. It's just one of them, and what we see when we perceive it is like we're at the distance that we're at, and the atmospheric pressure and all the different stuff. That's how we see it when we look up, right?
I got no idea what the fuck you're talking about, dude. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
well,
lie.
you have no fucking idea then, because
Yeah, I got no idea
You're
what
a
you're trying to
fucking
say.
You're just
cocksucker.
saying. Well, you're just
cock
saying that.
smoker.
Well, you're just
You listen,
supposing.
Cock smoker sucker.
idiot.
You're just
Idiot.
saying, well, the atmosphere
like
just
a
so
bee
happens to be
touching a
configured this
dome
way as to endorse
your
my
And
view.
this Jew opens his mouth.
The
Oh,
constellation
I'm
rotates
just
around the fucking dome, you fucking dummy. And then we
I
see
bet
it like
people think I'm Jewish all
stationary,
the time.
like so. And then everything move around like that. That's how it works.
So I
But
should expect
you're
to see
thinking,
But like,
we're a
you're just
ball
saying
how it
like
works,
that
Holmes.
though.
round and around and around and around. This fucking apple. Look, watch. Woo,
Neon
we're
was
going
just
to
trying to
space.
show math for all of the like.
Space.
Grab his dick and
Sun.
twist it.
Can you show me
The
math?
fucking sun moves around. Woo! Look at
I don't know.
that.
This is
Fucking,
interesting.
we're fucking.
Oh, this is the lantern, dude.
I think this is flat Earth cars. Jesus Christ.
Wait, am I finally unmuted? Jesus Christ. Okay,
Grab
who
his
muted
dick and
me?
twist it.
Don't worry about it. Just keep talking.
Yeah, it
Okay,
doesn't fucking matter.
So guys, under ideal conditions, right?
Think
If
he
I
wants
see a
muted
bird,
again.
if I see a bird fly away, it's going to fly away 1,800 miles before I don't see it anymore. So I should be able, if I'm high, if I'm on a mountain, I should be able to pull in something in focus from 1,000 miles away easily, assuming there's a clear day between here and there. Why can't I?
Because the
He's being a
atmosphere is
smart ass.
compressed in a certain way, or like it has a certain effect as to limit your visual, your ability to look at it. Right. That's what I'm getting, but I'm not sure. Like, how does that actually work, though?
Well, I've heard the argument raised, Neon, that it's the atmosphere causing refraction and all sorts of other things that make it like not work, right? But at the same time, they do not allow that same charity for the other side to argue.
Very questionable.
It just shows dishonesty at any argument if they want to argue that because of perspective, that's why things disappear over the horizon. They argue angular resolution, but the angular resolution equation seems to disagree with that notion. So you need to find another explanation.
Right, because if I
also
had
neon, if you like, just
Yeah.
to pause real quick, they always ignore the light sources coming from above the object, because angular resolution applies to all sides, both top, bottom, left, and right.
Right.
But we
So
know
if-
that as light sources merge, it merges on all sides, and we know that the sky has light coming from it, which is why we can see it. And it
Yeah.
should merge with the fucking cruise ship that's disappearing out in the distance the same rate it is the fucking ground.
Yeah. So if I'm like a 6 foot tall guy, right, and I'm standing in the ocean and the ocean is perfectly calm, I won't be able to see more than 3 miles compared to the in terms of the horizon. That just won't happen. Right.
Well, that
If I
depends on
get up
refraction.
higher, and higher, then yes, I will be able to see more. But this pales in comparison to the 1,800 miles. Also, why is this guy just noise trolling?
I think they got him. Black Swan seems
Ladies
pretty
and
quick on
gentlemen,
that.
we got him.
But also, Neon, I wouldn't make that argument because we understand that refraction is a thing. So
Sure. I'm
I
just
would have to
talking
write
about
that.
like on a solid Earth or whatever, like a solid everything is like a perfect sphere. Obviously,
Well, a
altitude and
perfect sphere,
refraction is
but-
going to come in play,
yeah.
but you know.
Yeah. An atmosphere less Earth. That's how far you
Mhm.
should be able to see.
Actually, there's actually a map where you can plug in your location and see exactly where you would see. I'm gonna find that map and I'll post it in chat. So if you plug in your height, it'll tell you exactly how far away you can see at any point on Earth. And the flat earthers will never, ever, ever be able to do that. Ever.
Yeah.
You know what else flat earthers won't be able to ever do? Except
Oh,
the
you're
fact
finally
that
on
there's
mute,
a
shit.
round earth.
Nah.
Well, I was really
The
hoping
thing
for
is
you
that
earlier,
people
Neon.
still remain dumbasses after the age of 3.
Well, I was really hoping for you,
Here it
Neon, to
is.
push the question on like the horizon, just being like,
So here is a website that's pretty cool. It's called Hey What's That?
Yeah, I'm not going to Pornhub. Thank you.
I'm not asking you to, bud. But and I'm also streaming it too. But basically if I'm right here on the Earth, and I have my my altitude plugged in, or it's plugged in for me based on the topology of the map, right? This is everything I would be able to see. So the red is my observable area, I believe. If assuming I'm facing this way, right? If I go over here,
I don't know how
It depends on if you're laying on your belly, right, or on your back. If you're laying on your back, your fat ass belly is sticking out over the horizon. You can't see shit.
Right, but this is where I don't know how to use this. I haven't used this site in a while, but yeah, that's the map, right? And you can verify this. You can plug in your own location, and yeah, I don't know. It's just a pretty cool website, right? Like right here, you can also turn. You can see everything in front of you, right? And I don't know, it's pretty cool. Flat earthers will never be able to do this. And flat earthers will also never be able to pull in cities from 1,000 miles away, like they say, like their model would stipulate they would be able to do, as I've just proven. So there you go, flat Earth debunked in 1,000 different ways, but that was one of them.
Sorry, Jesus debunked you. You're wrong.
Computer program debunks the flat Earth. Nah, went past. Sorry.
Well, I don't think flat earthers are capable of programming a computer, but much less doing anything scientific until they prove the
pi
round
is,
Earth. But
yeah, pi is actually very important.
I eat pie all the time. What's your favorite kind of pie?
Still no evidence for the globe
Flat
Earth.
one.
So nice to if there was some.
Wow.
We can all live in space again.
So pretty balls.
Okay, buddy.
Well, something else about the flat Earth model. See, because there's the firmament, there's the dome, right? So satellites aren't real, and this was actually proven with the Chinese weather balloon that clearly was a spy balloon, doubling for what actually is a satellite. So it's exposed when the U.S. had to shoot it down. You can clearly see that camera. That's what they've been using as this so-called satellite in the sky. They've
Oh
actually
my
just really
God,
been using
come
high altitude
on.
balloons
Is he not allowed to have
zoom
his
in on the
facts?
ground.
Yeah.
Shut up, Terry. God damn it.
Well,
Has someone ever
it was
actually brought
exposed for
that
the world
up?
to see at this point. Like,
Has someone ever
there you
actually
go.
brought that one up for flat Earth proof before?
Yeah, it's because satellites are not real. That's the thing.
Neither are viruses.
Human beings aren't real either, mate.
It's a figment of your imagination. Everything is a simulation. It's all in your head.
Satellites spin in a circle. They don't prove that a round Earth exists.
You could put a flat earther in a rocket, send him up into space, feel the whole thing, look out the window, and he'll come back and say, there.
I knew it was flat.
Maybe because you couldn't go to space in the first place.
Yeah, you would actually hit the firmament and explode. This is part of why there was that
Zero.
there was a
Zero's at a
nuclear
rave right
test.
now.
This guy is.
There's those
he's
nuclear tests
adamant.
in the Pacific where they're calling like airbursts or whatever. But what they're actually doing, they're launching the rockets up into the atmosphere and try to see how far they can get before they hit the firmament.
What exactly is the firmament that you're speaking of?
Well,
That's the wall.
some type of barrier.
The wall. It's kind of barrier.
That's the wall, yeah, it's the wall.
Is it like a
the
key
Bible
barrier?
describes it as the waters between the waters. So the waters being the ocean, and then the waters, which is the firmament.
The one they tried to nuke when they were doing Operation what's
The
his name?
fishbowl or something.
Yeah, and they like try to blow it up to try and get into heaven or something. They didn't succeed because there's no ways you can blow it up. It's just too big. And
Too heavenly.
Just little human
Well, at least we
beings.
know that the pedophiles can't sneak into heaven now.
Well, I mean, put it this way. you don't have to try sneak. Just give up being a scumbag, and then you're fine. You can give up being a scumbag anytime. You don't have to be a scumbag. The real good little you that you really are. True self, and then just forsake the false reality or the false self that you thought you were, and just be the real self that you really are, the real one, because the real one's going to be the best you. Like a worm becomes a butterfly, right? You can be a worm the rest of your life, or you can just change into a butterfly, metamorphize into a butterfly.
Caterpillar, not a worm.
You can be a worm if you want. If you want to be, otherwise you could be you can just metamorphize into a butterfly. You want to be a butterfly?
Worms don't morph into butterflies.
Whatever. Yeah, whatever.
Caterpillars.
Black people.
Worm, because the worm's an analogy of someone who hates themselves and wants to eat worms all day and opens a tin of worms. And that's what a lot of people do nowadays. They want to hate themselves and be worms.
Interesting.
You don't have to be a worm that hates yourself with self-pity. You can become a butterfly, a happy butterfly, and fly around and be happy. Butterfly is symbolic of the new birth, become a new creation in Christ, the burial resurrection of Christ. And you enter into the new creation, but that you already are, because potentially you have Jesus in you, but you just don't know it yet. Because he lives inside every person's heart. And you can just accept that. You can just resist it if you want. But there's going to come a time when you can't resist it anymore, and you're going to have to just accept the fact that God is everywhere.
It's not consensual.
That's what I'm saying. It's going to take a while for some people to wake up. And you're obviously one of those ones that are going to take a bit longer.
Trinity, can you talk about the Earth, please? Thanks.
Yeah, I don't want to have to get rid of Trinity too.
Yeah.
Evidence have of the globe Earth, because I still haven't heard any evidence of the globe Earth here. So
there
come
you
on.
Go. Now you're onto it. Thanks.
Give us some evidence there, Mr. Globe Earthers.
Hey, Trinity, they said you can only see 3 miles from the beach if you want to take it from there.
Oh no, that's ridiculous. Are you serious? They really said that? Are these?
Yes, they did. Neon said it, and Yucca.
These guys, where were they? Like, didn't they see all the? Didn't they do their research? Didn't they do their due diligence? No. Didn't they look at the information properly and see that you can see like at least 6 miles, maybe 9 miles, and in the one photo you can see like 18 miles. You didn't know that? You haven't seen the photos? Guys, come on, wake up. Get with the program here. Check the photos out and check the research. This denial and looking at the photos and then just saying blatantly that it's 3 miles, that is just, it's not honest, guys. You're not being honest. Come on. Dishonesty. You see that there's at least 6 miles on that one photo, if not mine, 9 miles. And on that long photo, the one with the really long photo, with the other one with the mountain in the background, behind the oil rigs, there's like an island there or something, or something like peninsula or something. You can see at least, it's at least going to be about 18 miles or so. Everyone can see that. You guys can't see that. You're just in total denial, and you're just being totally dishonest.
I'm actually curious. When we try to reach Earth 2 from the ice shelf, like the ice wall, whatever that it is, like how long does it take to get to the other Earth pond or whatever? Because I want to meet myself too beyond the ice shelf. Unfortunately, the Rothschilds keep preventing me from reaching that distance.
Persuade me of this globe Earth that you believe in. Globus, where are you? And try convert me to become a glober. Come on, see what you can do. See what you got. Bring it on, Globus, bring it on. Where's your evidence?
Alright, I'm back. What did I miss for? Wait, how did Oling get fucking server muted? What? What did I miss? Oh god, even Downey's muted. Jesus, what did I miss? Goddamn, Renegade is muted. Oling is muted. Downey was muted. Fuck, Neon was muted. Jesus. I guess I just had to let out and call out the signal flare.
Imp Midna is unironically 40 pounds of pussy and ass. She's just floating dry.
Maybe do a little Midna posting in the side chat. Like, yeah, let's do that. There you go.
Where the Globers at that claim you can only see 3 miles from the beach?
Wonder how their missiles, ones with a line to sights, for those laser sights that go like that shoot targets from 120 miles away. I wonder how they go bend around the round Earth on, and how they can actually do that, because they can't. The Earth's flat, so just forget about any round Earth there. There's no ways laser targeting would even work at 120 miles. So just forget it. Realize that the Earth's flat.
think they're gonna come in here when we're not around and talk dumb shit, but yet we haven't been pinged on their dumb shit. So we had to come back in here, and the Lotus Day just disappeared.
What have these Globers been saying here, apart from 3 miles? Because that's really pathetic. They obviously didn't even like look at those photographs. Even
Well,
look at the
one had an apple and a candle, and he moved the candle around the apple, and that's how the sun moves, or the Earth moves around the sun.
He ate
So-
the apple. Maybe he needs to eat the apple.
Well,
Maybe get some more intelligence there.
there's candles in outer space.
Yeah, like exactly. Like an apple and a candle's really going to prove the globe Earth. I mean, come on, that's just. I mean, that's just silly. Sticks and shadows. We may as well just get a stick in a shadow and just say the Earth's a globe because of a stick in a shadow. You guys are playing in the shadows. Literally. So what other crazy, insane claims are these globers making?
I didn't get to hear all of it, and this doesn't save your text. This chat goes away after so many minutes or something. But they're hiding now. As you see, it's very quiet.
I've been to Panda's server like for hours and hours and hours, and I've never actually heard anything sensible said there. Not one sensible word ever being uttered out of a Glober's mouth. So, I doubt there's anything sensible being uttered here either.
I haven't seen any. I don't know. I haven't been over there in a couple years, but I didn't know if anybody found us over here yet. It'll be fun if they do, because they'll be running from this server too.
What is your profession?
See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.